Alright, good morning everybody, and welcome back to the stream. I had a few minutes to reflect on certain things recently. Also, I hope you don't mind the sun. It's really annoying to me, but well, it'll be gone in an hour or so. So, the first thing I want to talk about is I really do not want to have unhappy players in my squad. That's just the way it is. So currently I'm contemplating getting Oliver Swan out of the club, just because he's unhappy. And he probably will be happy being offered to other clubs. Yes, he will. He's still on a... We've got a contract extension for him. So getting him out of the club for 1 year is probably fine, and I will try to do that, even though I would rather have him on the pitch for us. But I will try to do that after getting training facilities failed one more time once the sponsorship deal is announced. So, as you can see here, this went up. What is it? About 40k, 45k. So if 40k are not enough to upgrade our training facilities, which I don't expect them to be, then we will we might have to get rid of a few players just to keep the squad happy. And captain wise, there'll be a hard choice replacing him, but maybe we can actually go with Hellberg or something. I don't know. He might also take his position in midfield. I don't expect him to be that good, but on the other hand, well, he's 25, fairly professional. He's certainly not a bad leader, let's put it that way. We might also find someone else to do this. And in Hellberg's case, we also want to renegotiate that contract at some point, or he might grow into it. But well. Overall, we signed him as a backup member, so this is not a viable long-term solution, probably. Yeah, anyone else unhappy in this squad? Jabanac. And in Jabanac's case, we just have to get rid of him. It's not like I don't like this player. I would like to keep him around, but I don't think it's viable. So maybe also for loan, not sure. But he's at the end of his contract. Also, I thought about the fees up here. I usually went for, I don't know, 10 to 25 or something like that. I will try to go for higher fees here. Probably won't succeed, but I think we should try to be a bit more greedy about this stuff. So yeah, probably trying to get rid of those two unhappy players. Also of a few others that are not as unhappy, but I don't want to have unhappy players in my squad. I really don't. Especially not for an entire season. It's sad though. We just would need to upgrade the training facilities. Who is this guy? A potential left back. And he's on 50 euros a week. That's not too bad. His stats though don't look that promising. He's already 22. It's not bad though. He can certainly grow into the role. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the overall package. I would probably go for a deal, but he's inconsistent, doesn't enjoy big matches, personality-wise not a good fit, and we had some drift towards professionalism recently. We're still fairly professional as a squad, but a few of the squad members are fairly professional now. That includes Kulafich. No, he's not. Well, Kulafich, Hellberg and Alnes, if I'm not mistaken, and Shabanac. But Shabanac will have to go, so that's a step backwards. The others aren't yet. The others are mostly balanced or fairly sporting. Yeah. So now we will go through winter, and we will try to find the odd deal. I already made a few signings just for squad depth. That's probably, it might be a waste of money. On the other hand, it might come in as something that's needed at some point. So we'll stick to it. And we did that yesterday. Most of these transfers are either cheap or they're a win also personality-wise. So going through this, just to recap and also to check myself, this guy we really don't need, but he's English. Well, he's English and Icelandic. It's not like we need him for this position to play it immediately. He's going to the youth team, and but he will count as an English player joining us, I think. So that should make the fans happy. Also, he's fairly pro, so for the personality, he can stick around the youth squad. Eric Vidin is a central defender. He's fairly sporting, but I think we got him on a decent contract. No, well, for 40. That's the existing contract now. I don't know. So we probably signed him for 40. Yeah. But stats-wise overall, he's not looking too bad. That should be fine. I don't expect him to develop into anything. If he gets any better in any of those things, he will probably also score a goal or two. As you can see, 16 points of jumping reach is fine, strength of 12 is fine. He's only lacking in composure and decisions. And, we could say he has to improve his marking, positioning and decisions. So we'll probably train him on that. Otherwise, he should do well. Maybe pace-wise, he could improve a little bit. But as a backup, this guy will do. For 40, maybe not a good transfer, on second thought. Especially as we got Per Boltigard Blom here. He's left-footed too. He's probably the better one of the two. And he's fairly professional. Also 29 years old. But they both can come in and, we will make do with them. In case we need to sell one of our central defenders, that is, especially. And ours are a bit younger, so somebody might come for them. Mustafa Khalili is a 26-year-old who will be able to replace Shabanac to some degree. That's probably not a bad transfer because he comes in really cheap. And he will get €7 and an appearance fee, but that's about it. So the good thing about him is, costs. And whilst I don't think he's a good fit for the role, he's a decent fit for the role. So that's probably not a bad transfer overall, especially considering finances. I'm out of these that we had a look at so far, I think Eric Vidane is the one that's most debatable, but it's not so much about skill. He's close to what we need. The others, well, what do we pay him? Not sure. Where is it? Ah, here. Well, he wants a lot of money. But we went through with it due to the personality, I think. Then there's Dennis Kos. Dennis Kos is counted as a defensive midfielder. He certainly won't be in Metsala, so he won't replace Oliver Swan anytime soon. But as a box-to-box, he might do. Also, overall, his technicals aren't that bad, and going for a possession-based style, that's probably a good idea. These two didn't want to join on a trial, and this is Harry Warwick. Harry Warwick is coming in as a replacement for the left wing. No, for the right wing. Sorry, actually, I really didn't want this guy to be in the club, but he's English. We need English. We need an English player, and I think we got him for really cheap, like €6 a week. So even though I don't think he will make more than the odd appearance, he will come in. And the more expensive contracts we will need to renegotiate at some point. It might also be that I'm a bit off with the wages here, because potential cost of wages offered is €75, so we offered less for some of these players, that's for sure. Nobody wants Shabanach. This is the loan report, that's fine. These days we earn money on both of them, so that's important to me. For the rest of the season we will have small scale income, just because these two are out of the club, and both would probably not have a lot of time on the pitch. I might also go for loaning out a few of the other players from time to time, just to give them some playing time. And well, they might earn have a positive influence by that match experience, even though we planned with them for some other reason. That's also the case, for example, for Alexander Westberg, which we had a talk about yesterday too. So for the time being, there's nobody here but Moreira da Silva, because we don't plan with Shabanach. We still have Ytterhogdals and Fleckard at the club. Maybe someone comes for them, maybe not. We've got a lot of central defenders now, if the other ones come in too. But I would probably try to get rid of those that are on higher denoted contracts. So that would, in this case, higher is €20 per week. So that would be Fleckard actually, who I would try to get rid of. Not because I don't like him, but there's just other players that can replace him, to a degree at least. And we have to look at finance too. Also, I noticed yesterday that one of the overlays here, to be more specific, to check a chat box, was misplaced on one of the screens. I didn't manage to fix that yet. I'll do that probably, well, midday today, in lunch break. Hugo Bernhall. He's fitting somewhat, but the thing is he's not good. Yeah, it's susceptible to injuries too, so no deal, sorry. So I will go through these. These will probably be the same as always. Oliver Markulic is a good poacher, and that's about it. So not a deal. Kevin Limartinen. He's certainly a decent midfielder. Comparing him to Swan. Where is he? Yeah, so Oliver Swan is better. But not by much, and mostly on the defensive side. This guy would probably do, but I want, if we really force Oliver Swan out of the club, at least for this season, I want the guy that comes in to be a good replacement. So yeah, I don't think so, because we already got Hellberg there. So to a lesser degree, we have that position covered. This is not what we're looking for. Simple as that. Sorry. That's a central defender. With Delkert so far. Yes, I would be interested. No, I wouldn't be able to pay that. And, well, we're well covered in terms of central defenders. Look at this. We're not far off here. Most of our central defenders come with an 8 or a 9 here. And, well, mental stats are fine here. Composure is a bit lacking. And jumping reach 17 and strength 13 is actually not far off too, for us. So, whilst he has asked to leave, to get better playing time, we could try to take him in on loan, but then we would have wasted a lot of money for our guys. And, well, William Sonntag will just have to find another club, I think. Also, Felix Sporting is not something I want to introduce immediately to the squad. But yes, he's interesting, sure. If somebody gets hurt or stuff like that. Diesel Robnor. We're probably going through potential loan signings here. No, that's an end of contract signing. So this is a midfielder. Yeah, not too bad, but that trade for a midfielder is bad from my perspective. Also, if we want someone like this, we can just recall Auberg. Auberg has decent long shots too. This is all over the place attribute-wise. I'm not interested in this guy. Who are you? David Ekman, not to be confused with Malte Ekman. Also very different player type. He's a physical guy. Would be a decent box-to-box probably as a Metzala, which we're interested in right now. Not so much. But Caroliero or box-to-box, he would probably be fine. 175 per week right now. Yeah, he matches a recent focus, but I'll just shortlist him and move on. Kaspar Alsen. Wow. This is a problem. I don't think we can afford that at any time soon. Also, role-wise, it's a bit of the same. He could make a decent box-to-box midfielder. Has a trait that I don't like to have in midfield. And that's it. So, I'm not really interested in composition or in composite. Jürge. Yes, this is a good player. Yes, I definitely would go for that wage-wise too. Are we able to afford him? Don't know. Problem is he's also on a contract, so we would need to negotiate a deal here. I don't want to spend any money on players. It's just the way it is. So, what do we do with him? I mean, these attributes are looking really good. There's no weaknesses here. It kind of reminds me of Telander. Sure, his finishing could improve, but that's not the most important thing about him. And he's fairly professional, so definitely a case of interest for us. But declaring interest in him and pushing his market value up is probably not a good idea. What we can do, though, Is he interested in going out for loan? Because that would not require a wage contribution. So the deal's this. If we can get him for free, we can loan out Guillermo. Let's compare the two. Yeah. So, whilst Guillermo is a bit more of a speedy guy and a bit more of a physical guy, I think Jonathan Jorge can grow into this. Jonathan Jorge is definitely the better player from a finishing side. So that's something we direly need on the left wing. Somebody to cut inside and well, get those long shots on target. We've got Bergman with us. So, and Guillermo's out of contract anyway. True. Yeah. So if we want to get rid of Guillermo at some point, this would be the type of player to replace him with. Or it could be a solution, let's put it that way. He's not that much better. But personality-wise, he brings something to the table. He doesn't have this conglomerate of really weird traits that Guillermo comes with. Yeah. So I'd be interested to make a deal. I'm really focused on the personality here too. So don't want to lie about that. I'm probably willing to overpay to some degree. He didn't have good last 2 seasons, but he managed to, well, deal with it. So he's been decent. Not sure about the times though. He might not have played much for Tabby. Even though he made 25 appearances, it could have been like 10-minute intervals, just like Kulovic had. Did he improve? Don't know. We're not sure about his potential either, neither about his wage. Let's try. So we would go through with this. Obviously, we would need a wage contribution. And that's the offer we're willing to pay. To make. So, no, do not remove him from shortlist. I want this guy. Severin Talanta. Interesting. So, he plays a lot of different positions. Basically the entire left wing and a striker. And he wouldn't make a bad striker either. But with that wage, I'm really not interested. Can't afford it. This guy is fairly susceptible to injuries. Playing for FC Gude. No, I don't think we can afford that. He's already on 60. Nah. This one, Rino Dobrac, attacking midfielder. Now this is looking good. Problem is also the wage here. But if we look at this reminds me of Oliver Swan. Not great long shots and not great finishing, but a dribbling at first touch I find. He can probably score the odd goal. He's also 21, so not a problem there. If we compare him to Oliver Swan though, we will probably see that Oliver Swan is better defensive-wise, yes. But this difference in speed and physical capability by Rino Dobrac can make a difference, I think. He's also listed for loan. So if we want, we can try to get him in. That would need no wage contribution, so that's certainly interesting. Can also serve as a backup for inverted winger on the right side, which is good for us. But on the other hand, he will not stay for a second season. But getting him in for loan, it's basically free. Well, it really is. No big deal about with this. So if we get him in for loan as a, I don't know, impact sub maybe. Not going there. I will play him however I want. We can make an offer like this. Sometimes these work. Pontus Eriksson. Decent keeper. Bit weak in some places. That's acceptable, but not what we're looking for. Gustav Stark. It's a balanced personality, a consistent performer, that's great. Also, well, as a central defender, lacking in composure and decisions. We could probably train that. The rest of it is looking good. That's fine. But 120 per week, and we already have enough central defenders, so sorry man, but not interested for now. Lukas Eriksson. Looks like a solid keeper, but the one-on-ones are a bit concerning. Money-wise, that's fine, but we have enough keepers so far, and the estimated wage is nothing we'd be willing to pay. Next on, we got Ludwig Steen. He's a striker, runs with the ball through the center. Probably not suited. Well, that trait is not suited as a target forward. So we would need to get rid of this, and that's just too much. Also knocks ball past the opponent. This is well, he has the traits for I don't know, an advanced forward, something like that. So due to this, I'm not interested. Eldin Fazic? Probably Fazic. He's looking good, especially acceleration and pace-wise. The crossing and dribbling are a bit concerning, but with that acceleration and pace, he can probably compensate for some of these things. Both the ball movement is bad, crossing is not good enough, and, well, whilst form has been horrible, I really don't care about form in this case. But the estimated wage, that's nothing I can deal with. Can I deal with a lone player here? Maybe. Well, there's also an active relegation release clause, so this guy would be able to go for 1.3. The sun shining straight in my face makes me sneeze. So, sorry for that. Alright. So, do we want to get him for loan, for example? How did he do last season? Well, horribly, as the entire FC Stockholm, but that's the prime, probably a good hunting ground for us. Let's compare him to, so this is Fazic. Let's compare him to the 26-year-old transfer we already arranged. Where's Fazic? Well, nah, we're looking for this one. And if we compare him to Fazic, we see that Fazic is probably the better player, but the difference is not that big. And we're talking €6 per week, or I don't know what his contract demands are these days, but probably much more. So I don't see him playing that much in our club. That's the problem. We could also go with Fazic and give him some time. Not with Fazic, with Khalili. give him some direly needed time on the pitch. As a 26-year-old, he won't do much, but he might improve in some respects. Yeah, and we still have Moreira de Silva, so I don't think we need more than 2 there. So, yeah. I mean, he's interesting, but I'm not that interested right now. Who do we have here? Oh no, Cederholm. Yes, we need someone for the left wing. That's just a fact. And I'm going back to the squad platter. Shabanac is still not expected to play there. It's still Farah and Stolt. Just to double check. This is a right back. Central defender, central defender. This is a right back actually, considered to be backup for the first team. Causes a DM or a central midfielder. These two can't play on the left wing. Yeah, we're still stuck with Stolt and Farah. So any improvement is good. This guy, is he an improvement? That's the question we're going for here. So he doesn't have flair, but that's not really relevant for us. We'll play him on a support duty anyway. Technically speaking, tackling is probably fine, and but first and foremost he brings the pace and stamina to the table. So this is good, no debate. Also his jumping reach and strength are really bad, so we would need to defend this pushing towards the attackers and not in the center of the pitch, which I don't think we instructed anything there, but yeah, we can deal with this. This guy needs to engage the opponent. He's got good aggression, good tackling, might even teach him dives into tackles or something like that. It certainly fits. And he's only 20 years old. Would he go for a regular contract transfer? Probably not. On the other hand, we could maybe loan him out and try to sign him afterwards. But this is one of those players I would be willing to have on the pitch, probably. Just from the first look of it. Now, let's get a second look too. Okay, so now it's looking worse. And sometimes I can be, you can be a bit misled by looking at a few stats on their own. So, whilst Farah is slower, which is certainly a key component of this role, Farah has better technicals. Just the reality of the situation. I'm gonna go for the wingback on support duty here. Yeah, and we can certainly see this. So Cederholm would need to make up for that with his pace. Basically with his pace and stamina. Over prolonged matches, that's probably a decent concept, but he would also need to make up for his lack of mentals. And now I'm not so sure if I want this guy for first team. On the other hand, so Farah is expensive. He's at 85 per game. And that's a problem for us finance-wise. If he makes, I don't know, how many appearances did he make? 13. So 13 appearances, that means we spend about 1k on Farah, and he certainly didn't repay us. He's on a 6.66. Can we get a similar performance out of this guy for less money? Maybe. Let's compare him to Stolt too. Yes, Stolt. This is not Stolt. There. This is a bit closer, I'd say. Jonathan Stolt needs to be scouted further. I don't think so. So, attribute-wise here, I think this is looking better because, he definitely has better physicals, not overall, but they are better distributed to suit a wingback. That lack of strength and jumping reach might be concerning at some point, but it's not like the difference between 2 and 6 is that great. Jumping reach of 6 and strength of 6 don't, they don't serve anyone in this league. Not to the degree that we need it. So the concept remains the same. On the other hand, Stolz is cheap and will remain as a backup. This guy maybe can do. And technically speaking, it's basically a wash. That's not entirely true. The tackling of Ytterhogdals is better. Technique is a bit better. He lacks in marking. But all of these things are probably stuff that he can compensate with his physicals. At least that's, what we're hoping for. Now, you might remember that we had a problem last season with overlapping, or not only with overlapping, with wingers or inverted wingers breaking through. So some pace is maybe a good idea. Work rate and teamwork are lacking though with Einar Cederholm. So where does that leave us? Maybe it's a good idea to get him. Would he be willing to go for a real transfer? Probably not. He's a balanced personality, but we can bring him into the squad. Just toss him into the left wing back group, teach him to dive into tackles maybe, and have a look. If he's willing to stick around and willing to join at some point, that's fine. Just don't have to. Well, we shouldn't promise him much. But he's from a reserve squad, so if we make him a loan offer, no wage contribution. I will probably see him as a fringe player and not select a role just to be sure. And try a similar approach here. Get in players for cheap and have a look at their performance in the squad. August Karl, not a bad fit, but one of these traits is just useless to us, runs with ball down right. It's not like it's a bad trait. The other one, get forward wherever possible, is fine. We would need an inverted winger in this role, but we've got enough. And he's also too expensive. I don't want to pay this. Sorry. Oscar Ed. There's a few very low attributes in here. That's a bit concerning. And as a Metzala he wouldn't do. And as a box-to-box he wouldn't do either. Don't know what to do with this guy, so no. This is Melker Regland. And as we can see, he's a bad goalkeeper. Well, but handling, kicking, one-on-ones. We just got rid of Castores, so definitely not. He has the potential to feature in the first team. Yeah, I don't think he will realize that potential with us. Tiger Cornell. Doesn't look too bad. Can certainly play as a target forward. Strength is lacking though, and the other stuff too. This is not good enough for us. Sorry. But we're probably used to a certain standard that is a bit higher than for the average league club. So no, not interested. Carl Johansson. Fairly sporting midfielder, would need to play box to box, but this guy can also play Metzala. If you have a look at it, his flair is lacking, yes, okay. Maybe like this. He's a good player. Sure. Really. That guy would be able to contribute. And we have started scouting him apparently. Not going to remove him from the shortlist just yet. Maybe we can get some up-to-date information on transfer and loan interest here. Is there anyone interested in him? No. He's with Peter. They are with us in the league. And also here, where is it? Why is there no register roll here? I'm confused. So the register roll suddenly disappeared. Don't know. But he would probably be able to play as a register too. This guy's 23, moves the ball to the right foot, blah blah. That's all fine. He played for FC Stockholm, so, well, as expected, his performances were really bad. And as an inverted winger out here, I feel we have similar options. Technique-wise, he's really good, and pace and acceleration are decent too. It's not a bad player, but I'm not able to pay these wages, so no. Ytterhogdals, we know this guy. This is one of those players I would be willing to sign for the personality. The rest is so-so. Certainly some improvements could be made here. He's 23, so wouldn't do that much anymore. On the other hand, he moves into channels, and look at that anticipation and off the ball movement. He will get into goal scoring positions. So I'm definitely interested in this guy, but he's being drafted into the MLS. Nah. What's going on here? Oh, he's on a trial day maybe. Okay. Yeah. So I'm interested in him, sure. But who isn't? Also as a Metzala, just to reiterate on that. Well, he isn't great. But maybe we can deal with this. And this would be an appropriate replacement, I feel, for Oliver Swan too. Let's have a look into this. So he's a bit different, but overall more of an attacking player, yes, sure. Oliver Swan brings a lot to the table. It's just how it is. But we would probably need to promise Ytterhogdals similar stuff with training facilities and so on. And I really don't want to make that promise anymore. So maybe I'm going for weaker players just to have the mood in the squad saved from this perspective. So yes, I'm interested, not knowing what's going on here. Hossein Saad. Strength-wise, I do not want to have to do with this guy. Sorry. This is certainly somebody that everyone is interested in. And to a degree, I can see why. But, okay, have a look at this list. There's really many clubs. They all want a 19-year-old with the high potential. Let's have a look at heading, marking, tackling. That's all looking very well, with the exception of very composure, concentration. But I want to focus on something else too. His acceleration is good. So that all means we should be trying to sign this guy. That's just one problem. Outside of this, he's 19 years old and he's lacking in some parts of the game. He's really lacking. Like, he can play his role and play his role just fine for the remainder of his career. But to me, these ones scream low potential. Because at some point, you just learn about crossing and finishing and so on. You can't be on a football pitch and be that focused on something. Well, you can, if you're totally untalented to some degree. So I wouldn't call this a wonder kid from this perspective. But he's handled like one. And probably they will pay well too much for him. But that's someone to follow. I will want to know if my prediction comes true or not, and what's going on here. Might also be that he's really a good guy, really a great wonder kid that will improve drastically over the next few months. Might be wrong here, but I don't see. Well, I see why they want him. I don't see him developing into a world-class player or something. Wilgold Carlson. Well, he's also in a trial squad right now, as it seems. What was that? No. 0 career apps. Great. And he's got problems, you see. He's probably more of a passer in midfield. Doesn't bring stamina and stuff to the table. He's like, a central midfielder basically. Metzala, not so much either. His dribbling is really bad. So, not interested in him. Elias Lindström. I think we've been here. This is a good poacher. Maybe a good advanced forward. Yes, exactly. If I needed to employ him, I would probably go with advanced forward, but his work rate is lacking and his passing is lacking too. Anticipation and off the ball movement aren't great either. This sample is looking fine. This guy will score goals. He could score goals if he ever gets the match practice for it. But not with our club, sorry. Elias Delgrans. That's a passing machine. Yes, and for a passing machine, he's just worse than Malte Ekman. So, don't need him. The vision is better, though. So, let's be clear about that. But the rest of it, Malte Ekman comes with solid dribbling and long shots too. And also great anticipation and composure. So, that's a no for me. But just to be 100% about this, let's compare him. Yes, well, they are different players. Let's put it that way. But for a register, Malte Ekman has probably the better sample of attributes. And he does improve in some of his weaknesses, so... yeah. Let's see how long it takes him to get off the ball movement and teamwork up. That's something he can improve in. So, I'm not opposed to this guy, but well, as a box-to-box maybe. Not. You saw it, he's somewhat lacking in some of the attributes for a box-to-box midfielder. I'd rather have someone that's more evenly distributed. This guy also has a lot of people hunting him. For some reason. So for us. We're only looking for us. Well, as a register, or here, as a register we will not do. I think that's very clear. So we either have a box-to-box midfielder here. No, look at that strength. I'm not gonna go there. Also, a 1 in any attribute sample is always concerning to me. And then we would need a Metzala. And he's not suited to play that either. So what do we have here? A Caroliero maybe. But he's also lacking off the ball movement and composure here. I don't know. I don't even want to follow this guy. I'm just not interested in him. This, on the other hand, looks good. This looks really good. Really, really good. Okay. So, that physical attribute sample, no debate. This is fantastic. Personality-wise, great. Wonderful. Fairly professional player. Fantastic. He dictates tempo. I'm fine with that. You don't want too many players with that trait in your squad, but if it's 1 or 2, that's fine. Malte Ekman has it. And he dictates tempo, so he will use his own decisions. and his own mental stats to determine if we need to slow down the pace or ramp it up. In this case, I trust him to make the right decision more often than not. So this is wonderful. Mentally speaking, where is he lacking? Flair, off the ball, composure. This makes him a more defensive-minded player. Fine, that fits his attribute sample. That's good. What's going on here? Well, corners and free kick taking are a bonus. I don't care about that that much. Finishing is bad, so probably not a Metzala. Sorry for that. Long shots are okay though. But well, he isn't a good register for us. That's fair. But in any defensive role, he would be way better than what we have. Also, he could play Segundo Volante, some sort of, that's a role that's similar to, let's say, a box-to-box midfielder that is situated in midfield. I had it already in the back of my mind to maybe employ a Segundo Volante on support duty for this defensive formation. And that's not that, as I mentioned, not that unsimilar to a box-to-box. And as a box-to-box midfielder, he will do too. He will just compensate for his bad finishing and technique with the rest of the sample, probably. Also, he's 19. This guy we need to sign immediately, I think. And even if he doesn't develop into anything going forward, this is a good signing for our club, if we can pull it off. So yes, I want him. And probably I will not be able to pay him. Yeah, there's the clause again. But I'm willing to give him a space as an important player. And, well, in this case, this doesn't exist. You don't see this, right? It's not a problem, sure. Just going back to this and comparing him to Oliver Swan. Yes, look at that. Yes. 100 times yes. If we can pull this signing off, that's definitely better. And I'm willing to pay for that. Yes. In this case, I'm willing to pay for it. This is a much better player. Let's compare him to Nila Forsell. Where is he? Not a debate. Under no circumstances this is a debate. Ekman. He's also, well, Ekman is different. Let's put it that way. But he's just well-rounded. Simon Turngren. That will be a problem during matches. So who do we have in midfield? Two. Hellberg. Not a debate, not at all, but that's unsurprising. And then we've got Asarson. Marcus Asarson, who is more of his player type. Look at that difference. So yes, I will try to sign him. And I will pay him as much as he wants. He can be the leading player for this club. I really think so. So let's try 60 here. 2-year contract. Sure, whatever. And this he will not want. Under any circumstance. So let's go with this. Come on, man. For another year. Yeah, maybe we can get him down to 65. Doesn't want a 2-year contract though, and neither does he want the contract extension clause. Yeah, now we're down to 65. Fine. So we will go with that. Probably won't accept the contract extension by the club. Yeah, okay. So we'll go for a 2-year contract, go with that extension, and throw him another 100 here. Whatever, throw him another 200. I want this player. This will probably not work, but we're trying. It works. Fantastic. So that doesn't mean he signed for us. Let's not be excited just yet. But, okay, let's get rid of this. Now we're down to 85 for the wage budget. Okay, these 30 will have to stay. So he's on a 2-year contract, maybe 3. So relegation wage drop is important to us. Great. And now we can have a look if we can get rid of this. Fantastic. So that's the most we're spending on a contract right now. But this guy, he will not replace Oliver Swan. But hi, good morning, man. How are you doing? You're rating with a party of 10. Ooh, and I didn't get a notice. That's a lot of people suddenly in my channel. Welcome, and feel free to ask any questions. You're great. Thanks for
for the follow.
So welcome everybody. In the middle of and thanks for the follow. In the middle of stuff right now. We're during winter break, as the stream is aptly called, and looking for improvements to the squad in the Swedish third division. So this is really way down, and just to give you a glimpse of it, this is the financial situation. There's no money to be had at this club. It's a club in a 500 people village somewhere in Sweden. So that's what we're going for right now. Yeah. And due to the circumstances, I'm very, very constrained budget-wise. So not many games going on in this stream, I fear. Sorry for that. But yeah. Otherwise, it's been a fun save so far. And the few people following, I think, had a lot of fun. We nearly made it to promotion this season, whilst being considered the ones to go down. So yeah, made it to third place. It was really close, like 1 game close, like 2 goals missing. That's yeah, that's close. So overall, I'm really happy with this save. I don't know, you came in, ask questions. What are you interested in, or what clubs do you support? I don't know. And well, I'm really thankful for you having here. Well, you being here. That's it. Sure. All right. So Shabanach has no business being transfer listed. Yes, he has business being transfer listed. We will get him out of the club. Same goes for Theolind. This one's unlucky. Not unlucky, unhappy with us not being able to upgrade training facilities, which is just due to financial circumstances. And Theolind just doesn't fit the way we want to play. And he doesn't learn the Shadow Striker role, so no deal there. Marcus Asarson. Well, we might just have signed a replacement for this guy, and in this case he will have to go. But as a backup, he's dirt cheap, so that's fine. We can go with this. But I'm not sure if you already saw this. We're going for... That's a lot of transfers, I know. We're trying to sign this guy. And this is looking really good for our level of playing. Especially if we play him in a more defensive role. This guy is able to dominate the pitch for us. So I hope on the defensive side that we get this transfer. That's probably the best player in 2 years that I saw for this save that would be willing to play for the team. Also fairly professional personality. That's in Sweden. That's really the top of it, basically, because everyone's balanced. So fairly professional is just great. Yeah, and there's not much going on in winter, so we've got a lot of time to talk. I don't want to force you into anything, but yeah, sure. I can answer questions, really. We got the time here. Alright, let's have a look if we can arrange another friendly or two. Yeah, maybe here. Oh, we got some arranged teams here now. Okay, now that the sales went through, we can finally pull off the arranged friendlies. So this should bring in a bit of money during the very extensive preseason in Sweden. Yeah, that's one of our bigger problems. Oh, and this is our replacement in wingback position. He will probably play as a wingback. Well, it's more of a fullback in our squad, but he will play in the wingback role in our squad, where we had 2 middle-aged players that weren't up to the standard we were looking for. So there's that. Okay, Skillermo. Skillermo is a problem to a degree. He's not a bad player, but he's not good either. He comes with a lot of different traits that might suit him or not. And while he has been performing, that's fine for me. We nearly went up. He might have scored a goal or 2 more, and we would have gone up. So that's fine with me. But he's on a non-contract right now. I'm not sure. We got a new chairman. Oh no. Okay. So, first of all, the new chairman has an interesting hairstyle, as it seems. No plans to provide the club with any investment at this stage. That's not news to me. Yeah. So, it's basically all the same. That's good. We should avoid relegation. It's not expected to fight bravely against it. It's expected that we avoid it. I can accept this vision. We were going for this anyway. So you guys might not notice I'm not that big of a fan of possession football, but well, if that's what the fans want and that's what the board wants, we will probably need to go for it. Yes, I'm excited to work under a new boss. I really am. Maybe he will agree to upgrade training facilities. Actually, when's the peak in finances coming? Here we are. So this is expected to be January. Alright. Let's push the clock forward and go to January. Yeah, sure. What did we do here? A loan offer too. Okay. This deal has been negotiated. They want 6k for Jonathan Jorge. I'll show you. We would field him as an inverted winger on attack duty. That doesn't look bad from what I see. But 6k is too much. We cannot play. We cannot pay players that amount of money. Well, we cannot not pay them an acceptable wage. And we cannot pay them, well, for them any amount of transfer fee. So we will need to wait for the end of the contract or get him on loan. Getting him on loan, again, this would need him to compete with Bergman. Is he better? Yes, a little bit. Bergman's a bit faster, but this is not the end of the world in terms of difference. And the other guy in our squad that plays this position is Emil Skillermo. Same thing. Jonathan Jorge is probably a bit better. They want him for transfer though. Yeah, so not willing to pay 6k for him. And neither am I willing to pay, I don't know, 1.5 or something. This is Sweden. We're trying to earn money with this. We're not trying to, I don't know, splash the cash that we don't have. What we can do though is we can try to get him in for loan. But that will result in, well, Skillermo not getting the playing time he wants. Or Bergman not getting the playing time he wants. And I don't want to rely on a lone player too much, so I'll keep him here. Pre-season. Any recommendations how to go about pre-season? Well, if we train him like this will see our coaching staff, which is really bad, overwhelmed in entirety. So we need him to get some match practice if we can, that's for sure. I would love to have some overall training too. Nah. I would love to have some overall training too. And we will need some physical training though. So how do we do this? Something like this. So that's not that physical of a training schedule, but at least they have a chance to improve attribute-wise. That's really a big thing for us because most of the time as a non-professional club, we're stuck to match preparation training anyway. If we go for any attribute training, there's the bonuses are just missing, to be blunt about it. We need those bonuses to hold the league. Or in last season we actually did pretty well due to a lot of match preparation and well, tactical familiarity. We're also faced with a few professional clubs in the league. We weren't part of the cup competition last season, so money's missing there. The list goes on. I feel like I don't want to be too forward with this, but I feel like the safe is definitely Football Manager hard mode. And also, as a cherry on top, the fans want us to sign English players. So yeah, they come really cheap, these English players. So not a deal most of the time. We've been trying to compensate by hunting down youth players in England. That's just staff improvements. We can't afford that anyway. We went with the cheapest staff there is available to us just to fill the positions. I can't pay other stuff. So, Malte Ekman signed a new 2-year deal. That's great. This stuff, I'll just reject this. I'm not going there. Yeah. Malte Ekman is probably one of the more gifted players of our squad. He tries to play as a regista for us, and he's lacking the off-the-ball movement, teamwork and vision for it, but the rest of it is fine. So whilst he's employed as a regista, he doesn't play many of those through balls just yet, but he's got very good ball retention. And as a defensive midfielder behind two central midfielders, he's basically always available. So for a possession-based tactic, that's doing fine. Who are you? Oh, this is our assistant manager. He will only pursue part-time roles going forward. Not a problem. We have him in a part-time role. That's probably the most that anyone earns in our club, by the way. So, Yeah, this will probably take a while. Now the press is speculating about Jorge joining Ytterhogdals, so us. I don't think so. It's always a bit sad. You find a player that you're interested in, but well, sometimes you just have to have a look at the financial situation, and it's just no deal. I realize that this depends on the player a lot. Well, the player in the game as well as the player the chair here. But I like to keep finances in check and not do that one big push and leave the club otherwise or something like that. I'm certainly not one to go into the red if I don't have to. Which reminds me, I would be willing to if they improve the training facilities. I'll ask for this every month going forward. I want them to take out a loan, improve training facilities, just that so we can get rid of the moaning players. Everybody willing to sign for us wants better training facilities. It's really annoying. I imagine, well, we have poor training facilities, so... but I always imagine that in the middle of a village somewhere they cut down a few trees, and that's basically where this club is situated. Oh, he comes in for loan until the end of the season. So this is great. Now we have an attacking midfielder that doesn't expect to play too much. He's got an agreed playing time as an impact sub, so this is great. And he certainly looks like he could make an impact, either as a shadow striker. He's lacking the finishing a bit, but if we need to go for it, that's well, one way to do it. He can also play Metzala here, a role that is taken in our club by the club captain, who is unhappy so far due to training facilities. And he can certainly also play as an inverted winger, which we employ on the right wing, a left-footed guy. That's exactly what we need. He would be second in line there. We've got August Tillander here. Maybe he's first in line at some point. But yeah, for no wages we can make do. And if it doesn't fit morale-wise, or I don't know, if it doesn't perform, we just send him back. Doesn't matter. Normally I don't overly rely on loans, but in this case, getting someone of this capability for free, gotta go there. Alright, here's the weekly save. So the first opponent we're playing against, friendly-wise, is Syrianska. But we gotta get December behind us first. And the problem is, throughout the rest of the world there are matches here. Boxing Day is coming up at some point, and all of these matches, well, my PC needs to deal with these. So whilst there's nothing going on in Sweden, we have to get through this. I'm really confused why there was no pop-up due to the follow though. Should have popped up. Maybe I didn't see it. Not due to the follow, due to the raid. I configured that stuff, but well, you're not raided that often, so not sure about that. Alright, what do we have here? Again, rejected financial situation. I've seen that one. And also, transfer window is not open yet. Once it transfer window opens in January, so at the start of January, I think it's the 12th. 12th of January, we will probably see something going forward. Some movement transfer-wise, and might be able to part with some players. Hugo Bergman remains unchanged. This guy doesn't look like much, but he performed decently last season for us. That's alright. Considering we were the everlasting underdogs of the league, that's really alright. So yeah, I feel you got at least a bit of an overview of the squad right now. If you want, I can also do an introduction here, given the amount of people that are here. So maybe I can do this like that. The weakest positions right now are on the wings, here on the outside. Central defenders are not too good either. Ignore the star rating. The star ratings, they're really bad. But Mariah De Silva did a rather decent job overlapping last season. That was fine. We've got August Talander here in front. August Talander is a former striker, now playing as an inverted winger on support duty actually. He's just better suited for it due to his lack of anticipation. It's a bit of a waste of his finishing, but to be fair, he scores the odd goal anyway. And he did well last season. 7.1 is fine. So we'll keep him, that's for sure. Al Holmström is probably the best player on the squad so far. We use him as a target forward. He's got 2 traits which are complementary of his playing style. He's on a very cheap contract until, well, in 3 years or something. So for us, this is basically the game changer. I'm more of a player that's I'm inclined to go with technical roles up front. So I would prefer a deep lying forward, but he's not suited for that. And as a target forward, he destroyed the league basically. I think he was the third best striker in the league, and we were expected to go down. This is fine. He will probably score another 20 next season. Well, hopefully, now that he's gotten 21. So he's got a lot coming for him. Basically, the concept is to pepper him with crosses, and that works. His heading isn't that great, but he scores from time to time. We just need to increase supply in any way. And it's rarely an occasion that a central defender wins a duel against him, heading-wise. It's just that the headers usually go wide. But at some point he scores. And a similar argument can be made about our central defenders. Both central defenders have a jumping reach of 16 plus for this level of league. That's a lot. So, not a problem there either. I can't believe it. We actually pulled it off. We actually pulled it off. This demands celebrations. Seriously. This is the best player we ever had at the club. It's also the best paid player we ever had at the club, but definitely worth it. Half of Sweden was hunting this guy. Well, okay, half of Sweden's lower leagues were hunting this guy. He's 19. Wonderful sample of attributes. And the thing is, he also can assume captaincy. Well, he probably won't, due to his young age. But he can grow into it at some point. So, our unhappy central midfielder, Oliver Swan, that has been... I think we can say he's a fan favorite. Channel-wise. He did a good job, he's got a good sample of attributes, he's not a bad player, really not. But the everlasting, the everlasting complaints about a lack of training facilities is just too big of a deal. So I don't want to have this long term. He's already in. Yes, he was on a free. True. So now the question is, what does he play for us? Because he might be able to replace Nila Forcell as a box-to-box midfielder. Or probably that is. Because I still want to field Malte Ekman. Yeah. So we will probably go with box-to-box. And it might just be that we go with 2. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. But with that amount of capability... Where is he? Don't tell me they put him into U19. No. I'm just unable to find him. Turningen, here it is. Yeah. That's fine. I don't want to go ball-winning midfielder with him. That limits his role too much. I don't think that's appropriate. So he will need to improve his dribbling a little bit. Or maybe we go with the free kicks. I don't know. Finishing is bad overall. Finishing is bad. Long shots are, and their technique is bad. So definitely finishing here. He will start complaining that this is not suitable for his role in 2 minutes, you'll see. So, do we nick Pudas now? Probably not. Looking at the technicals, probably not. Also, yeah. He was interesting for us all over last season, but not interested anymore. I don't want to go into a recruitment meeting. We did that basically for the last 1.5 stream sessions. Yes, I'm really excited. 100%. This is a good player. Is this a coup? Yes. Yes, it is. In this case, yes, it is. While we're still certainly progressing, this is a great player for the club. How will he fit in our tactics? Well, he has to adapt a little bit. We don't feel the ball-winning midfielder for the time. But we might play him as a ball-winning midfielder in the more defensive formation we employ. So that's an idea. Sure. Will he settle in quickly? I have no idea. I don't know about his adaptability, so who knows. Also, by the way, he didn't make a single appearance for his previous club. Yes. So hopefully we're going places with the signing. I sure hope. Now, this certainly deals with the problems in midfield, I'd say. We had problems there due to Oliver Swan potentially leaving the club. Now that I really need to learn the name. Where is he? Oh, he's already in the squad. So not a Turngren. Simon Turngren. All right. I'll probably butcher that a few times going forward, but well, now that Simon Turngren is part of the squad, the problems in midfield should be compensated for. Even if Oliver Swan leaves, we can still go with Nila Forsell. Where is he? Can Nila Forsell play as a Metzala? Well, not really. But neither can he play as a box-to-box midfielder, according to this here. And he's been doing all out throughout the last season. So Nila Forsell can definitely go for Metzala too. It's not the best, but yeah. He will probably do. And that should make us capable to be really threatening throughout the next season. And actually I think we might push for promotion then. We did last season too. It was highly unexpected. But the board still expects us not to go anywhere. That's great. New chairman, similar opinion. So if we can make another top half finish, maybe push for the promotion playoff too. That's in second place. With us, only first place is guaranteed to go up. That would be the day. But this is a player that's actually that's up to the standard of the league and then some. And I didn't expect anyone to sign for us of this capability. Especially not for this amount of money. Usually they want like, I don't know, 300 euros a week. So, you know, a wage you can actually live on. But, well, okay, you can't live on 300 euros a week these days, can you? Especially not in Scandinavia. Alright. We're getting there. Slowly but steadily, but we're getting there. Tax bill. Okay. There's the club membership income. Alright. 9.31k. That's great. Tax bill of around 4.5k. We had taxable profits. Yes, sure. Finally we make some money and now taxes are coming in. And we get a new 1-year sponsorship deal that gives us 30 euros more than last time. So great about that. Scouting budget is the same. We'll go with the minimum deal here anyway. I feel really inclined, finance-wise, I feel really inclined to go without any scouting knowledge at all. But on the other hand, I use this to set opposition instructions, and our scouts are really bad, like really bad. So without this I wouldn't be able to know any of the attributes of the opponent's players, so probably not a good idea to let it slide. So I'll keep it at that. I might have saved another 350 euros. I think you can get out of this deal and just take it at the start of the season, but I don't know, that's somewhat gamey, so let's not do that. Otherwise, club's financial situation should look better now. Yeah, we're at 40k. So season ticket sales might come in too. Not sure when they come. Probably in January. And if we go above, I don't know, 50k, I hope we can make another push for training facilities. I really want these. But I think it's unlikely. I don't know. Do any of you know by heart right now what a training facility upgrade costs? It's one of these things that's, well, probably to be found somewhere on the internet. But right now we've got poor training facilities, so that should be the lowest level available, if I'm not totally wrong. So the first upgrade can't be that expensive. But I don't know if it's 50k, 100k, or 150k. It must be somewhere around there. I don't know. I always imagine they just carry some barbells and some weights into a room in the club, and that's about it, training facility wise. An upgrade in training facilities at this level probably means that we buy new cones to dribble around, and maybe a new sample of balls, and that's it. Not sure what they do with all the money. Yeah. Also, if we get better training facilities, we have to pay for them. And, well, let's just say we need to sell players to pay for the facilities that created good players. All right. Well, that takes a while. Might want to go on vacation probably for this. On the other hand, there might be an opportunity that comes up. So I don't want to go on vacation too much. What's also probably worth mentioning now is that the first part of the season, last season, is always also available on YouTube. It's just the streams dumped to YouTube, so no additional YouTube-y stuff, just the bare bone Twitch streams. But in case you're interested how that went, you can follow it there. Yeah, I'll probably upload the rest of it too, going forward. And we will definitely go through another season or two going forward with this club, in case we don't get fired. Also, there's besides the follower goal of 15 followers, which is just arbitrary, there's another goal we are going for. Somebody challenged me to hang a kit of Ytterhogdals behind me, like it's a good habit of Twitch streamers streaming Football Manager. So I will drop them a mail for a kit once we reach 50 followers, if we ever do that. Yeah, that's the deal. But first we have to reach that goal, and then I will probably have something orange behind me at some point. I absolutely really don't like orange as a color, by the way, so this is kind of funny too. Okay, let's have a look at Kalkronander anyway. Yes, this is not bad, but I'll compare him to, what's his name? don't know the name anymore. We made a signing for really cheap. Mustafa Khalili here. Mustafa Khalili is not a great player, but he comes for €6 a week. So, whatever. And compared to Kronander, Mustafa Khalili is actually the better one of the two. Well, they're both not great, but this guy would want, I don't know, 5 times the wages. So, yeah, not good there. 37 days to go. Then there comes the first friendly. We're getting there. So, it's close to Christmas, at least in-game. I already got the Christmas tree here. I already showed it yesterday. That's our
Thanks
Christmas
for the
tree.
follow.
Thanks for the follow. Yeah, that's it. In real life, I won't be making any Christmas transfers for next Christmas because we already got a tree and we're hoping to grow it. At some point, plant it into a garden maybe. But for now, he will need to remain in there. But no, it's not plastic. It's a real tree. So, a tactical nerd is your nickname. What you're going for in Football Manager? Because I can certainly use the help at some point. I tend to go. I try to go deeper into tactical instructions and opposition instructions and stuff. Not always to the success I would want to, but if you feel capable of helping out, you're very welcome to criticize me going forward. Feedback is always welcome. It's the only way to improve. Yeah. I could also probably use new hardware. You might be able to tell right now. Or I could use a reduction in leaks loaded, but the moment I started to save, well, I don't want to get rid of leaks. That's the first thing, because I don't know where we end up. We might not stay at Ytterhogdals, even though I'm not one to leave clubs all of a sudden, year after year. But on the other hand, this was planned as some sort of an excursion to Sweden. It was simply the first job we got in Football Manager when I started, with this installment of FM. But we might go, I don't know, to Bulgaria or Portugal or in Southern America somewhere, Colombia. We might as well end up in England. I'm not sure. So I want to keep the leagues in. Also for the players, obviously. And back when I started to save, it was just me. I didn't stream this on Twitch. We only have the last season on Twitch. So there's one season missing from your point of view that saw us promoted. Surprise promoted. Well, there's 1.5 seasons missing. Half a season that we avoided relegation. And yeah. Nice. Yeah, sure. I try not to overdo it. But well, basically the basic concept of our possession-based tactic is it's as you saw, it's a 4-3-3 with a diamond midfield, No, it's not a diamond midfield, whatever, it's a midfield 3, sorry. And we just try to overload the wings. Now, in my defense, we face a lot of teams that go for back 3 or back 5, or as someone aptly put it, this team is playing a back 9. We really faced a team that had, like, I don't know, 8 players behind the ball and 2 strikers up front, and that's it. And with these types of systems, there's only one place you can find space, and that's on the wing. So we're forced to overlap in these kind of situations, because they really put basically everyone on the pitch behind the ball and go for the long ball, playing hoofball, and that's it. I'm not complaining here, it's just the reality of the situation. So we need to overlap, and we need to pepper our Holmstrom, our main striker, with these crosses. And he manages to score one of or 2 of these from time to time. Not in the consistency I would love, but this is why we're playing like this. I also face a lot of 4-4-2s. And in case of a 4-4-2, we just switch around. So usually I leave the roles as they are, but we're trying to go for the underlap in that situation. Just pushing it through the middle. And that works too. Should work better now that our midfielder has one very capable player. So, yeah, I hope to go for that. But 5-2-1-2 is something that we might face going forward. So yeah, these systems that just overload the center of the pitch seem to be highly favored, at least in our league, or they were last season. I can't speak going forward, obviously, but yeah, we might face a few of those. On the other hand, on the defensive side, I'm going with a standard 4-2-3-1. I'm not too happy about that, and that's mostly because I still feel we are conceding too much with this formation. So that's probably one thing we can improve upon. And we will probably also include an overloading formation this season. We needed to go there a few times last season, and it probably would have been better if the squad would have had some familiarity with this. On the other hand, familiarity with the tactics we have right now is solid, and I don't want to switch around things too much for that reason. So I'm probably not going to change formation going forward. Just because it takes so long for them to learn it. And even though we have the entirety of pre-season, we have a lot of new players coming in because we want to revamp the squad to get it more to a professional level. We just need that for first and foremost player development, and then afterwards simply for finances. If we want to get this club forward, the players need to develop. We need to sell them for money, and that means that they need a personality to go there. So yeah, and that's why I also signed a few very questionable players just for the fairly professional personality. I want professionalism to be a thing in this squad, and I'm willing to pay for it at the time. Yeah, even though they probably will rot on the bench for the entire season. Or maybe even just in the stands. So, do we want to go for a mid-table finish and get a bigger budget? Definitely not. We're not using our budget anyway. Our current budget is 2.857, so yeah, we could increase that, but no. I'm actually trying to reduce this. This is too much. We can't afford that. Yes. Yeah. Sure. So that's a thanks. But I that's probably helpful. Sure. But the way we conceded goals, well, is the season still going on? Probably. Let's have a look. How we conceded. Where is this? Is there a stat pack? No, that's only next opponent. But so for me, as I watched this for the entire time, this is pretty clear. We conceded 31 goals last season, if I'm not mistaken. That's not that much. Okay, let's go into, where is this? Team performance? No, it's in the league somewhere, I think. It's here. No matches played yet. So you have to trust me on this, or go back on to one of the previous streams. We had a look into this. I think we scored. Yeah, it's already reset. Do we have the table of last season though? Results, no. Oh, I don't know. Okay. So I would have loved to get a table of last season here. I think we scored like 65 goals. So for us, that was a lot. And well, 20 of those were scored by Al Holmstrom, and then all over the squad there were like 5 goals here, 4 goals there, the odd own goal. So that went well. Maybe it wasn't 60, maybe it was like 55 or something. So up front, we were doing really well, despite us not being considered a team, a force to be reckoned with in attack. So that tells me that peppering Al Holmstrom with crosses, overlapping, and going through the middle in case there's a 4-4-2 coming up works just fine in this league. It's alright. And we got the player material to make this work. We will have the player material to make this work going forward. Just because I had a look into contract situations early on. Most of these players are young. They can do this for another season. They might improve a little bit. So results might improve too. But you know, there's always if the player development is going like that, it's increasing in attributes. The actual performances and the throughout the season might as well go like this, right? So there's always some sort of variation, and we might end up, I don't know, in 11th place this season, once we finished for last season. It's just how it is, and that's real for Football Manager as well as well, in reality. Some clubs will do bad in some season. At the end of the day, it's not a good idea to change things around all the time. Sure, if there's something to do. So they might make a move for Oliver Fleckard. They can certainly try. I'm willing to sell here. I really love Oliver Fleckard. He's been doing great. Header percentage about I think 87% or something. So he's got like I don't know, 35 headers per game, all won. This is wonderful as a central defender, but he didn't develop much. He's 22, and we got replacements, and we need a cash. So if somebody comes in and is willing to pay, I don't know, 2.5K for him, yes, I will go there. I will sell him. So, we'll start against Karlsund IF. Great. Never played them. Where do they come from? Did they get promoted? Ah, yeah. They went down and now they came back up. Yeah, okay. So they've been promoted from 4th League, and they will come up here. Semi-professional, well, at least. And there's some match official category changes. I really don't care. I don't know the match officials by heart. This is Football Manager, so yeah. But to come back to the goals conceded. So there's basically 2 types of goals that we concede. and well, there's 3, but 2 of them are basically the same. These 2 types of goals are always to be overrun. So whilst this sounds like we concede a lot due to the high line up on the pitch, that's actually not the case. We concede less since we press a lot more and play a possession-based system, because the players always make errors, defensive-wise. It's just how it is. So conceding, well, got reduced a little bit once we switched to that high pressing line and a high line for the defenders. But that makes us vulnerable towards fast players, and so sometimes they go through the middle. If there's a fast striker in the middle with good off-the-ball movement, we need to go for the foul. That's basically just how it works. And my players don't tend to do that. Also stat-wise, just to get this sorted right out of the door, we're worst in every stat. So overall, this squad has the worst attributes in the entire league. We're trying to get better, but we will not be able to compete on a player-for-player basis. Usually, if I look at the other players, that's like I would sign this guy and I would sign this guy. I would sign all of them. Problem is, I can't afford it, so I'm not doing that. Yeah, and the other kind is really just the same concept over the wings. So that's where some of the conceded goals came from. William Gustafsson. Yeah, I'm not interested in that guy anymore. Is he on a short list? Go away. Not needed. And well, there's a third type, and that one is really stupid. We conceded a lot of penalties last season. I think it was 5 or 6. So if we come back to those 30-something goals that we conceded overall, that's a big percentage, and this we cannot resolve. This is just I don't know, freak accidents. Yeah, we lost 1 or 2 games simply due to penalties conceded. Like we had, I don't know, 35 shots on their goal, and we conceded 2 penalties. And that's it. And we lost that game. Didn't hit the target. Yeah, good enough for the opponent's keeper had like a game of his life. We literally had a game with an opponent's keeper that had a 9.1 rating or something. He held everything. He had like 40 shots on his goal. Well, probably not all of them on target, but it was just amazing to see that. I had a look into this keeper later on, and yes, I would have signed him even if he was a 32-year-old playing for a professional club. Best game of his career, probably. But, yeah. That just happens. So you can't do much about that. So, that's a very long answer. Well, with not much content, to be honest. Because it basically says get faster center backs, get faster wing backs, and do what you have been doing. Turn it up a notch. If you can score 1 or 2 goals more throughout the entire season, that might suffice, depending on how they're distributed. If you can concede 1 or 2 goals less, that might be enough too, depending on how they're distributed throughout the games. There's also the fact that we really hammered some opponents, like 4-0 or 5-0 or 5-1, 5-2. So that kind of result happened. And these results we didn't get against the weaker opponents in the league. These results we got against the leaders in the league that were trying to play us the way they are used to. And, well, the space was there, so the team exploited it. Might also have to do with squad morale, which has been ever increasing, basically. And as long as we can keep that up, we're probably good. But you know it from your saves. It's the same in every save. I already made this joke a few streams ago, but if we fight some sort of downward spiral at some point, we might need to listen to Nine Inch Nails in cabin to fit. But that's certainly a possibility. Okay, January is coming. Christmas is behind us, so we can get rid of this, wherever it is. I probably showed another plant. But anyway, we got rid of Christmas. Yeah, so this might turn out to be a bit laggy. Transition year to year is always a bit of thing in Football Manager. Don't know what's going on there. What? We're getting there. Nah. In terms of technical instructions, I think some part where some improvement can be had for me as a player is probably opposition instructions still. I try to go into these in detail. I'm trying to force myself to do this. And my problem now is that whilst I'm able to analyze the opposition, I think I'm not yet at that point where I naturally have in the back of my head, all right, it's this player that will try to carry out this opposition instruction for this game. So for me, it's more like, okay, this is, I don't know, this guy is weak. He doesn't have good strength, he doesn't have good jumping reach, his bravery is bad, his dribbling is also bad. Let's go in hard here and tight mark. If his off-the-ball movement is also not that decent. But I don't think I have in the back of my mind the degree of, for example, marking that the player facing this guy brings to the table, or the strength that the player brings to the table. In some cases it's obvious. For strikers, for example, I know that my central defenders are really strong and have great jumping reach. So I know that they can dominate this. But in other cases, in central midfield or something, I might not have this in the back of my head just yet. So there's maybe some improvement to be had here that might make a difference. And for these things, yeah. Also idea-wise, the idea to employ Malte Ekman as a regista, even though star rating says otherwise, that was a good idea. He's got really great technique, really great passing, good anticipation, good composure. The only thing missing basically as a regista for him is, I think, vision and off-the-ball movement. But off-the-ball movement is not that important as a regista, despite being, well, denoted as something important. He's playing behind two central midfielders. That works. As a passing station, he's available. Most of the time, anyway. And if he's not available, whatever. Go for someone else. But he's definitely capable of playing the safety pass. That's not what a regista is usually employed for, but it works for us. So that idea, that wasn't mine. That came from the stream. It came from one of the watchers, of the followers. And I'm thankful for these kinds of recommendations. That's great. There have also been a lot of recommendations for players that I should sign. So I went through probably most of these. if not all. And the general gist is, let me put it that way. The usual answer of a player is something like, I do not want to have anything to do with your club under any circumstance. Please go away. That's about the answer we get. Just from a financial perspective. So hunting down amateur players or something like that, most of the time it doesn't work. They don't want to come to Sweden. And if they are already in Sweden, they don't want to play for us. So we're always hunting for the odd bargain. And this will remain that way for a few seasons probably, because we can't afford anything else. Have a look at that. The transfer window finally opens. Our squad will be together. Something happening. Welcome to 2025. But yeah, over the season, I will probably have a look at how we concede goals. Sure, I think that's also mandatory in this case, because I don't think scoring is the problem anymore. I mean, sure, we can always have another 5 goals, and we can always outscore the opposition, but we scored enough last season. We will score again. I don't think there's a problem there. Sure, we wasted a lot of opportunities. Really, we did. But we had our chances usually. Oh man, that's a lot of homegrown players. Not that important to go into. Youth squad though, we probably should go through training there. Okay. Let's do this. So Marco Högberg needs to train as a... Well, yes, he needs to train as an attacking wingback. Will not make it, but that's fine. Joachim Karls... Oh, let's do this on the training screen, by the way. Not sure why I'm doing this there. Here we are, that's better. So, Anton Andersson. What kind of player is he? Left-footed, probably a shadow striker for us. Not capable to play this anyway. Let's train him as a Metzala, so he brings some flexibility to the table. He will not play on the left wing for us anytime soon. Just because he's left-footed, and I don't want to retrain him going over there. His dribbling is 1. This guy won't cut it. But why is he in the youth squad? Well, don't know. Probably high potential. Tobias Svensson is already done. Peter Stahl. He will need to be retrained to the right wing. It's just the way it is in our situation. Or going back. Positioning is 4. Tackling is 4. Nah, not doing that. So he will go out here. And train as an inverted winger. Luckily for us, youth players usually are capable of some level of adaptation. What's this? Same problem. So you are going to the right side. And where are your weaknesses? That actually doesn't look that bad. More of a technical guy, but this guy, well, he will increase in pace at some point. Don't think we need to set up specific training, composure and decisions. For this age, that's fine. We can deal with this later. No, we need stamina and work rate for this guy. I think that's the biggest weakness right now. I want him to be able to go 90 minutes. And he's only 16 now, so there's a good chance. Low determination though, so... Peter Modig, balanced player, striker. Jumping reach is good. Went up recently. Strength is bad, but for a 16-year-old that doesn't tell us anything. So... he might actually train as a deep lying forward. His technicals aren't that bad. But yeah. Maybe we can still train him as a target man. Target forward. I think that's more suiting. Bravery is really bad though. That's a problem. So let's go there. Hopefully he doesn't hurt his head. This guy, not sure. Ytterhogdals gets forward whenever possible. So complementing the off the ball movement, we probably need to employ him in some sort of Metzala-like role. For us, this means that he needs the flexibility to play Shadow Striker at some point. Does train similar attributes anyway, so this is fine. What's he weak in? Finishing. Yeah, well, and work rate. So if he doesn't bring the physicals to the table, he won't make it anyway. So let's go with stamina and work rate. I want this to be at least a 7 or an 8 for us. Philip Gustafsson we had a look at. This guy is left-footed, so he's being retrained for the left wing. I don't want to go with an inverted wing back. It's just not how we do this. We might at some point, but not for now. Halilovic. Edin Halilovic is a central midfielder. And as a central midfielder, he's more of a tackling guy. So this is a ball-winning midfielder, probably. Doesn't bring the strength to the table though. Not sure what to do about this. Probably train him as a box-to-box for the time being, or maybe as a segunda volante here. For some overall training. Yeah, something like that. He also shoots from distance, so yeah. And has bad long shots. We might need to deal with this at some point. Tobias Palm. That's straightforward. He will go for an attacking wingback rule. Fine with that, and in this situation I always go for the long throws. Even if it's 2, whatever. He will take the throws anyway. Fredrik Nilsson. He's a central defender. Luckily for us, he doesn't dive into tackles. This is bad, strength-wise. That's not enough, but he will grow into it. Hopefully, marking is bad too, though. He won't be able to play with us with this positioning and marking. For him, it's probably a similar story, but it's even worse. Decision is 4, so no, not a good player here. Youth player again for central defender, same thing. We might need to step back on some of these individual trainings at some point, but yeah. This guy, let's train him as a goalkeeper. Really, he will not make it. That's just the way it is. Look at these one-on-ones and that handling and that anticipation. I don't even care about the throwing. He will not make it to the squad. But we had no goalkeeper in the youth team, so yeah, we took that youth intake. So he needs to improve his handling if he wants to be sold for, I don't know, €5. So we're trying to do that. Joachim Karlsson already instructed. Gustav Ostrom. Given that there's a lot of new guys here in the stream right now, this guy's a model citizen. Problem is, he's not improving. I don't think he has the capability to ever reach the squad. As a model citizen, though, I expect him to, well, get there at some point, just to give him some attribute points to spend. Ole Svensson. Ole Svensson is already has already been in the squad for some time. Same goes for Rickard Wikström. Not doing anything here. Look at these ones. He will be out of the club at some point. Yeah, same here. We got this. This is all set up, if I'm not mistaken. Fine. So now we finally set up training for our youth squad. I don't trust the assistant manager or the youth manager to do any good there. So yeah, there's that. And now a few signings might come in. Well, it's 1.5 weeks out, but we might get there. Okay. Oliver Swan may run down his contract if not sold. Yeah, I agree. I do not want to transfer list him though. We've got a contract extension. He is very welcome to try to run down this contract after he comes back from loan. So we're trying to get him out on loan. And we're trying to get some money for him. Not only the wage, but also this. This menu, by the way, for lower league clubs is just horrible. It's you can type by numbers, but half of the time it goes to random. It's really weird. In this case it works, but I don't know. It probably has to do something with the cursor position. That's just the stuff that goes through in testing, I think, in software development. Because nobody is willing to test for this stuff. And in case you wonder, I went for chocolate. There's a lot of players joining. Most of these are old guys. It's kind of weird. Usually I don't go there, but most of them were cheap. And well, last season we finished with a very bare bones squad. We got some injuries in. We might have made it if not for injuries. That's always part of the story. It was short-term injuries, but like 2 weeks. I think 2 cases of pulled ankle ligaments it was, and two important players for us faced with that stuff. So yeah, it just happens. So some backup in case of a longer-term injury is certainly needed. So I went for a few players there. I always have in the back of my mind that we need to avoid relegation at all costs. This is the primary goal, whatever happens. Yes, I want to push for more, but we need to avoid the relegation at all costs. Because more money is coming in every season. This club is adapting to its stature. It might take another 3 or 4 years for it to adapt to it. And this might generate higher income through fans in the stadium. The supporters will start to come in at some point and buy more season tickets and all of that. So last season, for example, we sold 33 season tickets. That was a big push for us. 33, an entire 33. So I'm hoping for, I don't know, 35 this season, maybe 40. Nobody wants one. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I know he got great potential. The other possibility is that we keep Oliver Swan in the club. So I'm just gonna rest here for a second. He's playing as a Metzala for us. And don't be fooled by the colors. This is strictly average in with all of those yellow numbers for us. But strictly average is very good for a 20-year-old. And he's got great potential. He has been improving slowly but steadily. I would really want him to score another odd goal from time to time. That's probably one of his weaknesses. He only scored 5 from midfield. But yeah, can also play Shadow Striker, which we need from time to time. And Gustav Odeland is a new signing. Not too excited about this guy, but he came in really cheap. So we gave him an adhesion contract, and basically we're waiting for half a year until he starts moaning about his playing time, and then we get him out on loan. And this is a business case. to be honest. I don't think he will make it to the match squad that often. He's got a good sample of attributes here, but he's really lacking with the rest of it. So yeah, he might make it to the pitch from time to time. Maybe his training performances are really great, but that's more of a loan case. But we can't sign a player and throw him out on loan immediately. So yeah, there's that. But I'm certain that we can make some coin on him if he develops at all. Time is passing slowly. So, it's probably worthwhile to go about streaming times for a second. I don't have specific time slots, but I usually stream in the morning, just like today, and then go for a break for some lunch, and stream on later on throughout the day. This will probably go on like this for at least a month and a half, and afterwards there's something they call day job. So I will probably stream in the evenings. I'm not sure about that yet, but I really like it so far. So I will probably keep doing this. And no, we're not gonna go for improvements in our coaching team or anything. As much as I would love to, we can't afford any of these. So, as an example, no. Also, these recommendations are way over the... I don't know. They're all over the place attribute-wise, and they're way out of line wage-wise. Ha! This is an end of contract signing. A potential one. Well, yeah, he's out of contract now. Would you be willing to come in for trial, dear Antoine Pouget? I mean, that's great. He's from Norway, so wages are probably similar to Sweden and Norway, but I don't know anything about these two countries, to be honest, so might have totally been wrong here, but yeah. There's 60 of these, and I really don't want to go through this right now. So we'll get him in on trial. Maybe he adapts his wage requirements to our standards. Yeah, okay. Let's talk to the press for a second. I don't know yet. Thank you very much for calling. So he's balanced. He's inconsistent. He's decently fast. Would need to play like this. There is no obvious weakness here. This is okay. He would actually be able to play as a regular starter for us. And now we're looking at this. I don't know start, but it's Premier Division in Norway. So coming for us, he will probably expect to be star player. Let's have a look. He wants to be an important player. So I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but you'd be a breakthrough prospect with us anyway. Yeah. And that's a problem. So I could go for important player here, but we've got somebody that's an important player for us there. That guy is not much older either. And he's already included in the squad, so why go for the change? Now, if somebody comes in for Bergman and says, I don't know, I will give you 5k for the service of Oliver Bergman, I'm willing to part with him, sure. But I'm not willing to sign deals for basically everyone that looks like he could be good business if he gets time on the pitch. We have to field these players too. for them to develop. So I think it's about an hour since you guys rated me. Any one of you got anything in the back of their head? Any questions? I don't know. Any recommendations? Anything you want to debate at this point? You probably have gotten some impression of the situation we are facing here by now. Yeah, whatever. Transfer window finally opens. Now, given that we most likely have done the most important parts of our transfer business, this means that we can focus on the selling side. Also arrange those remaining friendlies. Finally. So, we've got a few against the arranged teams. Segeltorps, for example, still need to play a friendly against us. Actually, I think Segeltorps need to play 2, because we sold 2 players in their direction. Syrianska? Yeah, they consider this too far to travel and they are not obliged to go there anymore. Yeah, but these guys are obliged to come here. So these are all weaker clubs, but that's not a problem. If we can get the odd euro in from these friendlies, even if it's just like free supporters, that's still better than paying for somebody to appear and then not making back the appearance fee, which is really a problem for us. Usually you just arrange the friendlies and well, it will go well from a financial perspective, but that's not the case here, because well, the village is just too small. I don't know if it grew much since 2010, but well, the internet says 2010 we had like 500 odd some inhabitants in the entire village, so about a quarter of them must work for the football club. Whatever. Or, well, maybe not work for, but these are the guys showing up in the stadium. Guys and girls, that is. I think this is an interesting player, position-wise. Got decent long shots too. I don't like this trait for a midfielder though. Not for one cutting inside, not for one playing in midfield, especially specifically. This is for me. This is not good to have, because he knocks it in straight into the arm or into the hands of the opponent's keeper more often than not. If it is not a case of some sort of counter situation. In case of a counter situation, that's completely different. But we're playing a possession-based system, so this might not go well. Also, I think we got midfield covered for now. So, training schedule changes. Yes, alright. Fine, where's the training calendar? We did 1 week. Where is it? We did this one. So we'll copy this one and paste it all over throughout pre-season. I really struggle with pre-season though. That's great. What's happening now? Okay. Oh yeah, probably, yeah, the matches haven't been arranged yet. Okay. So I tend to struggle with pre-season instructions here, because whilst I would want to go for more physical training, the training squad is not up for that. The coaches are not able to handle this, and also players always complain, like all the time. Now, if this is a matter of 4 weeks, you can go for it. And that happens to in most preseasons in most countries. But this is Sweden third division. We have preseason for, I don't know, 2.5 months. It's really long. Like, we're not going for interesting matches here. We're going for friendlies. And we'll watch some of those, sure. But at the end of the day, they won't decide throughout the season. So those results will not matter that much. But we need to keep the players happy throughout this extended preseason. And I feel that this is basically the interval where we can train the players at all. They can have some improvements here throughout this extended preseason. I'm not sure if it's got a specific name in Sweden. And so we're gonna go there. But on the other hand, there's so much lacking with this squad, ability-wise, that focusing it on anything is probably a bad idea. Sure, we can go for physical training all over it, but this will annoy some of the players. We can go for more of a possession training to score or technical training to score 1 or 2 more goals. Same for the defensive side. But I already elaborated on that in this stream. I think it doesn't matter much in which direction this goes. Concede 2 less goals, fine. Score 2 more, fine too. And at the end of it, that results in we need an overall improvement in squad capability. So we can go with overall training, get a match fit, throw in the odd physical training just because we can, and because they will accept it, in hopes that this will go well for preseason. But I'm really not aware how this works out throughout the season, because the common wisdom is to do physical training in preseason. And if we think England or something like that, that common wisdom is probably grounded in a, I don't know, 4 or 5 week preseason, where you actually can improve physical attributes of the players to get them more fit. So we're talking about that 1 point of stamina increase. And maybe it has some effect throughout the season for them not getting jaded. But that's not a problem here. We've got a heavy fixture congestion at the start of the season, like the first 8 weeks. For some reason there's this preseason, and then afterwards there's a similar interval where we play a fixture every 2 weeks. Must have to do something with the climate. So preseason is probably whilst there are minus 30 degrees outside. So yeah. Oh, I don't know. It's probably a bit overstated, but you get the gist. And at some point, during season, the fixture congestion drops off. There's a short summer break, even if I'm not mistaken, like I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. And but already prior to that, they play 1 fixture per week, and all of a sudden it's a problem to retain match fitness. And that's for, well, everybody who's not playing 90 minutes. So we're forced into match practice training at this point, or we would be forced to arrange friendlies from time to time throughout the season. Also, we were missing the cup competition last season. Not sure if we're in it this season. Where's that? There should be something. Performance. Nah, there's nothing in here. So we might not be in the club still. Yeah, this is not some sort of custom database. This is specifically SI Interactive standard database for the time being. So yeah, we didn't get included in cup. Again, for whatever reason. Maybe that's a dice roll, I'm not sure. Last season I had a look into it, and there were basically every club in our league, besides 1 or 2, were included in the Swedish Cup. We weren't, and one or two other clubs weren't. Yeah, maybe we need to remain as part of the league for a lot of time. I really don't know. So, yeah, that's missing money too. Because the odd club game with a well, it's called Premier League here too. The odd club game against a Premier League club would probably fill out the stadium. The entire 2.5k people. Usually there's like 200 in there. Obviously the stadium isn't ours, we pay rent for it. Yeah, that's a lot of players joining. That will probably also include some... yeah, we will need to do some teamwork training there, maybe. And include them into the squad, get dynamics up to scratch. So that's certainly news to me. Given that we finished third last season, that should mean that we get included into the cup this season, right? If you're right about that. That's really news to me. That's good news also. Thank you very much for that. So maybe we can make some decent money after all this season. Because filling out the stadium once would probably mean another 10k for us or something like that. Maybe more. Probably more. The ticket sells for more than €4. So yeah, that would be really great help. And would put us in an entirely different financial situation. So, you guys might have guessed at this point, I'm not a native speaker English. I'm from Germany, so I have no idea about Swedish football overall. If there's any specifics to any of this that you are aware of, feel free to just drop it in. Yeah, I'm always happy to learn about this. Obviously, I had a look at the league rules at some point, but yeah, it's more about homegrown requirements there, and doesn't matter much. Most of the players are homegrown in our squad, not a problem. So some of our staff continued their progress career-wise. None of these are prone to leave anytime soon. Fine with that. Neither are we. So maybe we get a message at one point about the cup competition. We will probably not last very long in the cup, to be fair. We might win the odd fixture against a league opponent. But yeah, as you might guess, I'd probably be more inclined to go with the big finances in this case. We will not win the cup for sure. So yeah. Get me that one big club. I don't know. Maybe the first team of Hammarby or something. That's the only one I know because the B team is playing in our league. Also, at this point, I'm very aware of the existence of FC Stockholm because last season, well, they came into the league last season from the top, if I'm not mistaken, from League 2, or the second league. It's not called League 2. From the second league, came down to the third as a professional club, were expected to make it back to the second league, and they went all the way down to to number 16 at the end of the league, with the least amount of points, and as a professional club went down into the fourth division. So I'm aware of the existence of FC Stockholm because they were the laughing stock of the league last season. I couldn't help myself. No other opinion real life related, in case anyone of you is from Scandinavia and has some sort of affiliation with anyone there. Okay, players coming in. This is a loan deal. He's coming in as a primary shadow striker probably, and a replacement for the right wing. We will train him as an inverted winger for the time being. He will probably sit on the bench and replace August Tillander from time to time, or might even challenge for a first team spot. If he manages to get these assists and to score from time to time, fine. Fine with me. Go for it. Trainings-wise, not too much to do here. Probably final third training. I might also go for vision and passing here, but I think overall final third is not a bad choice here. And if he develops, well, he certainly can use it in any game situation, so that's the odd little things. We could also go for finishing training here, but if we do that, chances are he will say that it is not beneficial, so no. 5 signings. And these are all signings that are very unpopular with the club. But looking at the wages, you can probably see why I went there. So this guy isn't great, but as a backup he will do. And he is employed as a fringe player. He will make the odd appearance. We might sell one of our central defenders who is much younger, but he comes with the same 16 jumping reach, a similar 12 strength. He's not bad. Decision and composure are lacking though, so let's try to teach him that. He will not progress to anything if he doesn't play much, but I don't care. I signed him as a backup. This is fine. And he will remain there. If he starts complaining, he'll go out the door immediately. Don't care. That said, he might surprise us. And just for you as a comparison, I will compare this to our best central defender, Fleckard. Oliver Fleckard is a bit better, physicals-wise, and that's it. He's 22 years old, so there's just basically you can possibly fit a paper between the two, but doesn't matter much. Also, same amount of money, fantastic. So in case anyone comes around and offers us money for Oliver Fleckard can go now. Mustafa Khalili, I already went into this a tiny bit. This is not great, but it's not bad either, looking at the physicals. He's got the natural fitness, he's only 26. He will not develop into anything. Dribbling is really horrible, so we will need to teach this guy to knock the ball past the opponent, which is a risky move to possess for a wingback. And also defensively, marking, positioning, this is not good. But he will try to contribute in the attack anyway, and he will be able to compensate to some degree, physicals-wise. And we will probably lose Shabanach, one of our 2 wingbacks to the right. The other one, Moreira da Silva, might be around, but there's always the odd club from Portugal that wants to sign Moreira da Silva, and I'm willing to exchange. He didn't develop that much. I think he's also 25 or 26. This is just a cheap replacement. And the focus is on cheap. He really is. So we will go with that, and we will be able to extend his contract later on. If he makes 20 games, we get an extension automatically. So that's an easy deal. If he doesn't amount to anything, whatever. €6 a week. We can afford that. The same goes for this guy. Even worse. This guy we signed for one reason alone. He's English. That's it. And he came with a surprise wage requirement of €5 a week. So we signed him for 6 because that's minimum wage. And that's it. As an inverted winger here, we might train him. Will he make an appearance on the pitch? Maybe in the odd game, but probably not. He's not good enough, and I don't care. The fans wanted us to sign in an English player. This is a cheap English player. If they're happy with it, fine. Nobody told us that we need to field him. Alright. Then we have Dennis Kos. Dennis Kos is also cheap. As a midfielder, he doesn't bring that much to the table, but as a cheap replacement option, not a big deal. For €15 a week, he's already 24. I think we will be able to get rid of this guy at some point if he doesn't play much. Also, he doesn't have the attributes to play as a register for us, but in an emergency situation, he will probably do. Central defender, not much to go about there either. But look at these. It's just a heading that's missing, and obviously the physicals.
Thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follow. Yeah, so the physicals are obviously missing too. But in an emergency situation, this guy's a very cheap replacement. And he will not moan for the majority of the season. If we get him one game, he probably will be fine. So let's keep him around. So in case anyone gets injured, we got it covered. And then there's this guy. This is the most expensive of the 5. And I still went through with it. As a central defender, this guy is not better than the last one we had a look at. Yeah, physicals wise, looking good. Also, the rest of the attribute sample isn't that bad. He's missing here, to be honest. But bravery 12, heading 10, jumping reach 17. He might go for the odd goal after a corner. No post corner, toss it onto his head and hope for it. His heading is better than for the central defenders we have. And the jumping reach is similar. This guy is 2 meters tall, 100 kilograms, force to be reckoned with. Problem is, he's also slow. He's like a snail on the pitch. So what do I want with him? Well, as a backup, he can probably play the odd game, and a tactical nerd will probably be really annoyed by us scoring on the counter, because that's just the way it is. He will not be able to outpace the opponents. On the other hand, he's fairly professional, and that contributes something. And that's something we will resolve immediately. I might need to skip a day forward, but he will be the head of the mentoring group going forward for central defenders. And I want that change in personality. So I was willing to pay the odd 15 euros on plus just for the personality. Because it's so rare to get a hand on these players in Sweden, especially with this age. And I don't think he will ever contribute much to the squad, but he might teach the younglings. Alright, Theo Lind. Now we're getting somewhere. So Theo Lind is, that's an error of mine. I've got to be honest about this. We already talked about this in previous streams. This guy, we tried to sign as a shadow striker and he doesn't develop. He's just absolutely inflexible. And he will not develop in his role. He's got the acceleration, he's got the pace, he's got great off-the-ball movement. Generally speaking, attacking movement is really fine. Decisions and composure are great. He's got the technique, the finishing, the dribbling. He's got everything I want from a goal scorer. The problem is, the goal scorer in our formation, well, I'm not going to replace Al Holmström. He's a force to be reckoned with, scores the odd 20 goals probably going forward. This guy might be capable too. But he can only play striker. And I won't go with 2 strikers in a formation that is possession based. And I won't go with 2 strikers in a defensive formation either. It's just not to our strengths, let's put it that way. Also, there's a few concerning ones in here, in the attribute sample. So, whilst he's only 21, he might have already reached the end of his development. That said, we pay him 25 euros a week, so whatever. He's not gonna reach that amount of league games anytime soon. That relegation release clause, I don't care, we signed him for free. He will not extend his contract, probably, but I don't want to either. What I want to have is, I want to have income. And in his case, we got an offer here, so let's go for it. Make it public. And I want money. And they will not go with this, under any circumstance. They will not do this. But my experience is that if we want some sort of monthly fee, at some point they come around. Sure, he can play against us in cup matches and so on. We don't need him to play for the parent club. I don't know why I would use that clause anyway. Yeah, let's negotiate this. This guy, yeah, we went on about this. I'm interested, but no. Same goes for William Sonntag. The this is one of the better clubs of our league, or it has been last season, Dalkurd. We lost a previous striker to these, and if you look at these wages, that's just... We've got we use 690 of the budget right now, or something like that, maybe 700 now. By the way, let's have a look. Where did it go? Wage pads at 767. For us, that's a lot. If you see this, historically, that's a lot. But that's due to a few of the signings we made, not the cheap ones. That's mostly due to the one signing we made for our new star player, which the name of I honestly can't remember right now. I will need to learn it at some point. But yeah, so we're trying to get rid of some of these players, and we're trying to make a buck along the way. Noah Hulten. I don't see why he would be any better than the ones we have. Flair is bad, so no. As a wingback on attack tier, he only has got the physicals. This is looking good. Gets forward whenever possible and knocks ball past opponent is fine, especially with this dribbling. On the other hand, well, it's still a risky move to possess. Well, both of them actually are kind of risky for a wingback. Yeah, we got one of those. Ours is 26, but no, not interested. Will I go through all of these? I probably have to. I can also get rid of them, all of them. So, am I interested in this guy? No. Let's discard some of these. So, yeah. Somebody's finally starting to scout Marin Rugota. In case you're not aware, there is a Branimir Rugota who played for, that's the brother of this guy, who played for Borussia Mönchengladbach for a long part in his career. He's now playing for Kräuter Fürth. This is the brother. Doesn't look the same as Branimir Rugota, but as a 20-year-old from Sweden, this is looking fine. It's not bad. Finishing is okay. He might be molded into something. And I don't know, name came up, and we found out that Branimir Rugota has a brother. So now I'm acutely aware of Marin Rugota and his existence in the game. But wage-wise, not going there. So not a deal for now, but we keep following him. That said, he probably won't make it into our squad anytime soon, for some reasons. This guy is, I don't know, followed by the entirety of the league. And, well, wage requirements are not that high. But the problem is I can't spend on every midfielder that's looking halfway decent. So what am I to do with this? I probably need to compare him to Nila Forsell at this point in time. Because that's the other one that's, well, playing for us. This is Nilsson, that's another one. What am I doing? Forsell, where is he? There. Look at that. So, we've got a central midfielder that's playing for 30 euros, or what, 25 in this case. He's also our vice captain, for some odd reason. And we would bring in another 20-year-old just to replace him. That might develop into something more, but will certainly not sign for 25. So I'll go there. Oh, maybe he will sign for 25. Okay, alright. We're doing this. Disregard whatever I said. This is fine. We're doing something else. So with these kinds of players, he's 20 years old. He will probably contribute something. Not to our squad. He will contribute to finances. So 6 euros a month is apparently a lot for him. So let's go with the all-out adhesion contract here. Sure. Something I forgot? Relegation wage drop. This is the most horrible contract you can imagine. And he is not willing to sign it. So we will have to force him to do it. Maybe skip the injury release clause. That one's highly unpopular. with players, but the other stuff here, we can probably force him into this. And I'll just do this for 2 or 3 times. Yeah, so now we're getting close. He's coming around. I won't change much. I am aware that I can lock this stuff, but if I lock this stuff, it's basically, yeah. It's the same as making the entire contract non-negotiable, so I won't do that. Let's give him the illusion of contract negotiations. Yeah, so whilst he's pleased, blah blah. Okay. Might not amount to anything here, but if we get this done, this is a cheap bargain. And that stuff happens. No, that's the wrong one. So this is the minimum I'm willing to go with. They usually accept that because playing time, well, amounts to, well, career change. But in this case, I really want this. Let's just roll the dice on it. You see? Sometimes rolling the dice is a good thing. So this doesn't guarantee us the signing, and we certainly didn't do this to play him. But yeah. He will not be a problem to have around. Also, not complaining about the lack of training facilities. So this is a good signing from that perspective. This guy, well, he's 23 years old, so not a signing for the future. He would be able to play for us. I would be willing to sign this guy. But wage requirements are too high for my taste. We've got 2 players there. One is on a non-contract. We can deal with this if the non-contract players, that is Skilormo, leaves. So, no. Johansson. Looking good. But this, with these positions, that's not good for me. I don't want this guy, even though he's fairly professional and otherwise he's looking fine. I'm gonna shortlist him though. A goalkeeper. Really, we don't need a keeper. Especially not this one with communication 4. So, no. What about this? Same problem. This one's not that bad, but we've got 2 really good keepers, so he can go away. Marcus Rafferty. Compared to what we have at the club, this is decent. Don't get me wrong. This is decent. There's not much wrong here. Except for the odd point or 2 we would need to compare him to what we already have at the club. And given that we made some bargains and have a really high capability player at the club, he wouldn't make it onto the pitch. Or not that much. And this is the estimated wage, so no, you can go away. Jonathan Araba. Too slow. I already got 2 of those. They are not far off. Otherwise, not going there. Eric Langwagen, I think I remember this guy. Yes. The problem with this guy is, well, as a wingback on attack duty, which he would need to play, we can probably agree that this is a horrible idea due to technical deficiencies. So, deficits, it is. So, what do we have left? Well, this. And in this case, we gotta congratulate him on his great acceleration and pace. The problem is 11 jumping reach for a central defender is not up to our standards. We need this to be 15. Or I don't know, maybe 13, 14 at least. Same with strength. I'm not going there. We got central defenders that bring that to the table. I want them to score some goals. So, and also defend. We've got a lot of long balls that need a decent header. So, no. The distribution is just nothing we can use. To be fair, as part of, for example, a defensive line with 3 central defenders, for the right position, this would be a great central defender. We would probably be able to make do with this, but I don't need him. And for this reason, I'm not interested. Also, damn expensive. Carlson. I don't know what to do with this guy. I mean, he's borderline capable for us. Not a problem personality-wise, determination is there, pace-wise this is looking good. Jumping reach and strength of 10. Yeah, that's a decent central defender, and that's a problem. It's decent. It's not great. This guy is just too expensive. He likes to round the keeper, looks for a pass, a playmaker type. Great. Can he play as a register? Probably can. It's missing the long shots though, no balance. Not going there, especially not for that wage, so no interest. Only Edlund. I don't see anything that this guy brings along. He would need to play somewhere along the lines of this. Doesn't use his physicals, so probably box to box. And now we have to compare him to what we have. And if we do that... Where is he? I'm only going for sale here. I don't see much of a difference. I mean, there is a difference here, but it's not that much. So, no, not going there. Also, look at that wage requirement. I'm not paying that. To be fair, some of these estimated wages are really off. Like, really. It pays to go into these contract negotiations from time to time, but I'm not gonna do that for another 54 times. Yeah. Or I will bore you all to death. Fairly loyal here. That's a nice personality to have. He's not bad either, but yeah, got a lot of weaknesses, so skip that. Okay, he matches the recruitment focus. He's a winger. Would need to play here. And same here. Don't think that's a good match, so no. Victor Webrand. It's Viggo Webrand. No debate. Strength of 8. Philip Persson is currently available. He would make a decent Metzala, but look at that finishing in long shots, so not reliable in that regard. Not going there. There is one point, there is one place where I will be going though, and that's for a bathroom break. I've been sitting here for 3 hours now without a break. I will probably use this to go into the kitchen and get some spare fruit from yesterday. So this break will be, I don't know, 5 minutes, I guess. With that amount of viewers, I don't want to end the stream, to be honest. So I will go for that break, and I will come back in about 5 minutes, probably with some food, and eat along the way. So if you have something to get and want to go for a break too, now's the time. Also, you can enjoy the break screen. It was not that much of work, but well, you know. See you soon. Alright. That went a bit faster than I imagined. I always get some fresh water and will probably be able to go through these while I'm eating. So you might want to excuse my pronunciation. So let's do this. Also, I feel inclined to discard a lot of these because they come up all the time. And, well, I think they remain on the discard list for a year. So if we have ongoing scouting stuff, and we have ongoing scouting assignments, this is a problem. They come up every time. So this guy one-on-ones are just bad. Not gonna sign that guy. By the way, I think I forgot to thank Ian Hulbert for the follow. So thank you very much. And there's one person to go, and then we need to find another goal. Probably 20. All right. So let's get away with this one. Yamin Suayev. I butchered that one really hard. Oh, he's Swedish. No other heritage as it seems, so interesting name. But, well, I'm not fluent in Swedish, so okay. I'm not interested. Don't think so. That's a goalkeeper. I shouldn't even go into this, but no. One-on-ones wise, no deal. Viggo Ankse. No deal. Same for this guy. Just look at that wage. He's 29, not a great balance. No. This one looks better, but I'm not willing to sign him. This is looking okay wage-wise. Tom Dahlin I also know. From last season. We played against him, I think. No, I don't. So that's a mistake on my part. But physicals-wise, this is looking good. Shadow striker there with a finishing of 4. I don't want that in my squad. Same for Metzola here. So, yeah. He's probably capable of playing most of these positions to an acceptable degree. Can we make money off him? Maybe, but he's susceptible to injuries. If we get this guy on a €6 contract, I will take him in. I will definitely not take him in. No. I'm not going there. So, no. You can go away. Eric Enberg. That doesn't look too bad, but it doesn't look good either. So, no. Philip Arnberg. I mean, there's a few concerning ones in here, right? And also the strength of 5. So why am I even looking into this? Too expensive. Where did you come from? Not a striker we want. We already got one of these, and he's going out on loan, hopefully. So no. Elias Eliassi. That's a good name. Also, sample of attributes is fitting his role. That's fine, but overall crossing is lacking. And look at these. There's something missing here. So also that wage, whatever. No. Ytterhogdals, we already had a talk about him, I think. I would probably be willing to sign this guy. But now that we don't need the backup anymore, we would just sign him for the personality. And this is a lot of wage requirement for that personality. So we'll still go there. But he wants us to improve training facilities. He wants to be an important player. And well, I told myself I would really not agree to these clauses anymore. I've had enough of it. I realize we did once on this stream. But, well, in case of that 19-year-old monster, we probably were fine doing it. So, yeah. I'm interested here, but no. Maybe if he gets down from his high horse. This is looking good. No debate, this is looking good. Will not play as a wingback, probably. I don't know. He's missing marking off the ball movement. On the other hand, this is a 19-year-old. Where, yeah, he comes from Premier Division. No surprises there. Estimated wage is really high though. I'm not going there. But, yeah, he wants to be star player, so no. Sometimes these young players come in with basically no requirements because they're really just happy to have another club. So I'm forgetting to eat here at the same time. We'll need to do this. Yeah, this is the one. So we're not doing this. Ole Nelson, I think I remember that name. Problem here is jumping reach and strength are not good enough for my taste. I know it's a 19-year-old, but also look at this amount of ones. That doesn't look good. Not doing that. Yugu Södergren, it is. Not that difficult, but he doesn't bring a sample of attributes to the table that I'm interested in. Also wage-wise, not a deal. Oscar Hultborn. That crossing won't do it, and as a central defender, neither will jumping reach and strength. This one's got good vision. That's great. 15 vision is that's basically the complementary opposite of Malte-Ekman. That is in our squad. Vision is great. Well, okay. His passing and technique are decent, but yeah. We would need to play him like this, or maybe as an advanced playker, or as just an attacking midfielder. He's lacking in some of the attributes, especially anticipation. Anticipation will be part of his thing anyway. And pace-wise, for a counter formation, this is good. And this is probably why he comes up here. But suspiciable to injuries, so... Nah, not interested for the time being. Okay. Food. He looks like a decent addition. Wage-wise though, no. So, he's a bit unsettled. That means we might get him in for loan, but don't we have someone in for loan? On the left side? No. We signed this guy on loan. No. So on the left wing-back position there is nobody in for loan yet. The two players that exist there are... they will not complain. This is Stolt and Farah. Farah has been sitting on the bench basically for the entire season. And in Stolt's case... Stolt is 29 years old right now. He's looking like a backup player. We will use him like a backup player, and if he decides to leave, no big deal. So this is something. If they want to get rid of him, that's also a league opponent for us. No, it isn't. They went down. Ha! Yeah. So let's look a bit deeper into this, but there's not much to look. I see that immediately. The traits are a problem, to some degree. The dribbling isn't great, but the rest of it, this is just a sample that's overall fine. In all honesty, he could probably play in any position on the pitch. Well, besides central defender, because strength is lacking. But overall, this is looking fine for a 21-year-old. And if we compare him to Stolt, just to be sure, yes. Yes, we will do that. If he comes in for loan, and if he doesn't cost us anything. Because he's just a better player. That's alright. So, let's do this. Let's get him in for loan. Let's not pay the wages. Let's not guarantee him any playing time, even though we think he will play. Something like, I don't know, French player. He can play against their own team, doesn't care. They are reluctant to let him leave. Well, okay, they need the money. So, let's be unfair about this. Maybe he wants to go for loan. He's already unsettled. And now let's crawl up the backside of his manager. So, yeah. We'll see. Maybe we get him. That would be great. I don't think it will happen, but yeah. And quite obviously, we're talking a deal for 1 season here. He's too expensive for us. I'm not willing to pay that. This doesn't look bad, actually. That's okay-ish. But he's on contract. And we've got enough central defenders, so he will remain on the short list and that's it. This guy, Rundqvist. Doesn't look bad either. Just 25. Would play like this for us. Well-rounded. What does he want to earn? Oh, that was one too much. Yeah, too much. So I'll still start contract negotiations here. He wants to be an important player and he wants this stuff. I don't think he's an important player. He's probably a regular starter at this point. Fine with him. And this is when we end negotiations, because 180 is not something I'm really willing to pay. So let's shortlist him and give him half a year to think about his wage requirements. Elia Berg. One-on-one's free. No deal. Striker without strength. Not for us. Edwin Delkrans. Probably not that bad, but not good either. Not interested. Landers Korg, estimated wage requirements are much too high. This is looking decent, but already 24. I'm not interested. William Kenne. Yeah, no. Jumping reach and strength are way off. So, not going there. By the way, can we display attributes somewhere here? I think going through this, like, okay, I mean, we can do it like this, but then there's no highlighting. Yeah, okay. So, this one, there's no use in looking at this. That's not good. This is too expensive. I just want to know what kind of player this is. This is a central defender, not even a really good one. But, yeah. Not doing that. Too expensive. Too expensive. He might have come on in for loan, but it's too late now. This guy has got great acceleration and pace, but is lacking otherwise. I think we were already trying to sign him. The estimated wage is too high, and he actually wants that wage. So no, he would need to reduce this by, I don't know, 75%. This is not what we're willing to pay for someone like this. So I'll remove him for a year. Antoine Pouget. He is with the club on trial, and his wage requirements were too high, so bye. Philip Beckman. 19 jumping reaches, great. The rest of the sample is looking good too. This is not fantastic. Mentals are missing, and there's the odd 1 on 2 in here. That's concerning. I don't think we need to sign this guy. This might be a good deal, but composure is really lacking. He's 20 years old. Let's compare him to Flackguard, just because the star rating can be misleading here. Yeah. So I don't think that there's that much of a difference between the two. And well, Flackguard is 22, sure. This one is 20. But we would need to pay him more if this wage requirement is halfway decent. Also, we've got like 5 or 6 central defenders now. We want to get rid of one, not to sign another one. I'll shortlist this one just to keep an eye on him, and that's it. Sabir Said, no. There's a few concerning things in there. I'm not doing that. This is too expensive, even though he's a good player. That's William Henriksson Liljedahl. I will not say Henriksson Liljedahl each time he saves a ball. Also, he's not as good as our keepers, so no. Angelo Isla Cooper. That's decent, but not good. I'd rather go with the lone player. Also, wage requirement is, for my taste, a bit high. This one's probably not good enough. This one's probably, well, he's alright. He's on the same level as our guys, but no. Don't want them. This looks fine. Jumping reach 14 and strength 12 is decent. Heading is lacking though. Mentals are a bit lacking. He would make up for it with pace and acceleration. This isn't bad. But wage requirement wise, can't afford that, so not going there. Oliver Brodin. Same here. This is looking fine. What does he want to earn? 52. So maybe we will go with a player that signs for this club long term after all. Because for a 20-year-old, this is looking good. He will improve at some point. Acceleration and pace aren't outstanding, but it's okay. Problem is he will probably want to sign as an important player or something. Yeah, and again the clause with the training facilities. So just for giggles, I'm gonna accept that. And then we're gonna see 60 per week. Yeah, so under any other circumstances, I probably would go there. In this circumstance, I think he should reduce his demands, but he will find a club prior to reducing his demands, so will not be the ones to sign him. No, I don't know. There's a lot of twos and even the odd one in there. Not interested. Job. We know about Abdullahi Job. The problem with Abdullahi Job is really the physicals. Look at this. The rest of it is fine. It reminds me of Malte Ekman, who we've got in the squad. Technically speaking, this player is somewhat gifted. Could probably play Register, actually. Well, no, he can't, because his balance is really off. But the rest of the sample is acceptable. We can deal with that. That's okay. But physically, strength 1 is just, I don't know. And so let me clear about this. I don't want to insult anyone watching right now, but at 160 and 55 kilograms, you probably don't belong on a footballer pitch, or on the pitch. Just because, I don't know, the opposing players will do whatever they want to you. That's not good. That's not an environment to be in with that size and that weight. Especially not if you've, well, at 23, he probably won't grow another centimeter. So, I don't know, he belongs in some sort of technical studio, and I think last time I mentioned he probably should do TikTok videos. So I'll remove him from the shortlist. Enough of this. Isaac Forsberg. So he certainly has a good name, but that's about it, about him. Then we have Adam Akime, not Akiemi. Yeah, poacher. Runs with ball down the right, even though he's a striker. Great. So, not interested. Axel Sjönbom. Not really. We had really better players there. This is interesting due to the two-footedness. But overall skill, especially mental-wise. Skill-wise it's fine, technicals are good. but mentally speaking, this isn't looking good. And now, if this guy would come along with, I don't know, acceleration 14, pace 14 or something like that, which could probably go there, because he might be able to compensate. But this won't get better anytime soon. So, no deal. 2 to go. This is looking decent, this isn't. And then we have Oliver Eriksson, who is lacking strength-wise. We got through all of them. Might have taken like 25 minutes, but we got through all of them. Alright. So, we dealt with that. Hopefully, we discarded lots of them too. Not prepared to answer. Blah blah. This is training. That's set up just fine. And for our youth squads, we will not arrange friendlies for our youth players. That's simply due to the fact that, friendlies cost money. And we don't have any money, so they will not play friendlies. What they will do though, is they will train for the entire season exactly the same routine. This one. To keep them, well, they will not get match fit, but we want them to train. That's basically all. And we're not gonna focus on anything. This bunch of players isn't great anyway. Whatever they improve in is, well, an improvement. So, yeah. That should be enough. Oh, that will take a while. There should be a button to paste this into the entire season. Yes, I'm aware that we can assign a schedule and do it by the drop-down menu, but doesn't matter. It's the same amount of clicks anyway. Alright, we got through that one. Might as well paste one here. And here for good measure. Fine. We will probably need to deal with our own training going forward too. But first of all, well, okay, saving the game. But probably we'll, hopefully we can get rid of some players too. So we might go with or without Oliver's one for this season. The thing is, if I were to see him now, like this, I'd probably say he's not as good as the guy we have. On the other hand, he's on contract, and I really think he's got good potential. That said, if we can make some money off him now, the long-term watchers of this stream will probably hang me from some tree at some point, but I'm willing to part with him. But I would need convincing. Like, the amount of convincing that is found a bit deeper into the pockets of the buying club. Something like this. And I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon, but let's have a look. Yeah. But he wants to leave due to the lack of training facilities, and we got another one. Oh. Is it possible? No, it's not. So he's not happy with the asking price. Saw that coming. So now I think well, let's go with 3.5k. Well, let's go for 2k maybe? Still too high. Yeah, sure. So he doesn't consider himself to have a market value of 1k. And I don't consider him to be a guy that's basically able to leave for free. So maybe he will remain in the squad after all and rot on the bench or something. Let's reduce demands here a little bit. Maybe someone's interested to get him for loan. And I want him to be regular starter at least. No. I went through the last recruitment meetings and there's just nothing coming in here. So they will pay 550 for him. Well, that's great. Go on, do that. Okay. This is looking decent. But it, well, so this is our replacement striker. And this performance doesn't look good, but it doesn't tell the story. The story is he's played like 10 minutes each of these 20 games. He didn't have much time to score goals. So that's on us. He needs to get playing time under his belt, for sure. But as a fringe player with IFK Uppsala, probably not. On the other hand, I don't know. There's not that many people that are willing to offer to take him in at all. We have some time on our hands. Worst case, he stays at the club and, well, he will not develop much, but I don't think he will develop much on loan either. So I'm gonna reject that. What I'm gonna do though, I'm gonna try to get him a place in the squad as a regular starter. I really want him to play target man, so there's that. Yes, he can play against the own team. And we will go with this. Probably nobody will pay that, but there is interest in his services, so maybe someone is willing to go there. FC Stockholm is willing to sign Carl. Yeah, you do that, FC Stockholm. Herman Johansson. That's the one knocking the ball past the opponent. What about him? Okay. And they want to go for Lind, and they are willing to negotiate. So now we're getting somewhere. This will obviously be at 100%. And in this case, given that you came to us, let's try with 9 and 15. He may become unsettled. Yeah, okay. I don't care much. Can be unsettled if he wants. In comparison to last season, I'm spending a lot of money here. I realize that it might not look that way to most of the of you watching, but I really went. Is it Ebenezer Scrooge in English? I'm not sure. You know, I really went for hoarding every euro last season, and I still think that that's probably what we are going for. So they are not willing to pay his wages even. Well, in that case, we are not going to loan him. Sure. So he doesn't want to go to Division 4. That's fine. I don't want to lose him anyway. So let's remove the transfer listed start as. Let's remove this too. Can we change this transfer value? Ah, here we can. So now it's back to unspecified. If someone wants to come in and take him in, that's fine. You might become unsettled. You already are unsettled, dear Eden. And I'm not gonna allow you to speak to them, because this is not good enough. The bare minimum is that they pay the wages. That's the bare minimum. Don't care where you play. Look at that. Well, that's certainly something. Alright. So we will part with Theo Lind for another season. He will earn us some money each month. Not much, but a bit. They will pay his wages. And if he develops, we still have a contract extension clause, I think. Well, no, we have not. So at the end of the season he will go. But overall, that probably made us money. So in that sense, he's been a great servant to the club. Alexander Jonsson. Yeah, we tried to get him on loan, right? No, as a transfer. Well, anyway, he was probably too expensive, so not much going on there. So he has decided to move on from any issues. That went well. But he's still unhappy about the training facilities. So, sir, your conduct has certainly been great as a captain, considering the circumstances. But really his morale won't be more than 50%, so... This, all of a sudden... Okay, so Shabanach is annoyed due to the lack of improvement in training facilities. I'll show you, here. Same as everybody else. Under normal circumstances, I would not be willing to part with a 22-year-old who is a fairly professional and who definitely has a, well, at least as a backup, as a place in the squad. But in this case, his morale will hurt going forward. And he's in public domain, he's complaining about the management here. They are willing to pay his wages. How's his contract, by the way? Yeah, he will not achieve that, so we get him out the door. We don't get a fee for him, but we got the wage. So at least there's that. He's been a good servant to the club. I seriously mean that. He did well. Well, decent. What we expected from him. And now we don't make any other coin on him, but that's fine. We might make some money on him though, at the end of the loan. Maybe somebody takes him in. We had a few other players out on loan who were on a fee basis for loan, and we got the odd 1,000 euros here and there for them, for players that were really not up to that. But some clubs are just willing to pay. Obviously we are not amongst them, but yeah. We might even make it to the first friendly for this session. Also, we should probably deal with mentoring groups at some point. If we want to get this squad to a fairly professional level, this is important. So every step into, well, in the right direction is a good one. Oh, PSG contract talks, that's really important for us, yes. Fine. Alessandro Darlin. What about him? Somebody made an offer. And Phuket, well, Phuket, whatever it's pronounced. Oh, it's actually, so this is probably French. So it's Phuket, in this case. If I'm not totally mistaken, yeah. I would be willing to take him in, but not for the amount of money he wants to have. And I'm not gonna offer him a trial continuously for, I don't know, the next 50 years. So, yeah, is he on the short list? Not yet. Let him go to the short list. Nobody knows about this guy, nobody wants him. That's really weird. I would definitely be willing to sign an adhesion contract here for this guy. But no, nobody wants him, so there's that. Alright. Preseason's coming, and I forgot the mentoring groups again. Martin Helland. Yeah, cool. So, yeah, we have offered a contract for him. Oh yeah, that was the low grade contract. So if we don't sign him, no big deal. All right. So what are we going for, mentoring group wise? Well, We can probably get rid of some of these at some point. I'll go for it from another perspective. Okay, let's get rid of all of these. So, goalkeeping wise, women needs to be shoved out of the door. But on the other hand, as a third choice goalkeeper, it's probably fine to keep him around. He does earn a whopping €6 per week, so don't care. What I'm gonna do here is, let's just remove this. And as a transfer value, let's go with, he's happy with the asking price. Okay. Well, okay. So we'll go with that. We'll let him leave if he wants to leave, but that's fine. He will remain in the squad. Westberg. Finally, somebody wants Westberg for loan. In Westberg's case, that's just a question of playing time, to be honest. He's good enough to play for us. With these attributes, that's okay. Problem is, there's still Blennestrand in the squad. And Blennestrand is also good enough to play for us and did throughout the entire last season. So, if we get a good fee for Westberg, we will let him leave on loan. Now, there are people that are interested in, especially FC Stockholm. FC Stockholm have, I don't know, they must have an elk or something that is producing gold all the time. So let's go with something really unrealistic here and try to earn some money, given that FC Stockholm are interested. They are willing to invest in him for what, or in anyone for whatever reason. This won't go through, but we need to try stuff like this. Kevin Blennestrand will be around, no debate. So the goalkeeping group for now consists of 3 players who are all balanced, and one of them will leave. Mentoring wise, that probably means that there's not much happening there. Moreira da Silva will be around. He's a balanced guy, doesn't have any traits. That's fine. As a 25-year-old, he can complement a mentoring group in case there's somebody else in there. Do we have another? Do we have other players for right wing back? Well, Shabanac and Mustafa Khalili. He doesn't have any traits. Shabanac is still at the club but will go out the door. So mentoring wise, this goalkeeping group can stay. This group here will not persist with Ekman and Kulovic and so on. Also, to be honest, it's quite concerning that Malte Ekman is in a mentoring group with the other two. Because he dictates tempo. I don't want the other two to dictate tempo, so that's an oversight. Dobrev will not make it. Alnes is a good, has a good personality. And he's old enough, and Oliver Swan, well, obviously he doesn't want to be included in the squad. But at this point, due to the entire history that started with training facilities. Central defender-wise, this we will change. So all of these have an effect from the group. What we need to do here is we need to include somebody that has a good influence on them into the group. And in this case, this is Per Voltigord Blom, who will be able to, well, maybe able to change their personalities a little bit. Eric Vidin, on the other hand, is at 29. He wouldn't influence them in a positive way, so let's not do that. If they go one tick towards professionalism, that's already great for all 3 of them. Also, given that these are all central defenders, they can play simple passes all they want and stay back at the same time. Fine by me. This stuff here, I'm not sure if I think this is a good composition. So let's remove this. So now for the right wing. So that's attacking midfield right side, inverted winger. We just removed Alnes there, who is somewhere here. If we sort it by name, do we find him? There he is. So this is the head of mentoring for this group. He's not a good guy, skill-wise, but personality-wise he is. And now we just need to find our other attacking midfielders on the right. That's August Tillander. He will probably still profit. Well, he will have some positive influence going there, and maybe even that lone player. But we can also include Harry Warwick there. That's not a good idea. He's not influenced by it anymore, so let's remove him. But this guy, the lone player, well, neither does he have influence from the crew. Is there anyone else? Somebody young maybe? He's already fairly pro. Not doing that. Oderland. Well, he's on the other wing. No. Dobrev probably. So we end up basically where we were. But still, this means Alnes will not be influenced in a negative way. So we don't have to care about the loss of fairly professional personality. We are not too concerned about the fairly determined. Even if August Tillander goes back to balance, that's fine. Not a problem. And there is still Dobrev. He is an attacking, well, he is an inverted winger on the right side. These are all left-footed players. So whatever they learn here and whatever traits we teach them, it's okay if they spread them to the others probably. So this is alright. And we would do the same for the left wing, but for the left wing there is some guy named Skilermo in our squad that comes with a bunch of traits that are just all over the place. So what's to do next? Kulovic would make a good influence. And we have 3 strikers now? No. Also, I don't want this trait. Well, I'm not sure if this is a good idea to have in the squad. Oleland is for the left wing. Yeah. So the rest of them will probably leave. It's no use setting up these mentoring groups, and if we do, we can do it later on, after some of them are out the door. One thing that comes to mind is, for example, Felix Hellberg. Felix Hellberg is not a good player skill-wise. We signed him as a backup, and but I think he has a fairly professional personality. He will not change it. He's 25 or 26. We can toss him into a group with our new Wonder Kid. Well, he's not a Wonder Kid in a specific sense, but for us, he's definitely Wonder Kid status. And maybe find someone else, a third one, that can go along with these. So Chungren, that is, he's already very professional, but as a 19-year-old, that's dangerous to put him into a mentoring group if the other guys in there don't have better personality. They might drag him down. I don't want that. Not sure about Dennis Koss. I think he was balanced, right? 24-year-old balanced, if I'm not mistaken. He's removed from the shortlist. That's fine, I don't want him on the shortlist anymore. Nobody wants Westberg. Siani is a shortlisted guy. Lol. Okay, so they want to loan Marcus Asarson. For that amount of money, I'm not willing to let him leave. Even though they want to field him as an important player, FC Stockholm. But I don't think this is viable. I think we can get a fee for him. There's 5 clubs interested, and really FC Stockholm are not doing great here. I'm not going there. Shabanac though will join Ytterhogdals IK for the end of the season. IK, whatever. For the end of the season. We don't get a fee, but we get rid of his wages. So that's fine. And I seriously think is he unsettled? I think he is unsettled, right? Yeah, he is unsettled at a club, so I'm loaning him out. Okay. He actually accepts that. Great. Do we want to compile match reports? No. We don't want to pay for the scout going there. Not happening. Stockholm is far from Ytterhogdals, at least for our budget. I think in reality it isn't that far. Nah, it's not that far. 5.5 hour drive. So yeah, it's far. For our budget, that's a lot. Okay, so we got rid of one Puke. I would like to have this guy in the squad, but we just can't afford it. Or, well, this got decreased recently. No. And I'm still not willing to pay this. So he will need to remain in Norway for the time being. Okay, Isaac Al Holmström will play the friendly, that's for sure. We need a match fit. So on the right side we've got Mariah da Silva or Khalili. Ah, somebody rang the door. I'm gonna go for a break for a second. So it's a big house here that might have been a postal service. Problem is they always ring the bell once they want to come into the house and enter the house basically. So the situation is it might ring again and there'll be some postal service guy in front of my door. We're all the way up here in this house. So yeah, I might need to leave for a second time, just for a few seconds. If that happens, I don't know. We'll see. they signed him, so let's get him off the shortlist. And Skill Yebo signed William Sonntag, so let's get him off the shortlist too. Really, there's too many players on our shortlist anyway. We are fine with it for now. So this is probably for Celt's spot. On the other hand, there's a lot of other players that may be capable of doing that. He will certainly play the box-to-box here. And I didn't reiterate on this just yet. In this formation, that means he will be playing the ball-winning midfielder. We might go with a Segundo Volante here. But well, on the defensive side, we need somebody to employ this spot. Turngren is definitely capable of doing both, so he will do. In this case, Moreira da Silva is probably a fine idea. Here, Fleckard and Hargedal. We're missing a left-footed central defender, by the way. No, we don't. That's why we signed him. Alright. That's good to know, thanks. Okay. So here we don't have our signing in just yet. This might be a problem going forward, but for the time being, let's assign Stolt to this position. Also, midfield-wise, I was going on about we need a box-to-box midfielder group here, or maybe, I don't know, Metzala along the way. But this is personality-wise a decision. I don't need Kulafic in this group. He might go on loan anyway. So, who do we assign here? Somebody that's not a bad influence. So that's probably not Oliver Swan, but yeah. In reality, though, I think Oliver Swan would be a good addition to this group. He would have let me put it that way. Hopefully, Hellberg can keep the personality of Turngren in line, and along the way, Oliver Swan will gain professionalism. Also, maybe he will regain his consciousness and well, try to do the best for the club after all. But he might as well go out, and we'll substitute him with someone else. But Hellberg is not a good player. He's very flexible. But we signed him for the personality, really. And we pay him a lot of money for that stuff. So I'm constantly looking to renegotiate his contract. And yeah, now he's willing to go for emergency backup. That's fine. And he still wants the 55. So, yeah. Not sure what's going on there. No. I really don't want to. Maybe later on. This is Jasarevich. Doesn't look bad, doesn't look good. It's fine by us. Sead Korovic, well, okay. So let's remove him from the shortlist. I don't know why we're even scouting this guy. Well, okay. Let's finish scouting here, but yeah, fine. Ludwig Holmertz. 29-year-old. Much too high wage demands. I could use him. There's a wing back here. Yes, I could use him. No, I do not want to pay this. And an important player? I don't think so either. No. We've been here. So, if he doesn't sign for anyone else, maybe. And then there's Elton Welberg here. I'm not interested. Okay, we got that cleared up. We got that done. Doesn't look like Postal Service is ringing again after all. So I'm going to close the door. And maybe I'll find a packet later on. Somewhere outside. Not that I expect anything. Injuries, none. Code of conduct. Yes. Let's do this the same way as every season. I think this is strict enough. What are we trying to achieve for the next season? Probably avoid relegation, but given the circumstances, one or two of the players might be unhappy with that prognosis. So... I think we can finish mid-table, yes, we can. Great. Great. So we showed a bit of ambition. Code of conduct is fine. Yeah, I don't think it will make much difference either. And that's for the simple reason that it's not that strict. And, well, we don't get that many yellow cards. We might go with harder tackling, though, for the season going forward. Depending on how physicals look for the squad. Sure. So, this was really a great meeting for the start of the season. Usually they want some promises and something, and I'm not inclined to give these for obvious reasons. The promises with the training facilities are really hard to keep. It doesn't work. Can you see this? So this is one of our best players, and they want to offer him they want to sell him for 150 euros. So no, just no. We also got an optional contract extension, so we will probably pull this one. Actually, let's do this immediately. They offered for him, so not going there. Nah. And they want Kulafich, so he'll be out of the squad after all. Have a look at that playing time. This is fine. Now they pay the entire wage. That's not the only club interested, but they pay the entire wage. So we'll accept that. He will go to Ytterhogdals IK, which play in this division, which is part of the loaded leagues, so that's fine. He will play. He will get some match experience. Sure, the loan is not forever, they can finish it, but they can end it according to these conditions. But that's okay. So we got rid of his wage, even if it's just a mere €6. At least it's gone now. Yeah, sure. Let's remove him from the shortlist too, and him too. They're all signed. This contract extension clause has been triggered, that's right. Yeah, so I'm actually willing to sell Blennestrand, given that Westberg is right behind him, and Westberg will probably do fine this season too. But I don't know. Give me 5k for him or something. And if that's unrealistic, at least give me 4 for him. Or, I don't know, some clauses. This guy is going places. I really think so. Also, great club name, Trollhättan. Just to mention that. Sehat Korovic. Don't think so. So we finished scouting him. He'd be extremely interested in the transfer. No surprises there. And he also might fit the squad, but no. Welcome back to pre-season. This might be going on for another few months. But at least we can do with some transfer activity and all that stuff. I'm really excited for the club for the club competition too. Let's hope that mid-table finish is acceptable, and that we will get there. Who's this? Yeah, I remember this guy. Also, I remember that he was not enough for us. Theo Lind, he will earn us a nice fee. That is great. Sure, Theo. Go on. Bye. No match reports for us. So, where does this put us? A lot of the players we had a look at that just, well, signed by other people. Remove him from the short list. And this is the club we will face for the friendly. This doesn't look good. This looks like overlapping to me. And they are playing a fluid counterattack. Well, so we might face one of our nemesis after all. But Turgren definitely needs some match practice to get in line in terms of tactical familiarity. And this will probably be a problem for Tillander, considering the skill set. This guy's good. He really is. Oh, he got to accomplished training while he was at the club. Well, if he becomes a natural soon enough, Tillander will really have a hard time breaking into the squad this season. Let's compare this. Is this Rino Dobrot? Yes. Yes, it is. That's the right guy. And as an inverted winger on support duty. This looks worse for Tillander than I imagined. Somebody else came in to take his job. for free. So he might not have that much active time on the pitch as last season. On the other hand, if I look at this, 7.1, we might want to give him some playing time at least. This is a no debate position, it's Bergman's position here. He hasn't been developing that well. Overall, left side is probably our weakest so far. And for the Metzala here, we'll go with Oliver Swan. Just because he's still around. And if he remains here, well, he might lose captaincy though. Don't know yet. Okay, Register, no debate. Where's Ekman? There's Ekman. So, this doesn't look impressive, does it? Especially in central defense. But let's wait and see. This year, he needs to improve pace-wise. Maybe we can get something out of him. If he doesn't, well, it is as it is. Cool. So, what do we get for the bench? There's too many players to get them all on the bench, probably. Women can stay off. So we need a right defender. Is Weedian left-footed? No, he is not. So Hagedal and Wickberg are still around. Weedian doesn't need to prepare for the new season, I think. Farah is a left defender backup. These guys are out of the club. Azarson is not that important, but might make it into the squad. This is not a good register, but he was cheap, I think. Azarson, neither. Alright. So Azarson for sell and Kos are free options for central midfield here. Yeah, let's keep Kos off and put Hellberg in. He's new at the club. He needs to adapt first, and also his training performance has been horrible, so no. So this is attacking midfield to the right, potentially. Same as this guy. We'll just take him with. This is to the left. This is to make the fans happy. This is Skalermo here, Kulovic with the last spot, and then we got one spare, so well, might as well take Kos with us after all. There's also 15 paces on the bench, so yeah. Basically the entire squad. If we can get rid of one or two players here, trim the squad a bit down, that's probably fine. For example, Odelind, we just signed him. That's a young guy that's fast for the left wing. But I've got two players there. He's not that much better, he's just faster. So yeah, if somebody wants to loan him, fine. Let him play an entire season. He doesn't have to be in the club. I mean, I think we pay him €6 a week. Maybe he's one of the €15 guys, but he isn't paid well. So it's not like we lost any money on him. We might earn some though, if we go for a loan for the entire season. Or maybe somebody wants to buy him. I don't think so, but yeah. Westberg didn't do well. Well, okay. He didn't play well, much either. Let's remove this guy. Oliver Prodin. Yeah, I don't know this one. Okay, so what's going on here? Yeah, they want him for loan. See? And if I have a look at that, he needs to improve his overall attributes. He just needs match practice, I think. The rest of the sample is fine. As long as he doesn't get hurt, this is good. And same technicals here, this is good. Technique, sure, could be a bit better. Passing and long shots are really lacking. And mental-wise, sorry, but anticipation 5 and off-the-ball movement 6 for a winger? Really? So there's certainly some demand for improvement here. So let's offer him to clubs. They want him. He has no interest to go. Let's see if he has any interest to go once the offer comes in. I'll try for a bit more expensive here. Definitely want him to be a regular starter at least, maybe an important player. Yeah, let's not focus on the role. There's 2 clubs interested. Maybe somebody wants to pay his wages at least. And we still have backups there, and we can recall him. Funnily enough, I found out that players in your squad start to complain about the depth of the squad if you don't have a third goalkeeper, but they don't care at all if there's no, I don't know, no second winger or something. They don't want to pay a fee, but they are willing to pay his wages and make him a regular starter. So these we will reject. And in his case, is there a recall option here? Yeah, he can be recalled, that's for sure. So let's loan him out. If it works out, he can remain there, get match experience, and it'll be fine. If it doesn't work out, or if we need him, I don't know, one of our left wingers breaks a foot, we will bring him back, field him ourselves. Fine. And that's another €6 gone that we just well, loaded onto the budget. I would have preferred to earn a fee, obviously, but they were not willing to offer one, and there's nobody else interested, so let's do this. To be fair, the entire preseason lasts for a while, but yeah, not sure if I want to risk it to sit on a €6 per week player if we can get offload him. And well, if he's not willing to leave, then it is as it is. We just signed him, so I kind of get that. Maybe he needs some convincing in that case. They all want Martin Hilland. Sir, we offered you a €6 per week contract, please come in. Herman Johansson. Yeah, I remember that one. So let's remove him from the shortlist now. I really don't expect our new signing to be around that much. Well, he'll be on the pitch, and he certainly will improve, or maybe he won't, but as a 19-year-old fairly professional player that is basically the star of the entire team now, somebody will come for him probably. But we pulled off the signing, so yeah. This might make us some money. A lot, actually, depending on how it goes. On the other hand, developing this kind of player with our facilities, I just don't see that happening anytime soon. He would need to be a wonder kid in that case to develop. But also in the case of wonder kids, even if Turgren has really great potential, it's unlikely that he will realize it at this club. Not to a degree that's meaningful. So, there is one thing that's really, really important that we need to have a look at. We signed 2 English players. Are the fans happy? They are satisfied. They are satisfied. They want us to sign more English players. Okay, somewhere here there's an English guy that really doesn't want to be here. What's this? No idea what he's doing here. Yeah, there's an English Icelandic multinational somewhere in here. Probably. I don't know. I have no idea. I'll go back to that screen immediately. It doesn't give a reason. He's Iraqi. Bolivian. Well, okay, maybe he didn't come in yet. Didn't we sign? Yeah, he didn't come in yet. He joins... Oh man, he joins later on. Okay, so, but I'll go back to that screen. It's just part of the supporter's vision. The exact reason is inexistent, I think. And sure, a good percentage of players signed are English. That's it. And there were two really bad English players at this club when I started this save. Or I think one of them was really bad and the other one was about to leave. So obviously we need to poach some English players for a decent amount of wages. If you've ever been around Vanarama North and South, this is where we had a look. We don't have a scout that has any knowledge in England. That's the first problem. So we actually tricked the board into signing a U19 performance analyst. Not that we need his services in any way, but he was willing to sign for €6 a week, and he has decent scouting knowledge in England. So now we have scouting knowledge in England, at least to a certain degree. I'll just show you. That all happened on stream, by the way. So, scouting coverage, world knowledge, there it is, nations. So England is actually widespread now. That's about as good as it will get, probably. Our source of knowledge is this wonderful guy who is not paid any wage to speak of, so we're happy to have his scouting knowledge in here. Does this matter? Not much, because, well, as I said, if you've been around the Vanarama North and South, you probably know that a regular wage there is like €600 a week. It's England after all. So, I don't know. Maybe our supporters just love the bling of the English football? I'm not sure. Anyway, we don't have the cash. None of these players wants to come here, so, well, we have to resort to one of two paths. We poach some youngsters there, like the 17 years old, just to have English players in the squad. They won't be in the first team, but hopefully that counts from the perspective of the supporters. If one of them has great personality along the way, that's good. Most of these come in for trial, though. So we can basically go there and say, hi, you don't have a contract in England with your Vanarama North-South club. Maybe you want to come to Sweden for a trial to Ytterhogdals. Ytterhogdals is this tiny village in the middle of Sweden. Yes, you have to chase the elks off the pitch from time to time. Fine. So some of these come in. Most of them are not inclined to see, well, where we live anyway. And the other possibility is we have the possibility basically to sign the trash. So if there's a non-contract player that's, I don't know, 27, 28, 32, something like that, at that age, who is really bad, or, well, from Vanarama North-South level, really bad, we look at that guy and say, hi, you want a contract? Like €6 a week? You want to come over? And there's the rare occasion that one of them says yes. So we signed this guy on a 1-year contract just to make the fans happy. We don't really need that player anyway. And this is the case for Harry Warwick. As you see, so you googled. Thanks. So I will need to read this. Yeah, so this at least this confirms that it's an isolated Swedish village.
Thanks for the follow.
No, it's great, and thanks for following along. Very happy to hear that. So that makes it 15. Yes. So you helped me, all of you actually, to reach the next follower goal. Now we have to declare another. Well, do we go for 20? Probably, huh? Let's keep it modest. So this article is really interesting, but I want to go into this. I want to read this in some 3 minute. I don't want to do it now on stream because that would say well, I would need to read it for 10 minutes, right? So let's manage a goal here first and foremost. We'll start a new follower goal with 20. There we go. And this means that I have to edit this one too, probably. All right. That should do it. At some point, maybe this what's it? It's Streamlabs labels. So at one point, this will get updated too. But it takes a while. Nila Farsell had great training. Fine. So yeah, we will learn about why they want that many English players. Probably later on. You guys can read it. I can't. But anyway, we in our situation, it's not like we're packed full of English players just yet. There were a few international players in the squad, like I don't know, a Danish one, and well, one is still around from Portugal, Moreira da Silva. But it may also be a case of well, nobody in Sweden wants to play in that tiny village. I don't know yet. Your explanation is probably way better than mine, given that you have that article. Football Manager specific though, well, it's a preference. So we just deal with it somewhat. And if ever we find a good English youngster that has great personality and will develop in a major sense, obviously I'd want to keep it, sure. It just means that we have to poach youngsters in England for the time being. Doesn't sound right? But yeah, that's how it is. So he goes away. Bye. Sure. Perfect. Another €6 per week saved, and maybe he develops there. It's not like their training facilities can be any worse than ours. Just as a full disclaimer, I didn't pick this save to be coaching head of a village. I just picked this club because they were willing to offer a job, and now I'm doing it. So well, I'm certainly enjoying myself, to be honest. Bye, Kulovic. Yeah, but I come to think of it, this is lower league management, obviously, even though we're in the third and not in the fourth anymore. But yeah, I come to think of it as a Football Manager hard mode in a way. Also funny mode to me. I really enjoy this. I really do. So for all of the complaining and all of the we gotta be greedy here and all of the we can't spend another €6 per week, I really like this. So this is fitting. You can probably tell. So there's a few transfers going on here. We got rid of 12 euros per week in wages. That's not that great, but it will do. Somebody offers money for Pudas. I don't care. Neither do I care about these. Who's Headland anyway? Oh yeah, I remember that guy. He was decent, but not great. So let's remove him from the shortlist just yet. And then we will go for our first fixture of preseason. So yeah, we will go through this, and afterwards we will probably have a look at a lot of English strikers, because if we can get somebody from England and find a backup striker at the same time for Isaac Holmström, I'd be really happy. Might also sign someone on loan. Don't know if that counts. That would be great. Alright. Tactics wise, this is basically what we played last season. Who are we playing against? These guys. Alright, so for the next match only, I don't want to go for the underlap in this situation, even though Bergman really likes to do that. The rest of it is probably fine. We will try to trap him inside, yeah, that's correct. And for the remainder of the season we will probably try to stop crosses. That's a lot of technical instructions, I'm aware. But I think neither Stolt nor Moreira da Silva are good headers. Exactly, so we need him to come out. That's actually an oversight from last season, might have governed us promotion. Well, hindsight, you know. Cool. So let's submit this team. Everybody's happy, well, to a degree. Dressing room. What kind of club is this? These are worse. We need to win this. And if this starts like the last one where I back when I was adventurous enough to claim that we need to win a game, and 2 minutes into the game Jonas Farrar decided to go for the two-footed tackle, that will probably teach me. But in this case there can't be a bad tackle on this frozen thing of a pitch. It will probably be fine. Also, I should probably install a face pack at some point. Here, probably new gen again. This is not what I was looking for. Let's at least look at comprehensive highlights. It's been a while since we had a match and we already skipped 3 chances. So, alright. There goes Swan with the corner. In swinging. And Boltegard. Oh god. So this is Boltegard Blom for the future. We shall probably rename him into Bolty or something. I don't know. But yeah, Boltegard Blom went in for the header. This is a great ball for Al Holmström, and he scores. Sure, that's what we pay him for. So this is great. Let's have a look and see if the amount of chances here is what we expect them to be. Also, some of the chances might be created from overlaps. I want to see if this works. But this one, no, it's just a long ball. In all seriousness, it's also probably a bad ball by Boltegard Blom. It just found the Holmström by accident. It's not like he's a great passer, right? Yeah, passing 6. And vision also 6. So, yeah. To be fair, he's got a game in front of him. I'd expect someone else to make these passes. On the other hand, the opponent doesn't look like he's creating any chances. They are creating any chances. So this is good. Spalding goes for the long ball here. Is this our Robertson? We had a striker called Robertson at some point. Sure. Obviously it must be. That should be our Robertson. Was it Oliver? Not sure. He shot us into promotion. And as a great thank you for that stuff, we let him go. Because he earned us another $1,000. Well, it's euros, so we really need another name for euros. That's not a bad pass. And that's a rather underwhelming finish, I'd say. Bergman passes for Swan, who dribbles down the wing. He'll probably cut inside. Passes back to Stolt with the cross. And that goes to Tillander. Yeah, they will create a few chances here. Mariah da Silva with a throw. Ekman just keeps possession. Fleckard goes for the long ball. Like you do as a central defender, because I don't know why. Are they not? They are still instructed to play out of the... No, they are not. So let's instruct them to play out of the defense. It's not like they don't have enough technical instructions going on yet. Turngren won the ball. Great pass for Tillander here by Alholmström, who will go for the wing. Passes it back to Mariah da Silva, who goes for the cross. This is clearly not an offside. And Bergman is unable to hit the goal. That was close. Also, this is not very loud, so I probably turn this up a bit. Might have influenced the stream for you too. That's a few one-headers. Ball ends up with Pedersen. And Nygren. We didn't give any tactical instructions, but what we can already see here is Fleckard was too small. Too slow. This doesn't work well. So that's a problem. And already we also see 11 shots on goal. We only got one in. That could be better. It's a nice ball. Not a big deal for Turngren though. Pedersen again. And Stolt clears it into touch. This looks a lot closer all of a sudden than I would have liked. Tuma with the corner. No header on goal though. And there's a long shot by Nygren. Wasn't that dangerous. Still, giving away shots and corners is not a good idea probably. Stolt clears that one into touch too. Well, that was probably not needed. On the other hand, I'm happy with Stolt doing what he thinks he can do. And defensively, we should be able to deal with this corner. Not a problem for Baltic Alpron. Another corner here. It's Baltigord, by the way. I think it's pronounced. This A with a circle on it should be an O. At least that's what I was taught. Could probably use Google Translate for that. Tillander passes for Swan. That's a foul. We retain possession and now we lose it. Ekman lost possession. That's not a likely occurrence. Swan, Fleckard, doesn't manage to hit a goal. Turngren finds Tillander, who just goes for Ekman again, and he will go for Fleckard. Baltigard Blom finds Swan. Well, that pass certainly got into nothing. Nothingness it is. Turngren here, great header for Al Holmström, who doesn't manage to score. In another game I would be really annoyed, but in this case it's just a friendly, so we have this. Yeah, that one is in. So that's what Oliver Fleckart is capable to do. And if he would be able to do that on a consistent basis, we probably would be talking about second division right now, and not about third. But that's just the way it is. He will need to get used to this quality of heading, let me put it that way. So if his heading improves, he will be a weapon going forward. I think it was Hagedal though, who scored a hat-trick last season. All 3 goals after corners. For a central defender, that's really great. Is this a foul? Oh no. Season starting good for Turngren. Coming into the new club, being fouled off the pitch. Potential knee injury. Seriously? We just signed this guy. This is our star signing. Are you... Gotta be kidding me. Fine. These things happen. So... Nila Fassel comes back into the squad. It's his core position anyway. Yeah, Nygren clears the ball here. Fleckart, another long ball for Swan. Well, he didn't win that header. I think we all saw that coming, and that's not a bad shot by Stolt. I'm actually fine with this. So let's praise these players. Yes, they could do a bit more, but on the other hand, it's a preseason fixture. In all honesty, I primarily do not want anyone to get hurt. Well, that didn't go well so far. Let's hope it's not serious. What's this? A corner, as it seems. That looked a bit serious though. So, Swan going for the in-swinging corner. Looks good. Fleckart was close. And Ekman just clears that one. Swan again. Back for Morara da Silva. Ekman, Morara da Silva. Fleckart with the long ball. Will he find Bergman? Yes, he will. Bergman goes for the cross for Forsell. That's certainly a weird composition. But there's Ekman, and Tillander is a good finisher. But he doesn't manage to get that one into the back of the net. 10 points of finishing. Not shown today. Bergman's corner skills though aren't that good either. Ekman again for Bergman, might be offside. Well, that one is in. That was certainly not needed. It's been disallowed. You see, it's offside. So, but Tillander scored that one. But everybody was offside here. So, not a surprise there. Tillander, good pass. Back to Ekman, finds Forsell. Going through the middle of the pitch. Here's Oliver Swan. Bergman. Back to Ekman. Bergman again. Dribbles through the middle of the pitch too. That's a nice through ball. And that's an easy one for our Holmström. Good pass. So this opponent obviously isn't on our level. I think we can agree on that. On the other hand, they came in for free, basically. Well, it was part of the deal to sign, to sell Robertson. So we've got that friendly in hand, and usually we need to pay these people to come here to play against us. It's probably cheaper to play against our own youth than to play against anyone. Boltegård Blom again for long ball. Al Holmström didn't manage to control that one though. He seems to like to clean these, clear these balls, or these situations with a long ball. We will need him to get used to a different style of play at some point. Holmström though really controlled that well, headed it back, and now we're going forward. Maybe Ekman, Boltegård, Blom, Bergman. Is it another through ball? No. It's across the pitch. Moreira da Silva wins that header actually. Forsell looked like he went for the shot the first time already. He did there then. Well, this is looking fine. I'm happy with that. Not a big deal. Move on. And we'll probably keep him on the pitch for, I don't know, another 15 minutes and then try to go for substitutions. But I need these players to be fit first and foremost. We will rotate throughout the start of the season though, so we might need some of the replacements too. Nice ball for Tillander, finds Moreira da Silva. That doesn't look like it. Wow, great corner. Not corner, great cross from that situation. So these two opponents didn't know what hit him probably. He still managed to go for the cross. Bergman with the corner. Well, that didn't go well. Looks like we conceded a free kick here. Doesn't hit the target. Ure. Swalling. Robertson. Not a chance in this duel against Boltegård Blom. And there's a ball for Swan. Oh, how can you not score this? How can you not score this? Two chances, really good chances. Last season just called. They want their well, interpretation of taking chances back. It's seriously, it just goes on like we did last season. Holmström again. Finds Ekman. Well, they just recycled possession here. Stoll, Boltegård Blom, Ekman. And again Boltegård Blom. And this long ball finds Swan. Who finds Bergman. And now he lost the ball. Great long ball. But this just ends up with Boltegård Blom, who goes for the long ball again, and this might have been offside. Doesn't count as one does. Yeah, though. Ekman. Nice pass for Tillander. Doesn't manage to control it. And this is a corner. So we will wait another 10 minutes with the substitutions. Swan with the corner. Finds Fleckgaard. Hits the post. Ekman, Fleckgaard again. Looks like he wants to score a second. Stolt for Swan, back to Stolt. Nice cross. Tillander's not the one to be at the end of it though. Doesn't end up with Ekman here. Forsell loses that one too. Their former teammate Robertson doesn't have a good game though, so far. Holmström. Holmström. Way out of position here as a striker. Passes it back. Oh man. And Forsell actually manages to hit Tillander. That should have been a goal. Boltegård Blom. That's well defended. So Robertson is off the pitch. Let's have a look. Who do we need to play next season? Well, are we willing to pay 85 right now for Jonathan Stolt because he just became complacent? Probably not. So Fredrik Alnes can take his job for the time being. These two, they are looking good. But on the other hand, they will need to be fit for next season. So let's keep it at that. And Alholmström, well, there's a problem now. And this is a problem I am really unwilling to deal with, but at some point we will need a replacement for him. So for the time being, let's push Warwick on the pitch. Who isn't a target man? Let's not do that, seriously. Do we have anyone with a decent amount of strength to him? Well, maybe Reno Dobrach will do it. Maybe he won't replace Tillander after all. Can this guy play as a target forward? That's not that bad, is it? I mean, okay. Certainly more of a technical type, but it's a well-rounded player. So I want to see that result through. Swan, Olness again for Wickberg. Nice ball, but Bergman was way offside, I think. That's some rather underwhelming passes by them. Didn't expect much. But still. We're up 3-0 here, and to be honest, I expected a bit more. Bergman runs for that one, might get at the end of it, and that's 5 points of finishing. He scored a really great goal recently, but against Delcourt actually. But in these situations, it's usually not his strength to go for the finish. Herre, wow, that's a good free kick. And there's Dobrach. Now, this substitution certainly got us a striker that's a bit faster. So he's going for goal here. He would have preferred to stay on the bench apparently though. Yeah, well, in this weather I can blame him. Ytterhogdals with another header, straight into the arms of Chaik. F9. Bang, Ytterhogdals again. Does he manage to find Dobrach? No, but Forcell controls the ball. And that's a decent shot. So we're at 26 shots now, 13 on target. This is looking good. Oberg, Michael. Visconti. Kassem, Michael. Swalling, Harem. And that's a good through ball. And in this situation, we can certainly see that Ytterhogdals was too slow. Sorry about that. Forcell for Tillander. Ekman. Who finds Bergman here? Out on the wing. Will Swan cross it? Doesn't look like it. Honest though will. And Tillander with the header. That's certainly not his strong suit. He still managed to pull it off here. So maybe he has a little bit of a striker left in him after all. That's a fourth now. That cross by Alnes was good. Glad we had him on the pitch. For a 30-something-year-old, he's a good replacement, certainly. And it shows here. Quasem, Michael. They go for another through ball. Just look at this. Aubang is, well, basically as fast as Ytterhogdals with the ball. And Ytterhogdals is not going places there. But at his size, might be a problem though. In these pitch conditions to go anywhere without breaking something. So yeah, not great for him. Let's get Khalili on the pitch. Malte Ekman can probably do with a replacement too. There is no really good distributor, so let's just give Asarson some time here as a regista, even though it's not his strength. Hellberg, well, Forsell came in, so let's give Hellberg the time as a Metzala here. Then we've got another central defender here, we don't need that. Warwick probably for Telander, if we want to go there. So let's give the English player some time on the pitch. Skillermo for Bergman, and we will also substitute a goalkeeper, just to give him 15 minutes on the pitch. So all the inspiration here, this is going to be another complacent 15 minutes. And afterwards we can say, okay, we got the first match behind us. 4-0 is a decent result, especially considering that this are a weaker team. No foul here. Forsell for Warwick. He's new to the squad. That's a way to introduce yourself. Well, if he continues playing like that and maybe scores from time to time, he might have a chance to get on the pitch. Warwick here dribbles through the center of the pitch. Skillermo isn't able to keep hold of the ball. And that's just the way Ytterhogdals defends. Nice ball here for Dobrach. Will he take the shot? He will. But he doesn't hit target. That's underwhelming a bit. On the other hand, he certainly creates a type of chance that we've been missing. So using him as a replacement for Al Holmström might not be a bad idea. Arsason goes for the long ball here. Again for Dobrach. Hellberg is too slow though to reach the ball here. Khalili with his first appearance on the pitch. Forsell, Warwick. Warwick with the cross for Hellberg. He manages to control that and actually goes for the finish. Well, Hellberg certainly looks motivated. He knows that he's behind in squad, so he gives it his all. It's a friendly. Ytterhogdals, another header off target. 37 shots on goal now. 13 were on target. Hellberg, Dobrach. That's a nice pass for Skillermo. Tries to go through the center. Or he doesn't. Alnes again. There's a space we were trying to open up and Hellberg manages to get a corner. Looked like he was trying to lob the keeper though. Fancy little finish there. Skillermo, Ytterhogdals into the long corner. Not a problem. Now, if only they could do this in regular games on a persistent basis. They certainly got the skill set for it. Although, as you see here, jumping wise it's not a problem. It's more about the header. Smalling again with a long ball. Wickberg is half asleep here. And that goes in. Well, Wickberg, that certainly doesn't tell us that you will need to play. I don't know what he did here. Just continues his performances from last season. He was always ready for this kind of lapse in concentration. I'm not sure why though. Wickberg is overall a well-rounded defender. It's... I don't know, just happens. To him at least. Khalili driving the ball forward. Doesn't manage to find Skillermo. Hellberg wins the header though. Now Skillermo with the ball. For Asarson, well distributed towards Forsell. Doesn't go for the shot. Khalili goes for the cross and it's a bad one. Was it a pass or a cross? Nobody knows. Wickberg, Alnes. That's a cross from deep for Skillermo. Cuts inside, doesn't manage to find Tillander. Hagedal wins that header, not a problem. Alnes, Hassarsson, Alnes again. Yet another ball for Skillermo, but this time it's offside. Alnes with the throw. Hellberg back to Alnes, nice cross. And Dobrach actually managed to get at the end of a header. Khalili for Forsell, back to Khalili, that's the cross. Yeah, doesn't find his target. Alnes with the corner, Hagedal, that could have been his second. So 1 minute to go here, will probably end 5-1. And Warwick just controls possession. That's fine. In another game I would be very happy with that. Maybe we can make similar appearances and resort to similar performances once it counts. That's another few months out there. Khalili, Hagedal, Hassarsson, Hagedal. Hassarsson goes for the through ball once more. Skillermo doesn't look like he wants to get the frozen rain out of his clothes though. Our biggest concern right now after the game will probably be that nobody gets sick. That's bad defending too. And it was Wickberg that closed down the opponent player and might have distracted him. So overall, what can we say about this? Probably a meaningless fixture from the start. We got what we wanted. A bit of preseason match practice. So let's be happy with that. Performance-wise, Stolt didn't do well. Is that a reason to single him out in front of the rest of the squad? Considering how the rest of the squad did, probably yes. So let's go with these two. And just tell them that they both deserve to come off. So in case of Stolt, he lost focus. Well, that's not a good thing. But yeah, he will have to deal with it. Feedback is important after all. And lucky us, Simon Turngren just has a bruised knee. So that's not a problem for now. I will reduce this here. Reduce the workload. I'm kind of concerned about this guy, to be honest. Or concerned of? I think it's concerned of this guy, right? Fine. Anyway. So, it went well so far. The social groups are a bit splintered now. We and Cross have similar levels of professionalism. That is, a lack of professionalism. On the other hand, I'm happy to see that Dobrach has similar levels of professionalism as Turngren has. So this will go somewhere. And Hellberg doesn't seem to fit into the squad. That's sad. But to be honest, we signed this guy for his personality and, well, wage-wise, we well overpaid. So I'm not proud of this signing. But he's trying to perform throughout matches, I feel. He's probably a good bench player anyway. He really comes on to make a difference so far. George Rousseau, not interested in that one, so nope. Carl Mellon, not interested in that one either. This is looking really bad. Heading, marking, tackling. That's below our standard. No idea why everybody wants him. Albin Hudjelm. It's difficult to pronounce. Hudjelm? Yeah, okay, Swedish. I have no idea how to pronounce this. well, he would need to play as a Metzala, as it seems, but he's lacking, especially dribbling wise, so let's get rid of this report. Playing for Bodens? No, not playing for Bodens just yet. Not a good fit for the wing, and neither a good fit for central defense. Although I'd argue at 18, he probably will be able to learn central defender at some point. The strength needs to improve, composure needs to improve, concentration needs to improve, and the technical stuff here, defensive wise, needs to improve too. The rest is fine, but I don't want to sign him, so no interest from my side. And then there's this guy. I think we already had similar strikers, so I'm not interested here. Alright, so there's one debate coming on. Do we need to sign a striker? We just got rid of Kulovic, who wasn't up to our standard. Strikers are expensive, so we might want to go with Rino Dobrac in this case. So he might even train as a striker. It's not like we... No. There's no agreement on what role he plays. On the other hand, as a target for what he's really poor, we need someone to lay off passes. This would probably do a bit better. But I mean, we can go with the blind forward, but he's not great at it. So I think that answers one question. Do we need to sign a striker? No, we do not need to. Do we want to sign a striker though? Maybe? That's not a lot of players out on loan just yet. Let's have a look through the squad. Who can play striker too? Dobrev? No. Not gonna happen. Kos is not a striker by any stretch of the imagination. Skilermo is, in a way. As a target forward, he wouldn't be enough. That's quite clear here. He's more of the poacher type. Yeah, probably, but also not great at it. As someone to lay off passes, let me put it that way, he's not worse than Robertson. We sold Robertson, but Kulovic was better suited for the role. On the other hand, he brings a decent amount of pace to the pitch, so in an emergency situation we can go with Skilermo. Warwick? Well, he is a striker in his core role. Problem is, no swearing on this channel. We're trying not to swear. This will go to YouTube. You can't swear here. No, seriously though. So what have you missed? It depends. You went out yesterday evening, right? So not much. Just like 5 hours of streaming. Yeah, what have you missed? A lot of signings actually. So the rest may go for a 5 minute. You don't know. Do we? Is there some sort of rapid nap in English? Probably. Well, Gizmo. To ramp it up for you. All right. We pushed out Bojan Kulovic on loan. Theo Lind, that's the supposed shadow striker. I was going into Jan. Well, now it's 26th of January. And, well, I think, well, yesterday evening we finished at the start of December. But December was really slow. Like, literally slow. We didn't do much in terms of signing. This squad is blown out of proportion because, well, that's due to the backup players. You were you were around at the time that we signed those. Most of them come for, I don't know, 6 to 30 euros per month. Not per month, per week. So these are just potential professional players that we signed for the squad personality and to have some backup. So I'll go through these in a second, if you want me to. Out on loan. Kulovic. Theo Lind is going out on loan again. I think we get a fee for him. Gustav Oldenlind is one of the new arrivals. We signed that guy yesterday, I think. You remember, fast guy, good technique, we're lacking otherwise. We get the wages for him, keeps playing somewhere else. At worst, we don't get anything out of it. At best, we get a transfer fee at some point, or maybe he comes back to play for us. Elias Orberg, we actually extended his contract. That's a long shots guy, if you remember. And we paid a fee for him, again. But that was already arranged yesterday, I think. So, or at the start of December. Not a big problem. He remained at his club. Edon Shabanac. Shabanac was unhappy due to the training facilities. He was unwilling to debate it. He was not happy with my management. And he didn't want to get sold for, 1.5K. So, given that he was not willing to be a good member of the squad, and I'm really sorry to say this, we had to let him go. So he goes out for loan. They pay his wages. We don't get anything for it other than an unhappy squad member that's out of the squad. But Ngoma, I think we arranged it yesterday. Women might go out for loan at some point, not sure. If you still remember Castoris is gone, finally. And then we come to the rest of the squad. Dobrev, still not paying him anything. Dennis Kos is a backup member. Don't pay him much either. He's just a midfielder, more defensive minded. Not a big deal. I think if he makes any kind of appearance, then it will be in case of an emergency. He's also signed as an emergency backup. Skillermo is still on a non-contract. Still not good enough to play first team. Still not bad enough to be dropped entirely. Still paid for 45 per game. So he wants a contract that's outlandish. I don't think that changed. Harry Warwick we signed yesterday. Harry Warwick, in all seriousness, is just a backup member for us. I think it's also declared as an emergency backup. It is. We signed this guy from England. He came over, probably didn't want to live on an island anymore, I don't know. And now he's with us in our tiny village in Sweden. By the way, if you're interested, Kumat posted a really interesting article about why this club wants to sign English players. I didn't come around to read it yet. I was busy streaming. There's Widen. Widen is a backup central defender. There's not much more to tell about him. He's alright, I guess. Bit slow. He just was cheap. Let's be honest. Arnes has been around, still is on contract. Rino Dobrac is somebody to be a bit excited about, maybe. Looking good for a 20-year-old. We signed this guy on a loan deal. He comes for free. No wages, and if we have a look at it, shadow striker wise, this is fine. His finishing could be better, but this is fine. He will do. As a Metzala, same. Could be better in some situations, but he will do in case Oliver Swan is not around, and that might be a problem. Inverted winger wise, this honestly puts Tillander in a tough spot, so he might go for the first team here, even though he's just signed as an impact sub. And yeah, striker wise, this isn't great as a target forward, but if we agree to play with a deep lying forward, in some situations it might get better, and that's fine. That fits the formation. It fits our tactical approach. Especially if we're going for ball possession, we don't have to go strictly target men. So, might do as a replacement for Kulovic and Al Holmstrom too. Helberg, you know, not much to tell. Fossell, you know. Asarson, you know. Farah, you know. Wickberg, you know, he's still around. Not sure. Maybe we can get rid of Wickberg. I don't know. Thing is, somebody would need to offer serious money for any of these central defenders. They're so cheap. Hargedal has been around. Khalili is new. We signed him yesterday. Yeah. As a wingback on attack duty, this looks horrible at first glance. At second glance, it's not much worse than Shabanach, and well, he doesn't earn any serious money. So yeah, let's go with that. Also, he's much faster than Shabanach, so he might be able to compensate for some of the situations with a pace of 12 and acceleration of 10. That's the hope, at least. Westbrook, secondary keeper, still was around yesterday. I don't know. For Isaac Al Holmstrom, I don't have to go into this. We've got high hopes for this guy, and I certainly hope that high hopes starts with a 2 this season. But we will have to wait and see. If there's one thing we learned last season, then it's that penalty taking 9 for Al Holmstrom still means that he misses half of them. So he can only improve going forward in that regard. Bergman, you know, Telander, you know, Oliver Swan, you know. There's something to say about Oliver Swan. We had a bit of a discussion, Oliver Swan and me. Maybe, yeah. I'll come to it just in a second. So, in an ideal situation, I want to keep Oliver Swan in the squad. I want him to be captain, and I want him to be the Metsala on the pitch. That's the way it is. His finishing is decent, the rest of it for Metsala looks fine too. Off-the-ball movement isn't great, but he finds these spaces from time to time. Obviously that's a deficit, but he's working on it. The long shots, I really don't care. He doesn't have to do the long shots, and even if he doesn't score 1 or 2 of these, whatever. It won't decide the season, probably. That said, he's still moaning about training facilities. And that's a problem. So we will have him in the squad as a captain with mediocre morale for the rest of the season. And this is really annoying. So in this respect, I'm willing to part with him, at least for 1 season. So he can get his head clear. And I would be willing to do that, but nobody is willing to sign him on loan. They think he's not good enough for a first team spot, or the other way around. He would need to go 1 league down to the 4th, and he's not willing to pay in the 4th under any circumstance. At least that's what we got so far. So now we go to the newcomer. This one you don't know. That's Simon Turngren. And Simon Turngren is a steal. So this is the new most expensive member of our squad. By trade, he's probably a ball-winning midfielder. But in our formation, he will definitely be the replacement for Nila Forsell. So far. This is looking really good. And physicals as well as mentals wise, he will definitely be better than Nila Forsell. I don't know if he will have better performances though. I'll compare him just for a second to Nila Forsell just for you to see. You won't get him on loan. I'll keep this guy. Sorry, man. Not a chance. This is our star signing, so to speak. And obviously he got an injury to the knee straight in the first friendly. Luckily for us, it's only been a bruise. But yeah. So that's Simon Turngren. Also fairly professional, dictates tempo. Obviously capable to replace Malte Ekman if that might be a problem at some point. So to Ekman's standard he will probably come. Although he's not a great passer or anything. He's more of a defensive minded player. So box to box is probably fine. But he can definitely contribute. I think that much is clear. And also first team, obviously. We pay him, just to show this, we pay him 65 a week. That's for us, that's a lot, you know that. And appearance fee 30 euros. But we got him onto a contract to 2026 with a potential extension if he makes enough games. So if he's not injured the last season, probably he will stay until 2027. Or somebody might come around and offer a lot of money for him. Here there's Stolt. You know Stolt. Per Boltegård Blom is a left-footed central defender. To be honest, he's really slow. That's really bad. And the rest of it isn't looking that great either. and it doesn't look that good. But he's got a jumping reach, he's got a strength, he's got a fairly professional personality. He might be good enough to mentor some of the members of the squad, and that's what we signed him for. Yeah. Exactly. I think so too. And I don't think we will turn pro anytime soon. We need to go up for that. That financials wise, it's just not possible. So we need bigger income. That's just the way it is. That didn't change. You know, Flackguard hasn't improved much. Morada Silva hasn't improved much, and Kevin Blennestrand, to be honest, hasn't improved much either. There's some demand for Kevin Blennestrand by Trollhättan and I don't know, another club. There it is. Trollhättan and Östersund FK. The problem with these transfers is they offer like 150 euros for him, and I flat out declined that. It's just he's on a low grade contract, Kevin Blennestrand, so they don't want to pay for him. They think he's someone they will get for cheap. Now I would be willing to part with him actually, not from a financial point of view due to his wages. He's on 15 euros, but if we can get, I don't know, 5k for him, because that's possible to do that, then sure, I'd be willing to part with him. Because Westberg is certainly capable to play as a goalkeeper for us. And yeah, at some point we need the cash. 5k is a lot for us. But on the other hand, for 1,000 euros, I probably won't be willing to part with Blennestrand. Or we need a really capable replacement for him. But yes, I'd be willing to go into the season with Alexander Westberg in case of a deal. So that's what happened to the squad. And now, well, depth-wise, this looks better, right? We certainly have some emergency backups. On the other hand, we pay for them, so some of them might go on loan. Actually, early on too. Just because we can recall them if we need them. And for them being out on loan, us not paying the wages, that would probably be preferable. But the squad is I'd say it's a bit bloated right now. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that's what happened. And now we're going through the very exciting pre-season, which will take another 2 months or so, maybe more. So there will be one frozen pitch after the other, and all of the friendlies will be meaningless. Well, okay, they went down. So this is a club I think we played last season. Yeah, they went down. They finished 15th, if I recall correctly. Somebody wants Asarson on loan. Yes, I'd be willing to part with him. We don't specifically need Asarson. And if you can pay us any money for him, that would be wonderful. There's the monthly staff meeting. Still request summary to inbox. I've not yet decided. So at the start of this stream, at the start of last season, I did them all. But that was at a time when I started streaming. So on one hand, I'm interested in how the players are performing, and I'm interested in how they look on the pitch, right? So I might go for a friendly or two and look at these, just like I did with the last one. On the other hand, I really don't want to bore the entire viewership for, I don't know, 2 days with friendlies. So that might mean that we go for the assistant manager. It's a trade-off. Probably some of both. Also, if I go for the assistant manager, don't forget that this results in we still have that interval of like 2 months. So the assistant manager takes charge. We win them all, or we don't care. It works out fine, but we have to skip through 2 months on stream that are not that interesting, and I really don't want to break the series apart for like going to do stuff off stream. But my machine isn't that fast, so that may well take a few hours too. So might as well play the friendlies to get something different into the stream. This session was tiresome enough, I think. We've been going about basically transfers and squad composition for 5 hours now, 5.5 hours. So yeah. For the right price, maybe. For the not so right price, probably not. Also, we're 35 followers away from me writing a mail to Ytterhogdals for, a kid. I guess that's some sort of personal success, right? I really don't want an orange kit behind me though. Maybe I can get an away kit. They are black, I think. I can live with that. Maybe a black one. It's just ridiculous. I think I never owned a footballer's kit in my entire life. Again, another loan offer for Asarson. Well, 2 actually. So, given that there are 2 clubs interested in him, let's just keep the demands where they were. We want money for him. Don't care much about the rest. Probably won't develop much either. Regular starter is fine by me, but I want some money. And the same goes for this one. I think they already made an offer last time. This is what we want. Fringe player. Whatever. If he doesn't develop, that's fine. He's on €6 per week. Now we're talking. Now we're talking, guys. Alright. So I'm gonna need some opinions here. That's not some weird attempt to get in this case. That's not some weird attempt to get chat messages out of you and to get some sort of participation going. I'm really not sure how to go about this. So I could use some opinions. First of all, for context. For everybody available right now, this is Kevin Blennestrand. Kevin Blennestrand is a really good goalkeeper for us. Saved a lot of shots last season. He did well. He's 20 years old. I think he's got potential. But development-wise, if we look at this, this is fine, but from a football manager perspective, this is not considered great development, right? Or in other words, he won't improve much. In our club, at least. He will probably due to natural development, and we will happily keep him around. And also his only weakness really is anticipation. The rest of it is fine. Sure, he could do it with less 8s, but that didn't sound right. But, with less attributes that are 8. But that's about it. He's on a 15 euros per month contract, so that's really low. Like, we're dumping his wage way out of proportion. If we get relegated for some reason, he can leave for 1100 euros. That's the nature of his contract. He wouldn't be willing to sign another one anyway. He's good. He's good. We've got a backup there. That backup is Alexander Westberg. If you compare those two, it's actually much closer than it looks at first glance. And that's probably due to physicals. Physically speaking, Kevin Blennestrand is the better keeper. He's the better player. But for a goalkeeper, actually, we really just want to look at his agility. And I'm not going to say this is a wash, but the difference isn't that big, right? Anticipation-wise, Westberg is better. Concentration-wise, he is worse, but that's 2 8s and a 9, that's fine. Aerial reach, really a problem for Westberg, but we didn't see much coming of that just yet. He did play one game and he didn't have a problem with that. So his ability to challenge in aerial situations might be a bit of a problem. Yeah, I think so too, Gizmo. But I'm seriously inclined to go for other opinions there too. So yeah, the rest of it, this is probably a wash. I think that's how they say it in English, right? So they're basically the same. It's not that big of a difference. And somebody is willing to offer us a serious amount of money for that. I'm just gonna go and reiterate on that too. They are offering 11k right now. 11k, that's 5 to 10% of the entire budget we have over the entire season. So all income aggregated. This is a lot of money. So in this regard, I'm willing to go with Westberg into the season. Maybe sign another keeper. And we sell him to Trollhättan. And we will happily sell him with clauses that earn us money going forward. Because he didn't get a good career for us. And I don't need these 11k now. These 11k won't build us a training center. So I will be around this club for a little longer. Yeah, it is. But we'll do a bit differently about this. So I love installments. They offered us 11k? Cool. So that's probably not enough. Can we go for 1k here? Sure. So that's the 11k, but distributed. This is bad for us, right? Percentage of next sale, 50%. No debate. I want that. I want that friendly. And now that we have this going, can we get some cash per league appearance, for example? So something like this. So per league appearance is probably a bit much. But I love to include these clauses. That's a lot of money all of a sudden. How much is it? 19. You said we were going for 20? Well, this is 21. So let's go for 20. So now we did, and we don't have that for sure. But the fee they will not have a problem with. And this kind of stuff, sometimes they accept it. And we will not suggest it. This will be negotiated. It might take some time. Loan back length, we don't need that. Buyback price, Doesn't matter. Yeah, and we don't need to sign a replacement player either. So, are we willing to go with this? That would be 12k plus a 50% clause plus a friendly against Trollhedden. And Trollhedden are first division elite, so this is a friendly that will probably sell out. So that earns us another decent amount of money. So we're trying, alright? We're trying. Maybe they go there. And to me this is very exciting. Because that's a lot of money. And that's the kind of deal I like to make. So, great. 5 hours 36 minutes, at least according to OBS. Twitch has another opinion. I'm gonna go for another bathroom break. See you all in a minute. Alright, will we manage to sell him? And so I had a toilet thought, if that's a thing in England too. You know, something like shower thoughts probably. What do we do if someone comes with a similar offer for Isaac Alholmström? Because this squad certainly doesn't work without Isaac Alholmström. A keeper we can probably replace. Isaac Alholmström though, I don't know what to do about him. Who would need to pay serious money for someone else? Pudas, I don't care about Pudas. There's another offer. Do we want to loan him back? What happened there? They accepted it? Seriously? Oh no. Oh no. You see what happened here? The chairman accepted it on our behalf. We got them to 12k. So, do we want to loan him back? for the remainder of the season. That will probably see him playing for the entirety of the season. On the other hand, that means that Westberg will not play, and he's the one to develop for us. But sure, we can loan him back. He might have the playing time as a star player, but this is not great. I wanted more. Resign. So that certainly solves the well. If he doesn't play, we can give Westberg time on the pitch this season, and have Planestrand as some sort of backup. So I don't know, make it 50-50 until he starts complaining. Then he can just terminate his loan and move on, whatever. So let's take him back here. This will not do. But maybe we could go for something like this. I was really excited to sell a player for 20k, and now, well, Chairman just overruled me. I hate that. Yes, we could have protested transfer, but then again, you know how this works. You protest transfer, all of a sudden transfer negotiations don't go well, and then you end up with a player and without the money. It's not easy to be in a poor club. In this situation, I don't enjoy it, in case you didn't notice. But on the other hand, it's 12k. But now we got 12k coming in, without the additional clauses. I really hate that. So maybe we should have gone for, I don't know, 16 or something. Hindsight. Yeah. But, well, gone for 15 with, or 16 with the clauses, just for them to accept it. Or maybe, I don't know, even 13-14. On the other hand, we didn't know. So for the future, we know this. This club, 12k was definitely the amount this time that was needed for the chairman to go in and accept the transfer on our behalf. Cool. David Slotnick, I don't care about that one. They are really absolutely unwilling to offer any serious amount of money for this guy. They don't even want to pay his wages. Also, they want to pay less in case he doesn't play. That's just mind-boggling to me. Why would you do that? No. That's expensive. No. And Eden Shabanac is a high-potential player. You don't say. Well, so maybe Westberg will have some time on the pitch after all. In a way, that makes me happy. He's been a good servant so far, and I think he has great potential too. At least for now. Aerial reach will also probably develop on its own. It's just one of these things that develops with goalkeepers over time. I don't know why. Every single goalkeeper that I had in Football Manager developed every reach. It went, I don't know, all the way from 8 to 15 in lower league saves. Doesn't matter what you train them in. They just have it. So starting at 5, maybe he can end in a 10. Well, 12k is still a lot, so and going forward we can probably have the odd deal of that amount from time to time. Also, to be fair, this comes in at at a good point in time. Because maybe we can ask for training facilities once more. Just maybe. Maybe they are willing to go into a certain amount of depth here. Honestly, I don't expect this to work, but maybe. So what's going on end of January? A lot, as it seems. How's your safe going, Gizmo? Yes, I would. We could sign him on a on a free contract now. Whatever. Let's just roll with it. This is fine. Sold him for 12k. This is so sad. Could have made 20. Or maybe 15. In private finance, they say the first 100k are the most difficult. So as an individual, I feel the same in Football Manager. The first 100k are the most difficult. Once you reach that the first 100k in player sales, you probably have something set up going forward, like sell-on clauses and all that stuff, and I don't know, income that's distributed over the next few years. Once you reach that point in Football Manager, there's some repeated source of income there. You can sign some more expensive players, make up more money on them, and increase squad quality going forward. But you gotta get those. Who's Philip Beckman? Oh, he's got nice jumping. But that's about it. So yeah, cool. This is outrageous. Alright. Take him. But I want him to be an important player for you. You can get him just for his wages. It feels like this has been going on for half a year now. Yeah, you can do that. Not going there. Not... So... looks like Blennestrand will be around the squad anyway. Doesn't want to sign for Trollhättan. He rejected the contract offer. So we will probably get another one at some point, maybe. That's always part of it. I don't know, maybe he likes our village. I can certainly see the appeal. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky now. But next time, we're gonna go for 14. Just right from the start, not be too greedy. It's not like I don't think I can manage 20, but I want them to accept this immediately, or 13. Especially with all the clauses in. They probably sign him to make a league appearance at some point, and if he makes it in their squad, this is basically printing money. Yes, it takes a while, but, well, the slow money is usually the best money. People are willing to offer whatever if they don't need to pay it today. It's just how humans are. So, seen from this perspective, we definitely need a replacement for Al Holmström. It's not like I expect him to leave anytime soon, but we need to line up something there. If he goes, we need a striker that's good for 15 goals in the season. And we need a strong one. Maybe I'll give VfB Stuttgart a call and ask for Castanares or something. I don't know. Probably none of you ever heard of that guy. It's a young striker. But I think it's way above our pay grade already. This is still the 31st of January. Not sure what's going on in-game here. Maybe Troll hadn't decide to make another offer, I don't know. So, if we would have sold for 11k, or any other sum, he would probably have turned down the contract anyway. Oh, Oliver Flickard trained well. Blanestron didn't though, what a surprise. Neither did Sepp Women, well... He might have been somewhere else and with the inside of his head. Okay, we've also got some new signings that we want to deal with. Probably we ask... Where is he? Gustav Åström. And there he is. Probably we ask him to say hello to a few people. Okay, so much for the welcoming period. And honestly, let's just do it for the other ones too. So he's happy to welcome 5 people to the club. Well, fine by me. He's been training well too. For some reason. In the U19, well, we just had a talk with him, so there's no use doing this. Felix Gustafsson, well, that's not that great. Peter Moldig though, well, this isn't good. And the rest of them here aren't good either, but I'm not inclined to talk to everyone in U19. Funny. Well, we need to wait another month. I think the player will turn down any other contract now, right? So even if we manage to sell him in the next 5 days once more for another sum, he will turn down the contracts immediately. Obviously, the fans will be devastated wherever he goes for whatever sum. This is annoying. I'll go for some water. Didn't miss much, as it seems. Finally, it's February 2024. 2025. It's 2025. Sorry. Hopefully no other pandemics going on. World is in peace. Everybody's just enjoying their football. Here we go. 12k in losses this month. Great. What happened there? Seriously, what happened? There was cash coming in. We're like 12k of losses. Why? Okay, there was no income. Surprise. What happened last month? Other. Usually that means somebody arranged a friendly, but in this case we didn't pay for the friendly. Player wages. Well, okay, yeah. Yes, okay, this increased. Yeah, that's my fault. True. They weren't that great either. Or that big. And the rest of it here is basically irrelevant. Income-wise. Other. Huh. Great. That's what we're trying to earn 23 euros for last month, right? To make up for the 6k that was spent in category other. 6.5. Advertising, supplies, and other general expenses. To be fair, that's looks like this happens a lot here. So it might have to do with the friendlies after all. But yeah, it's not much we can do about it. It is as it is. So much for earning money with friendlies. So maybe we'll skip the friendlies? But we have to get a match fit some way. Now they accept it. Okay. Well, 6 euros is better than nothing per week. So maybe that also answers the question, Gizmo Bob. Maybe it's better if we skip some of these friendlies, well, rearrange them to a later point in pre-season, and just skip through most of February. Let's maybe have, I don't know, 1 or 2 of those each month. We watch those probably, and try to go into the real season. But we have to get a match fit. There it is. All right. Elias Siani rejected a contract offer from... Why is this guy on the short list anyway? It's not like we can afford him, right? Monthly board performance, yeah, the board is happy. Okay, sure. The Route 1 style. What Route 1 style? That's not what we're trying to play. That's for sure. Dynamics. This doesn't look good, but at least Oliver Swan finally got upgraded here. Problem is he's still annoyed. Stolt went down. Not a problem. We need to get some players up there. They need to remain at the club for some time. Which probably means that we need to retain some of the average players, that is. So this is a problem, yes. But there's some players that we might be able to retain after all. For Oliver Swan, for example, there's not much of a market. It's kind of weird to see. Maybe I think he's better than he is. Don't know. Okay. So today we got another match. This time it's against Ytterhogdals. Finance-wise, we're already in the red this month. This is great. So let's try to get some income with this match against a former league opponent. If this doesn't work, well. Also, schedule-wise, before we go into the friendly, there's our first real match. So we can probably play a friendly here. Luella doesn't have to play us anymore. Segeltorps doesn't have to. They have to. So they will play us here. And we need a friendly here. They don't have to play us anymore, so go for this guys maybe. Nah. Let's wait until the odd transfer has gone through. I usually include a friendly clause. But Trollhättan, I think, didn't accept that friendly clause, right? So that's another really important point. We probably should have gone for 10k and a friendly clause. Because that friendly will probably earn us more. That is if Trollhättan is a club of a certain stature. But, well, doesn't matter much now. Is it like this? I think so. How many fans do you have? I don't know. They've got an affiliate club. Their stadium is 5.1k people. Don't know how filled it is. Is there something that is there somewhere that we can see this? Probably not, right? General, no, don't know. Okay. Yeah, but I hope that they would have brought along, I don't know, 1,000 fans. That would have been great. And that's a lot of money too. So, yeah. Probably go with the friendly clause next time. Fitness test not required, but he's not fully match fit. So let's put Forcell on the pitch. Where are you? Here. This is well, what did we do any signings for? And now Trollhättan don't have any interest in anymore. Great. Really great. So let's play him again. Well, until somebody does. I wanted to say, but yeah. Let's just play both from time to time, and yeah. Have a look where we go with this. Well, this is looking like overlap to me. Work bar into box is great. We forgot to fix the stop crosses, so I'll have to do that after the pitch. Yeah, after the pitch. Yeah, after the match. Yes, flag art starts. And I still expect a win. This is a former league opponent, so this could be a bit more tricky. Or it could be really, I don't know. How far the sell-off went with these guys. Oh, that's not that much snow, right? Last time it was snow all over the place. This is looking better. Well, nice passing going on there. Mariah da Silva goes for the dribble, finds Forceldo. Again for Forcell, Tillander. Back from Mariah da Silva, flag guard, Eggman, flag guard. And that's it. No highlight here. Yeah, so it's a bit slow. We allowed him to close us down. Ooh. Weird defending, but okay. Again, Mariah da Silva with the dribble. Goes for flag guard. Boltegard Blom. Stolt. That's certainly a good cross. And Bergman wins back possession. Nice pass for Swan. Can he put it into the middle? Well, he tried. Got a corner here. Bergman goes for the cross. Nah. This didn't go well. Stolt. And that must have been offside. Well, interesting throw there. It's not one of his strong suits. Flag guard for Boltegard Blom. Ekman. And he just picks the pass. Nice one. For Bergman here. And now it's been offside. Ah, that must have been close. Also got Blom here with the long ball. Oh, Holmström doesn't mind. He likes the header. But we don't keep possession here. Tillander wins it back though. Not that high off the pitch, sadly. Oh, Holmström with the header for Swan. Will he go for the shot? Yes, but it's wide. Swan. Doesn't manage to find Tillander. And now it's offside. Alright. Come on. Do a bit more. This is not alright. Boltegard Blom. Stolt. Well, he was closed down well. Ekman. Again for Stolt. Boltegard Blom. Ekman. And Stolt for Bergman, who manages to beat his man. And another. And another. Wow, that was a nice combination. So far, they don't look like they are trying to win this game, to be honest. But they will probably try to score through the middle. Bergman passes it inside, and Al Holmström with the finish. Just doesn't manage to bang it into the back of the net. Bergman with the corner. Oh, that might result in a counter. Kachmar's on his own though. Finds Ytterhogdals there. He's been driven off. Alright. That shouldn't result in anything. And it doesn't. Except for possession for Stolt. Nice lob here for Bergman. Doesn't manage to get it into the penalty area. Forsell with a wonderful pass. And Tillander with a weak finish. Gotta be honest about that. That wasn't that great. Kachmar, a free kick. Will this result in a finish? Hedlund. Kachmar. Well, it results in something akin to a finish. It was a weak header, to be honest. So, not much of a problem. Swan with a free kick for Fleckguard. Close. As always. Wins that one too. Will Hedlund be closed down? Doesn't look like it. Kachmar out on the wing. Tries to cross it, doesn't manage to. Ekman now with the ball. Holmström's got acres in front of him. Finds Bergman here and he runs down the wing. Will he find a way inwards? Well, he goes back for Stolt. He goes for the cross though. Holmström with the header and that's close, but it's over. Doesn't look bad so far. They didn't manage to score though. Forsell for Tillander. Fleckguard. Ekman. Stolt. Boltegard Blom out there for Bergman, and Kachmar tries to clear it. So I'm gonna demand more here. They don't like that, as it seems. Oh, what a wonderful kick. And somebody just blocked this. Was it Moreira da Silva? It was a wonderful block. He just got there in time. Kachmar with the corner. Oh, Westberg doesn't manage to catch it. There we got the aerial reach of 5. That's the first time I see this. So maybe we can be somewhat happy that Blennestrand didn't get sold after all. Kachmar in swinging corner for the long post. This looks like it could go out for a throw, and it does. Kalén. Näsholm. And we concede another corner. This is not what I expected. I expected a bit more. On the other hand, it's kind of good to see that there are teams that may challenge us a little bit during friendlies. Yeah, nice win of the ball by Swan. Goes for the dribble. He's a bit slow there, and Näsholm is just faster. Muscles it off him. Hedlund. For Karlsson. Oh. Didn't manage to win the header there. Unconvincing performance by Boltegard Blom so far. That's a nice ball for Ekman. Will he go for the shot? No. He doesn't manage to control the ball. Weird thing there. Ooh. Again a bad decision, but luckily for us it was offside. Boltegard Blom didn't make a good impression so far, I think. So I'm not delighted with that performance, not at all. Looking at the average ratings, I think this is not good enough. And they seem motivated and somewhat fired up. So let's keep it at that. Oh. Boltegard Blom for Swan. Stolt. Swan. All Holmström. Does this find Bergman? It doesn't. He's going for a lot of long balls now. At least that's how it appears. But really, we're not in control of this game. Molin. Kachmar goes for the shot. So, who's to blame here? None of them are playing particularly weak, but on the other hand, none of them are really playing up to a certain standard either. If this were a league match, I'd probably, well, see this going as a draw and take the point. All Holmström, back to Moreira da Silva, Ekman, flag guard. Ekman, flag guard with the lob of the over opponent's defense, and that's it. Okay, I've seen enough of this. So central defenders wise, this won't do. I'm not happy with that performance, so you two get off the pitch. Moreira da Silva seems inspired, so maybe we'll leave him on. Nila for sale, not so much. But we've got Hellberg here, so he can come on and make an impression. Go out there, score the winning goal. I've gotten used to Hellberg to some degree. Still not used to his wage demand, but I've been happy to have him in the squad as a substitute. Didn't make a bad impression so far. This is a penalty. No, it's offside. I really thought we would get a penalty here. Nice tackle by Moreira da Silva. Ekman intercepts that one. Tillander. Will he go for the pass at some point? Yes, for Stolt. Was a good one too. That dribble was risky though, from midfield. And Stolt passes it back to Hagedal. Back to Stolt. Bergman. All over the pitch for Moreira da Silva. Well done. Tillander's got the pace. But he doesn't have to finish this time. Hits the man. And, well, that was an easy one to get to for Elk. Another long ball. Hagedal controls it well. Impressive technique by the defender. Stolt. Goes for the wing. Passes it down the wing. Bergman, half asleep, recognizes it later on. And there's all Holmström and there's the goal. Alright, we're going for the win in this friendly. Doesn't matter if it's a friendly. Still can use the win. Look at that stray pass. And then the cross doesn't come in good either, but our Holmström is just a force to be reckoned with. Well, that's an easy one for Stolt. Intercepted that well. And now we can suddenly be happy with the performance. 1-0 is fine. We faced through 3 shots. Will Bergman score a second? No. Just over. Elk distributes it. Goes for the long ball here. Tillander. Nice pass towards Swan. Will he spot a nice pass? Nah. Goes for Stolt. Out on the wing. Gets a cross in. All Holmström with another, but it goes straight into the hands of the keeper. Well, that ended up with Stolt straight away. Bergman tries to find Swan. Is this offside? Doesn't look like it. Stolt tries to go for the cross here. And no, we've got a job to do for Hogdal. Routine chip though. Stolt, nice pass for Bergman. Oh, try to go for another pass here. Was a great idea. Didn't manage to get it in though. Bergman. Hogdal, and it's in. I would love to see more of these during season. So, let's assert here, set pieces still work. We were really unlucky probably for some time during last season, because Hagedal and Fleckart both scored in both friendlies. Well, they scored in both. Fleckart hasn't been on the pitch yet, I think. Or if he had, well, he didn't score, that is. But anyway, this is looking good. So, I'm going for key highlights here and probably make some substitutions too. Who can we substitute? Malte Ekman probably. Nah, there he is. Welcome back, Ross. You didn't miss much. Nah, seriously, we're in friendlies. We had some time with the squad, but it's not like you missed a lot. Asarson will probably come on for Ekdal at this point. So I really don't want to pay Farado. On the other hand, yeah, he needs to be match fitted at some point, so yeah. Let's go for this. Oliver Swan here. Where are other midfielders? Kos maybe. He's not a good Metzala. Let's undo that. Let's get this guy on. Tillander can be replaced by Alnes. Nah, I think it was just raided. It's well, I'm certainly thankful, and I hope that some of them are willing to stick around. Yeah, as long as it provides fun for them. The Beggars budget. The Beggars budget is depleting pretty fast. I might have made some questionable decisions. I didn't spend too much cash, I think, but yeah, there's this other expense from time to time coming up during pre-season, and it's really hard to control that. I think it might have to do with the friendlies. So yeah, that's going on. Yes. Also, we really need a replacement striker, I think. I didn't buy the bus, sorry. I think it has to do with, well, don't know. Might be the club's money laundering source dried up after all. So this is probably not fair to the real Ytterhogdals, but there's a lot of income on fan side. So the support is just I don't know, generate a lot of income for some reason. There's a lot of how do you call it? Well, donations. It is. There's a lot of donations for Ytterhogdals, and I have no idea why. Al Holmström with another one? No, not this time. Yeah, I made a joke a few sessions ago, so it's an old one. But if you look at it, it's like, I don't know, 50k in donations or something for a season. It's really a lot. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Nice. Not so nice. Well, also you might notice in the chat that we tried to sell Brennestrand. We got an offer for 11k. We tried to negotiate for 20. They came back for 10. No, not 10, for 12. and it was Trollhedden. The chairman accepted on our behalf, which I was really, well, I wouldn't say furious, but probably annoyed about. So, yeah. So he was out the door, and halfway out the door we got a loan offer for him to loan him back, so we accepted that. It's nice to have a backup, even if that backup considers itself a star player. And then, to be the cherry on the top, after all of that has been cleared, Blennerstrand decided to turn down the contract by Trollhedden because it was not good enough. For whatever reason. So now Blennerstrand is back into the squad, and he will not negotiate with Trollhedden, and we're 12k short. Also, there's some sort of other expense for like 6.5k. I didn't encounter that yet, but I would definitely, let me put it that way, usually that's not a situation I end up in. But yeah, we will get there at some point. Okay, Holgerson. No deal for this guy. Don't know why he's on his short list. Not interested. Remove him. Noah Nilsson. Not sure about that one either. Also, we made a record signing, by the way. A record signing for decent €0, but we pay him €65 a week. He's 19-year-old, fairly professional, central midfielder. Probably playing as a box-to-box for us. A bit more of a defensive minded guy. So, yeah. That one will probably be around the squad for a while. Well, I'm not interested in Noah Nilsson that much. Daniel Daoud? Well, no. Ytterhogdals. Fairly pro, moves into channels, same old story. I'm still interested in that guy, just for the personality, and now, all of a sudden, we got interesting wages here. I think he was more expensive last time we had a look at him. This looks acceptable. So, my thought process is this. For a midfielder, this guy is doing... He's somewhat fine. He can play as a box-to-box, as a last-ditch effort. If we ever play with a shadow striker, fine. He's got decent passing, finishing isn't great, but well, he certainly has the possibility to move into channels. Off-the-ball movement is great. This is missing with Oliver Swan, and anticipation is good too. Concentration, decisions, yes, that's missing, but he will get there at some point. He's also fairly pro. Always want to have somebody of that caliber in the squad. Also, as a deep-lying forward, he will probably do for the odd match. And on the left wing, if we look at this, is this really much worse than Bergman and Skillermo? Is it really? Because I don't think so. So let's compare this. Because if he can compete with these two, one of them will go out the door at some point. So here's Skillermo. That's not a question if he can compete. He's a bit slower. So acceleration isn't that great. But overall, he's the more attacking minded player. Not a bad idea. At least in comparison to Skillermo. So where's Bergman? That's Hugo Bergman. So now we're talking. Because I don't think we'll use his services as a shadow striker or as a midfielder that much. But as an attacking minded winger out here with a strong right foot, he doesn't need the good crossing. It's okay. Just cut inside and go for the pass, and he is able to spot those. So, what does he want? Remember when I told you that I do not want to have these clauses anymore? Remember that? It's always the training facilities. I'll do it anyway. Yeah, I'll do that. We'll get this done. For 40 or 45 or something, and Skillomo can go. Or, I don't know, Bergman. Maybe we can get money for Bergman. Because this guy is better than Bergman. So maybe we can get money for Bergman. Whatever. Keep this. And you will see, at the end of this transfer period, half of the squad will be gone. And we will have new manager syndrome all over again. That said, this is a fairly professional guy. So I'm unapologetic about this so far. Sure, whatever. I want an optional contract extension for this. No? Come on, you want to sign for 45. Give me that. I'll even pay you a bit of, I don't know, another 25 euros. No? Okay, you can have a small appearance fee. How about that? Is this alright with you? It isn't. So you want a 50. Okay. You can also have the 10 euros appearance fee. That one I will cut. Not going there. We might get promoted and I'm not going to pay you 75 all of a sudden. No, it's less. It's 60. But still. Not going to go there. Well, 60 to 50. Anyway. So, do we do this? 50 euros. Well, we paid 50 euros for less. So, we do this. And now, it's not clear that he will sign for us. There's other clubs in the competition here. Or in contract negotiations, that is. Substitute fee, definitely not. Appearance fee. Well, he wants this one, so we will need to reduce this bit by bit. He probably insists on, I don't know, 5 euro. No, he insists on everything. Okay, cool. Last but not least. Well, it's not last. So this is relegation, a reduction in wage. We need that. And this he will probably not accept. No, he will not. Anyway, contract till 2026. That's fine by me. For 50 euros, he is an important player once he is used to this position. So that will go well. He's got a trait that is fitting for the role. As an attacking-minded inverted winger out here. He's 23, will not improve much, but we need some players to stick around. And this is one of those players that I'm willing to sell if we make a profit. But on the other hand, I have no problems in keeping him around, because the trait is fitting, and he can coach and mentor the other players. So this is good. If it comes to it, that is. So then, yeah, similar situation here. Much better suited attribute-wise, but well, he would have wanted more money probably. This one I'm not even gonna look at. And there's Kalle Adal. What are you? Midfielder? Shadow striker? I don't know, something along the lines. But we don't need him, I think. All right. Training schedule for the coming weeks. So, preseason isn't that uninteresting after all, is it? A lot of deals going on here. Anyone of you's got any experience in uploading 6.5 hour streams to YouTube? They will probably be very happy about that. It's a very YouTubey thing to upload anything that's longer than, I don't know, 10 minutes. So, I wonder if there's a limit at some point. Eric Langwagen. So they signed him. Okay, cool. They signed Philip Beckman. That's fine by me too. Would have taken that guy, but... and Pudas. Remove him from the shortlist too. That's great. So... there's a lot coming in right now. Bergman. I mean, he did improve. There might just be somebody coming for him at some point. Can we improve his anticipation a bit? Maybe? Yeah, I agree. Final third training it is. Will he make us any money anytime soon? Ooh. Well, his contract's running out, so might not be a bad idea to replace him. Sure, we can also give him 15 games this season. So the clause triggers. Victor Frasilla. Okay. And the stuff is not very interesting here. That's just Sand weekends. They will just I don't know. They'll come in and probably mop the floor with us. That's just how they are. Hi Gizmo. No, I did not sell Blennistrand. Blennistrand decided to agree to a loan back deal, and I don't know, one day later he decided that the contract offer by Trollhättan wasn't good enough. So even though the board accepted a deal for 12k in our name, which we didn't have any hand in, Blennistrand will remain with the club now, and Trollhättan are no longer interested in him because, well, contract negotiations failed. So, in all honesty, I don't know what to make of it. I had mentally accepted that he is gone, and now he's back in the squad. Football. But if you want to have him, you can always bid, I don't know, give me 15k for him, you can have him. I'll include some nasty clauses probably, but it's cheap. This guy's going places, maybe. Yeah, but I should have taken the 11 or 12k. On the other hand, he didn't want to sign for them anyway. What can you do? Made another signing though, who might come in sooner or later. Might. There's a lot of players unhappy with the training, should be doing more strength training. Yeah, leave me alone. By the way, Sir Loser, thank you for dropping me the message about that layout and design stuff. That seriously looks interesting. I need to look into this into more depth at some point. Especially the thumbnail stuff. I need to learn as a streamer how to make thumbnails for videos. It's just the reality of it. And, well, I'm neither a front-end guy nor a designer or anyone capable of handling that kind of stuff so far. So, yeah. I will have a serious look into this. And then maybe you replace the thumbnails on YouTube. Because they're just the starting moments of the stream. Alright. Yeah, I didn't get to it so far. It's kind of weird. You start streaming, screaming maybe too, but you start streaming and then all of a sudden it becomes a habit and well, you got a 6.5 hours live stream going on. It's not like I don't know. I kind of got used to it pretty fast, so not promising to do that every day though. This would be exhausting at some point, I guess. But well, if you stream for 8 hours a day, there's only so much you're willing to do in each day. At some point, you want to crash on the couch. Yeah, or maybe I don't know. There's still sun outside. Should probably enjoy that at some point. Take the deck out for a ride, in my case. It's been really shaky yesterday. I went outside with the skateboard and well, let me put it that way. There's always a certain insecurity after winter when you go on deck first time. To be fair, it's usually not a problem, but yeah. There is sun in Football Manager. Yeah, it gets reflected by the snow on the pitch, right? That's all we need. Gamers and computer scientists. The sun is a yellow monster. It hunts us down and wants to burn us. Do not go into the sun. Seriously, some sun's healthy. Probably. I'm not a medical expert, but I think sun exposure is a bit underrated these days. Well, yeah, let's not go too deep into that. But I think it's a good idea to, I don't know, get outside go for a walk, go for a hike from time to time. Be amongst trees, seriously. It's not like I'm I don't know. I don't want to be to end up in the hippie category here, but to be in nature is healthy, I think, from time to time at least. So he's out the door. Goodbye. Thank you very much for your services. Hopefully you can have a good season there. That's another €6 per week saved, which isn't much. But 1% of the wage budget is, well, the wage budget used is 1%. So that's something. Oh no! Lionel Messi will retire. Will the world ever recover from that? Probably. They also offer the contract to Ytterhogdals, so he might not join us after all. We will see. Whatever. It's not like our director of football is doing anything, right? Well, he might... Oh! What's going on here? Why did he improve? Then what happened here? Okay. Alright, anticipation, decisions, that stuff. Reflexes aren't great either. This is fine. There is Sun in Football Manager. Yet another fixture. Fine. There's somebody missing on the bench, so let's go with women here. That's a lot of friendlies. Okay, so they seem to get back into it. I'll take off Baltic Gold here. I think we'll go with Ytterhogdals for the time being. They are used to it, so yeah, that's that. And also, he's not fully fit yet, so let's just keep him where he is. Also, okay, this is going through the center of the pitch. I don't care much, but out of possession we will definitely stop crosses going forward. Our wingers on both sides aren't good headers. It's much more reliable for them to close down the opponent. And reliable is like, I don't know. So we will stick to that. This appears inspiring, at least to two players. Well, you might have noticed that there's still Westberg in goal. That was a half-conscious decision. But we might revise that later on, because Blennestrand might not go. Also, we can force sell him, of course. We can just offer him to clubs. Don't know if he'll be excited about that, but maybe somebody else is interested and willing to put up 10k for him. Great ball for Swan. That's what he can do. If he's informed, it is. That's what I want Oliver Swan to do every second game. Look at that. Laid off. A wonderful lob by Tillander for Oliver Swan. And he just touches it slightly and it goes straight into goal. Over the keeper. Well, Stolt got a yellow card here. Brohan. Not a bad shot. Not a bad shot. So let's tell him to ease off tackles. Probably 10 minutes late, but it is what it is. Flag guard the same. Do we want to encourage them here? No. But by the way, we're playing not a bad opponent here. I think they went up last season, right? Isn't it? Ekman for Hagedal. Finds Stolt. Nice pass back for Westberg. Ekman. Hagedal. Finds Fleckard. He goes for Forsell. That's a nice pass for Tillander. Will he go for the penetrating pass? Well, he tried. And now we face a difficult situation for Stolt, who's already on a yellow card. Doesn't avoid the cross. Yeah. Nice counter. They did that well. And Fleckard didn't look good in the middle. That's not enough. We'll need to look into this one more time. So it's man against man in the middle. Stolt doesn't get into the duel. And both of them basically try to close down Kunst here. Why can't I select anyone? Well, this is Hagedal, the other one is Fleckard. They were both not well positioned and not able to hold on to this guy. Bergman with the corner here. Hagedal, that was close. Let's encourage him. It looked like we were in control of the match. We skipped the scenes, but stats tell us so. Bergman, Ekman, Forsell goes for the shot. Look at that! Whatever do we need to sign 19-year-old wonder kids for if we got Nila Forsell banging in these shots? I don't know why he... I don't know. He seems to have learned these. But attribute-wise, he's not good at those. He's got like 7 finishing, 8 long shots or something like that. It's not like he's great at them. He just picks them real nicely. And apparently he shoots them with power. With enough pace to beat the keeper. Even if he touches it. So... that went in. And we're up 2-1. So I'm happy with that, yes. I'm happy with that. By the way, for Gizmo and Sore Loser, I don't know if I mentioned this. There's an article here in chat that you might see if you scroll up. That was shared by one of our new followers, Kumquat. That's about why we are forced to buy English players. I didn't read it yet, but I'm really interested in that one. So we can probably talk about this next session. If there is anything to talk about, that is. So. Okay. Now that Flackguard is exhausted, well, let's just exchange both. Look at that defensive row. All 3 or 4 on a yellow card. Let's just get them off the pitch, every single one of them. Fine. Need to take off some instructions here. I know it's we're going for 15 minutes, so... Ekman. Well, there's no replacement for Ekman. It's just the way it is. Planistron for Westberg is fine. Ekman we would need to replace with... I don't know who. Turnven can probably go on the pitch too. Let's make it like that. Hopefully he doesn't injure himself once more. Let's put this guy in for Al Holmström, Alnes for Tillander again, Vidane can remain on the bench, Warwick can remain on the bench, Skillermo for Bergman, and we got Ekman left. Maybe Dennis Kos. Did we pause the game? Yes, we did. Well, that's it. Alnes for Kos. Skillermo. Oh, that was close. That was close. But I don't think it was unreasonable to miss that. It's just they were really unlucky there. Okay, that's one for Blennistrand. Drops it, passes to Kos. Ball to Gord Blom. Blennistrand with the long ball. Well. Hellberg wins the duel here. Wonderful penetrating pass. Ha! What a waste of a finish. Tried to beat the keeper at his foot. Vanagron for Söderberg. Will we have another chance in this game? It's 2-1. Will they equalize? Will we score another? Skok. Söderberg. Wickberg. Oh, well. That went well by Alnes. What a shot! That would have been the day for him to score that one. So, for a 30-year-old, he certainly's got some pace left in him. Skillermo. Oh, nice tackle there by Turngren. Baldigal Blom, Kalili. In the last minute of the game, Farah for Skillermo. Finds Farah on the wing. He was dribbling around, not getting his space. Wow. This is a well-picked pass for Skillermo. Turngren and Dobrach. So that should see the game through. We've got this. That's done. And if we look at the stats, well, let's look at the goal first. Farah with a nice cross. Turngren wins the header, and Dobrach, our unwilling replacement for our Holmström, manages to score. Farah tries to close down his man and clears it. Not for long though. Bubble blitzed, and that could have been an offside. Wasn't, as it seems. Dobrach manages to get the ball out of that situation. Turngren with a really bad pass for Arnes. He could have done better. Vikberg, Dobrach again. Manages to win that duel. Goes for the shot. Not a bad one. So overall, this match is looking like we are the deserved winners. Now, just if we would have been able to do that last season. I think we lost one of the two to them. They were good though. Oh, Blanestrand. What's that? Doesn't count. Still, that's really a bad mistake by the keeper. Didn't look good there. Blanestrand for Kos. Well, okay. This is going nowhere. So now we got the replay for the disallowed goal. Football Manager, you seem to be confused. Fine. Yes, I'm happy with that. It's fine. Oliver Swan is still waiting for an improvement in training facilities. I think he can wait all he wants for that. We're up 19k now. So, yes, it looks better than last season, but not much. Also, the decline is really concerning. Those 12k, I don't know what happened there. It was 5k last season, so... Maybe we can get some more income from the supporters. Have season tickets already been announced? I don't think so. Season tickets have not been announced yet. Look at that fundraising. Okay. Sign English players while they are satisfied. Great. So, this looks good. Tactical familiarity is going up. Oh, for sell. What's happening here? Same with Oliver Swan. Well, not the same, but similar. I need to go for... actually, I need to close the windows. They've been open for the entire day, and I hear it in the back of the apartment. So I'm gonna go for another break for, I don't know, a minute or two. And I'll be back for another friendly. And yeah, maybe we can make it to 8 hours, I'm not sure. But at some point we need to stop the stream too. So, another break. See you in a minute or two. Alright. That's it. Oh, fine. Are we doing one more? Okay, one more. How many do we have? Well, that's underwhelming. I was hoping for a cup competition here, but well, looks like we're not in a cup once more. Okay, so we have 2, 3, 4, 5 friendlies going forward. We might arrange a few, but I'm not willing to do that, to be perfectly honest. It looks like they cost us money. It's really weird. But these other expenses for 6.53, I don't know what that is. It's not taxes. I mean, that's less than last season, right? Or is it? Expenditure last season at this point. Why doesn't this work? Oh, I don't know how much it was last season, but it looks similar. So if this is similar, well, maybe income improves. I'm not sure. It's weird. Well, we've got the player sales going on after all, so this might improve financial situation a little bit. By the way, we beat Sandvikens. That's something. I mean, it's a friendly, but still, we beat him. No. Not interested in this guy. Due to the lack of strength. Carl Holmer from Dalkurd. Not a bad signing, but he's under contract. And we are not going to pay that wage, so I am not interested. Marcus Johansson. He might serve as a replacement for the striker in case he goes. Not too convinced though, already 25. He brings a bit of flexibility to the table. But he's expensive, so no. Even less. Definitely not. No. David Gardelöf. Physically, that looks great. What's a white center back? This is new. Okay, cool. This is, I realize what this is. Yeah. We might even go with that at some point, but no. This is probably more suited for back three. Interesting though. I didn't know that this exists in Football Manager 2023. Probably has been announced as one of the main features, and I just didn't get it. Cool. 300 euros per week. Yeah, he looks good, but not, well, physically speaking, not great. He's one to keep on the short list, but I will not be able to pay this guy. He needs to I don't know, he needs to get out of his club. Fairly pro, Robert Lundgren. By the way, what about the transfer for... The transfer for the other guy didn't go through, right? That loan. There's nobody coming in there. No. And so for the left wing back, we're still looking for somebody. Well, to be perfectly honest, we're looking for wing backs on both sides. So this is actually not good. Due to the lack of pace. What's going on here? I mean, it's a 17-year-old, so yeah. Also, he's expensive. Why does this happen? David Strum. Yeah, that's not bad, but we don't need him, we can't pay him. And for Dino Salcinovic, same problem. So there's that. Okay. So, is there weaknesses to the squad? Yes. Oh, Nagoma, go away. These look, well, in depth this looks better. With with 5 players being able to play this. Are we willing to part with flag guard though? Not sure. I think in this kind of situation, I don't think flag guard brings much to the table that could not be done by Vikberg probably not. But it couldn't be done by Ytterhogdals or the 2 29-year-old replacements. If they get some time on the pitch, they might even develop a little bit. Or maybe just perform. That's okay. The problem with these is they are slow. On the other hand, flag guard isn't fast either. Look at this. Okay, 8 and 9. And he's on 5 and 6, I think. Yeah, so he's really slow. And Vidane to a similar degree. But I think they could manage. So in case somebody comes for flag guard, probably an idea. On the other hand, he's under contract, so yeah. We'll go with 5 here. Probably flag guard, Vikberg, and Ytterhogdals, and these 2 can rot on the bench. So yeah, same situation here, obviously. This is concerning. In a similar way concerning as this is. But on this side, those 2 are kind of fast. If somebody wants to come for Moreira da Silva, and for that transfer value, let's not specify this. If somebody wants to come in, yeah, we might be willing to sell there. Register wise, I think well, Ekman is fine here. The rest of them aren't. So any one of those a good passer? Well, Vikberg rollers for sure is not. Hellberg? Neither. He's wanted? Oh, they want him on loan. I'm not willing to part with him. Well, if they pay his wages, maybe. But no, I'm not willing to part with him on a loan. Don't think so. Kos is a decent passer, doesn't have good vision. Anticipation is okay though. Well, let's compare him one more time to Ekman. I think he was way worse in some respect. Yeah, sure. But then his Kos is a acceptable emergency backup. So I think we might actually he will not play box to box, but as an emergency backup for Register, doesn't look good either, right? Anyway, we'll go with it. We'll just ride with it. For sale, not in that position, and Turngren also not. So that means, what's this? Ah, that's one of the players coming in. Okay. In this position, Bergman will not play. For Sell will definitely play there. That's his main position. Oliver's one will not play in here. Dennis Kos will not. Kalili will not. Vikberg will not. Hellberg might. Malte Ekman will not. Dobrach will not. And Turngren. Well, this is Turngren's main position basically. So, oh great, we have to do this one by one. Fantastic. But I think it will be Turngren. Drag and drop. Seriously underrated. Yeah, it will probably be like this. That said, Turngren has to be match fit for this to happen, and he has to adapt to the squad and so on and so forth. And well, maybe in half a year somebody comes in and pays us 10k for him. So it's not like we can resist. Swan, sure. For Sell, not. Let's put it the other way around. Turngren is a box to box. this guy is probably a replacement here, yes. So none of these is supposed to play as a Metzala. These two are. That's fine. Out here, Bergman before Skilermo, Tillander will not play there, Dobrev, Alnes, and Antoine Bouquet? Why? We didn't even sign him. It's so weird how some of these players end up in your squad planner for no reason at all. As if I ever agreed to this. Okay. This looks a bit better, yeah. Okay. And on the right wing, also, this guy suddenly makes an appearance just because he was in on trial. Tillander, Bergman will not play on that wing. Warwick is way down the list. He's supposed to play there, yes, but that's basically it. There's also Elness in here, and for some reason he gets filtered all the time. This time he's not amongst the defenders, as it seems. Oh, that's shortlist. That's why I don't find him. Where is he? Almost there. So, yeah. That's it. Probably, actually Warwick before Dobrev. Also, there's one guy we got in here that we might want to add. Midfielders, what's his name? He's great here. So there's a lot of players here that can do that. For now, Tillander is actually the regular starter, and Dobrach will be the impact sub. That might turn. And I think we don't need Dobrev anymore. But he's for free, so whatever. Does he accept another contract maybe and get out for loan? Yes, that's much better for you. Well, okay, whatever. You fine. Last time we checked, he wanted, I don't know, 80 euros a game, something like this. So this is definitely better. And now we can get him on loan probably, out on loan probably. So we're gonna go with an injury release clause too. Will he accept this? Fine. This have been great contract negotiations. Thank you, Tolga. And up on front, there's a slight problem because this is all we have. So, on the other hand, we can recall Kulovic anytime, but Kulovic will not be enough. But he's seen some time on the pitch last season. Can we save this? No. Whatever. Okay. So we got through this. That's good. Yes, we want to extend Dobrev's contract, and then we want to get rid of him. And somebody else to pay his wages so he gets some playing time. And then we might sell him later on. Next friendly is against Roxbets. We should win that one fairly whatever, you know what I mean. Within comfort. Comfortably? That's it. Now Trollhead now going for someone else. I don't know if Dedeman is their keeper, but yeah. Let's have a look. It's not. It's someone else. But yeah. I would still be willing to part with Blennistrand. Kind of sad about this. First I didn't want to let him go, then I wanted a fee, then I didn't want to keep him. Now we can keep a hold of him. For the time being. Well, this looks wonderful. Balanced style, tiki-taka, okay. This looks good. They seem to get used to the tactics. By the way, how's Turngren doing as a box-to-box? Yeah, he needs some time on the pitch. But he will get used to it at some point. And, well, the players are declining. It's just the way it is. They, I think the friendlies don't count as match experience. Or at least not to as significant match experience. So this entire setup is somewhat weird for Football Manager standards. They train a lot, but they don't have the experience points to distribute. So the training is for nothing basically.
Thanks for the follow.
Thanks. That makes it 16 if I'm not mistaken, right? Or maybe we lost someone. Not sure. Anyway, thanks for sticking around. And happy to have you. I hope it's interesting. Yeah. Ytterhogdals made an approach for this guy too. We really want him. I think as a replacement for Swan. If Oliver Swan decides to move out, yeah, I want him. Modic. Yeah, now it's updated to 16. Twitch is weird. Whatever. And probably the user interface here will update too at some point. This kind of stuff is a bit slow sometimes. Anyway, yeah, that's another 34 to go until I have to deliver on that promise with the mail for Ytterhogdals. Honestly, I didn't imagine that I might go there, but no. So far it's been a lot of fun. You're welcome to lurk along. And I don't know if that Guten Tag is related to me being in Germany or if you yourself are German, but wherever you come from, you're very welcome. And I hope to be, I don't know, a source of some entertainment in your day. If that works, any feedback is appreciated. I don't know. We talked about movies a stream or two ago, so it's not like this has to be all about Football Manager all the time. On the other hand, we will definitely go through another season or two, and maybe 3, depending on how far this can go. We might even leave Ytterhogdals at some point, but on the other hand, I really enjoy being amongst the Elks, so yeah. But Guten Tag to you too. The raid train. At some point, I probably need to learn how to do a raid, right? Because after 7.5 hours, it's probably a good idea to raid someone else. Yeah, they're all unhappy with the training. Oh, okay. No, it's somewhat alright. Well, my German's fluent, but well, very evil people would probably argue. Okay, yeah, thanks. So we can probably do that at the end of this stream, but let's go through this friendly too. Well, if there's anyone still around, I will probably go outside. Like after 8 hours, you really want to see something else. But we will need to select somebody that's worthwhile for being rated. So yeah, I don't know. Is Sore Loser still around? Yes, he is. Ross, when's your next stream? If you can hear me, that is. Want to get rated? Yeah. But we got here Alexander Asizovic. I don't know anything about this guy. And they signed him. Tabby. This will be a problem. So, Stick Payano, what are you interested in? Anything? Well, I also accept lurking. So how did I know that you are still here? There's a list, you know. It's not updated very often. It's all on YouTube. So let me have a look. I don't want to lie. So I'm looking right now into my analytics section. 70 hours. So that's a lot. But in like tomorrow night about at around 10:30 GMT. Okay, so I am GMT +1. In all honesty, I'll probably be, well, in good company at that point and do something with my girlfriend. I don't know, playing board games or just chilling on the couch or something like that. So that's probably not a good idea for me to initiate a raid at that time. But yeah, I'm willing to do that at some point, and I'd rather have the raid go towards somebody I know here on Twitch. That's just sort of how it works, I think. On the other hand, we can also pick somebody who's all alone in his stream. It's not been that long since I've been all alone in my streams. I usually start these like that at 9 p.m. in the morning. Nobody willing to look into it, so yeah, screaming into the void. We got him! Yes! Now, do we really want that? Yes, we want that. Okay, interesting. I've never done that, really. For me, it's all about long-term saves and, well, the pain of lower league management, if you want to put it that way. I don't know why I enjoy that. It's also in my defense, I also enjoy doing this kind of stuff in other games. So I don't know if he's around, but yeah, he is. He might not hear me right now. Might have us muted. But Benny Aloha him in the chat might probably attest to this. I also really enjoy taking on really small countries and stuff like Hearts of Iron 3 or something like that. So, I don't know. Maybe I just need it. But you develop a certain taste. Okay, he's an inverted winger for us. And this will probably go bad because he wants to, well, he's a squad player. So we need to rotate a little bit. But I think we can manage. Additional focus? What's he bad at? Crossing? His finishing isn't that great. In all honesty, I don't care so much about the crossing. I'll on stream we will be able to get at the end of some of these. Yeah. All right. So we'll go for final third here. If he can improve on his decisions and composure, this guy will find spaces. Probably. Forsell did great, as always. For a captain, he's really doing... Oh man. Yeah, well, this is not how you start a good loan spell, dear Mr. Dobrach. What's going on here? Neither. Well, Oliver's one. Mm-hmm. Nice. Interesting. So that's just how different people view different things. For me, I don't know, the entire international stuff is not that interesting. But that's just me as a person. It's not like, I don't know. Different people, different opinions, different preferences. Other people would probably say I'm genuinely, I don't know, weird for enjoying lower league management to this degree. Because, well, it can be really annoying if the board sweeps in all of the time and takes control over player transfers and stuff. So, yeah. But in case I don't get to say this another time, I don't have a schedule yet, but I try to stream once in the morning and once in the afternoon, every day for now. That will probably go until, I hope, until the end of April. Not April, until the end of March, sorry. And coming April, I will have a day job and that will be my focus. So streaming will have to resort to the evenings. And my girlfriend will, I don't know. I will probably not stream 7 days a week going forward in April. Once I have a day job and if I want to keep my girlfriend. If she doesn't leave me earlier on for streaming all day and wasting that much money on the electricity bill. Yeah. So that's the plan. And I hope to get through another season or two, maybe go up one league. Let's see. There are certain very optimistic followers to this stream who push me to go for promotion each and every season. That's not a lie. You pushed me to go for promotion 100% of all seasons we played on stream so far. Which was one. But still, probably going there once more. Might also go into a downward spiral. I don't know. We'll see. There it is. All right. There's a nice mockumentary called well, it's not a mockumentary. I think it's a serious documentary. You probably know that one. I think it's called Football Manager Stole My Life. It's a few years old, but still really funny. And the thing is, the memories in Football Manager have a lot in common with the memories one makes in, for example, pen and paper role-playing games. To us, this is real. It's that in memory, this is real. If we get reminded of somebody, this is real to us. Because we had these players in our squads for years in the game. Yeah, so this is real to us and this counts. And there are real emotions associated to that. This is great. I don't know if you want to. She will probably roll roll her eyes all over it. On the other hand, maybe she's receptive to some of these things. No, but it's the same in pen and paper role-playing games. Even though these things don't happen in reality, the memories are real for us. So this doesn't mean anything to you, but I had a left wing back a few years ago in one of the squads, and his last name was Broccoli, like the vegetable. So I always remember Louis Broccoli, for example. He wasn't any good either. It's just that the name got stuck in the back of my head, and I really tried to get something out of him. But we also had somebody named Curry in that team. So Curry and Broccoli, well, probably would have needed some meat in that squad. Anyway. Enough about that, right? We've got a serious friendly coming on here. This is one of those we need to win. And Ytterhogdals is in the squad, so who will go? Women. We don't need a second keeper in there. This is a decent signing, I hope. Oh, let's give Blennerstrand some time on the pitch. Finally. That's fine. Stolt isn't getting any better, is he? Nice. It's really interesting, stick piano. I didn't know that. So maybe I should watch one of these from time to time. Kind of weird to stumble into, I don't know, a community to some degree. Just to start streaming into the void and all of a sudden be confronted with all of these different things. That's a lot to take on at the same time. Alright, what do they play? 4-2-3-1, yeah, I really love that. Not. So, let's just go to the match. Hope that we beat them quality-wise. I don't want to do opposition instructions. That went well. Yeah, we'll remain with key highlights. Bergman for flag guard, and that deflects off the crossbar. This could have been it. First chance of the game. Wasn't a bad one. We got another corner here for Bergman. That's in. Turngren. Well, I didn't consider him a good header, but it looks like he can do it too. Now I'm happy with our new signing. He just needs to stay injury free. Another corner by Bergman. Third corner. Another one that hits the crossbar. Or was it the upright? Don't know. Turngren. Nice pass for Ekman. The ball's yellow for some reason. It's not like there's any snow around here. Mariah da Silva for Turngren. Nice cross. Bergman. That's it. Okay, this is looking good. That's a weird thing to say, I think, for native speakers. I think my neighbor, who is a native to Great Britain, taught me that it's the non-native speakers that always say blah blah blah, looking or showing or anything like this. But I think in reality, this looks good, right? So that's probably better. I should try to get used to that. There comes the long ball. Ytterhogdals deals with it though. Passes for Stolt. Finds Ekman, Bergman. Nice through ball for Al Holmström. Can he score? Driven off there. And roofs it. That was a good chance. But his pathway wasn't that great. They had a throw here. Managed to go for the cross. And that's really bad defending. Gotta say that. He wasn't closed down. Mariah da Silva didn't even go up for the header. Both central defenders out of position. To be fair, okay, wasn't their job to defend this. But Mariah da Silva, no. Not a good way to introduce yourself to the squad for the upcoming season. Bergman, Hagedal, Stolz. That's a, well, we can say this is a cross from deep, but really it was a hopeful effort. Can we close this down? Okay, interesting choice. Go for curl now, and this is a very long ball that ends up with Blennestrand. So they made one goal out of this one chance. Of course, that can always happen in football, but during season I don't want to see this. That might end up with Stolt. There's one. Interesting choice to go for the lob, and Tillander goes for the volley. Look at that finish. Sadly didn't hit target. Swan with the free kick. Is it Fleckard? Hits the upright once more. Comes back to Swan actually, who finds Turngren. Hagedal. Yeah, he goes down. Okay. That free kick didn't get anything, as it seems. That's it. So, 2-1. Up one goal. Yeah, keep going. Do it a bit better, maybe. Stolt for Al Holmström. Again Stolt. There comes the cross. Ends up with Swan. Al Holmström, he's free. Oh, what a chance. He made that one. Basically on his own. 17 to 2 shots. Okay, let's substitute some players here. I don't care that much about the result. I care about player fitness. So these will have to go on the pitch. I really don't like to pay for Farah, but it's just the way it is. Liljedahl is a new signing. He will go on the pitch too for cell 2. Sure, we can play Hellberg. This guy will replace Al Holmström. His name is Rinor Dobrac. I really need to get used to this. Fredrik Alnes can come on the pitch, and the rest of them... Well, Malte Ekman needs a replacement, so Dennis Koss. But the rest of them can remain on the bench. So we substitute the entire squad. And just have a look. Yibra with a long ball. Forsell manages to clear that. He's very free. Yeah, that's bad defending. We have to do something about defense probably. If we want to deduct anything from these friendlies, it's that we get a lot of goals. That doesn't work so far. And it's not up to the keeper probably. I think this is bad defensive positioning, and overall fitness is lacking, defensive-wise. Now, if this goes on like this during season, we will probably still be able to I don't know, have a decent finish in the league. But if we want to go up, we have to reduce these goals. On the other hand, I don't want to overspend on defense. Hilberg for Forsell. Nice through ball. That's probably a second yellow. So he will go off. There it is. Let's encourage them. Yeah. Alness with the free kick. Two central defenders, both free. And they do not get a header on goal. Ball to Goldblum. Cause that didn't look too bad. Wickberg, Hellberg. Dribbling through the middle of the pitch. Kos recycles it. Liljedahl. Nice pass. And he doesn't manage to hit the target. It was a nice combination though. Again, Forsell here. Can he bring the ball inside? Kos. Not a good pass. Again for Kos. Loses the ball. Khalili with the ball now. Goes for the cross. Liljedahl with the free header and taps it in. Alright, there it is. They're one man down. We had to win this. So this looks better. It was a series of weird decisions by Kos. And Liljedahl's header was really bad. Straight to the keeper. But luckily for us, he didn't keep hold of the ball. So that went well. And the rest of the game will probably play out as we expect it to play out. A few more chances, no more goals. Everyone's tired. It's also probably really cold at this time of the year. Will we see another goal here? Actually, can't we have a look at this? Minus 4 degrees Celsius. Don't know what it is in freedom units, but Alnes scores another one. So it's 4-2. We won another one. And that's fine. Wonderful pass by Liljedahl and Alnes scores. I'm happy for him. Maybe that will improve morale a little bit too. So overall, good friendly. But against an inferior opponent. I'm still happy with it. Alright, so now we got 4 friendlies to go. Let's have a look at finance first. Yeah, this doesn't look good. I think the friendlies, but also the preseason in general, it just drains money for us. And it doesn't matter if the clubs coming in for friendly are clubs that well have agreed to play for nothing, or well, it's not about the amount of money we pay them for the friendly. It's about the fact that nobody cares about our friendlies. Nobody's coming in. I mean, look at this. There's a 16th of February, so we had 3 friendlies here. I think so, yeah. And this is the 3rd friendly, and we had gate receipts of 1.2k. This doesn't work. We don't earn any money that way. We gotta play those though. We need to get the people in match sharpness, and we will probably rotate heavily for the next match to get them all match fit. Because this will not do come the season. Okay. in other areas, this is really a lot for us. So if we do not make it to promotion, we do need to sell some players at some point. Actually, I'm a bit, whilst I'm relieved, I'm also a bit annoyed that we didn't manage to sell Blanistrand. We need to get rid of some of those, just to get finances in order. And it's not so much about the contracts and about the amounts of wages. We need to generate income through player sales at some point. That might even mean that we need to part with Isaac Alholmstrom at some point, even though I don't want to. Yeah. Okay, so it's 7 hours 15 minutes into the stream now. This is not for today, I think. Is there anything else anybody wants to ask? I don't know. Any stuff going on in the back of your heads? Well, if there is, let me know. I'll still read the rest of the chat, for sure. And we can probably go back to this tomorrow. I might not start at 9 a.m. probably, but yeah, I will stream at some point. And for today, I will try to get a few stray sun rays out in the cold now. Very happy to have you all here, and see you all tomorrow, probably. Bye.